Testing. Yeah. Hi ladies. Hi everyone. Record. Hi ladies. Is working now? Alright, we're going. Alright. On behalf of the leadership team that we've got sitting over here, we would like to welcome you all to the first Women in Officiating Conference. I'm Sarah, this is Zara and Caitlin here. We will be your MCs for the day.
We are so sorry. You're stuck with us.
Alright, you've all been provided with gift bags that you've got behind your chairs there. These include t-shirts, mini basketballs, towels and a water bottle. As you can see on the slide here, Rep Warehouse has just come out with a new range of women's rep pants. You will all be sent a discount code for Rep Warehouse that you can use as well. And we'd like to also thank Soul Sports for supplying all of our apparel.
So, people can hear me, is that right? Yeah. Okay, this is much easier. So for those who couldn't make it today is going to be live streamed. So please be aware in the right hand corner there is a camera. So please also, if you feel comfortable to share it with other people who couldn't make it, you're more than welcome to. And there's also to the left, just behind where this poll is, we want to make today as fun and interactive as possible. Yes, it's the word conference, but we really just want to make it more of a networking opportunity. So there are like glasses and things that you can take photos with as well. We've also got the BNSW crew Celine behind us here. She knows how to get all the good angles, so she'll get some snaps throughout the day of everyone as well. Just a bit of housekeeping today. So we've got some bathrooms that are located over this way. So you can go to the loo anytime for free. There are some food and drinks. Obviously the drinks are there with Louis. And we've got some food that's here to hand out shortly. Now, just another note, can everyone make sure they've got their phones on silent? It's a bit awkward when everyone's in a room and your phone's the one ringing when everything's silent, so just make sure it's turned off or just on silent for us. If you guys need to leave at any point during the day, feel free just to let us know so that we don't go trying to find you. Apart from that, we'd just like to welcome Michelle Crozier to our North in the country.
Basketball New South Wales acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout New South Wales and their connections to land, sea and community which we gather, meet and play. We pay our respect to their elders past, present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So, thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Basketball New South Wales acknowledges the traditional custodians of country
throughout New South Wales and their connections to land,
sea and community
in which we gather, meet and play.
from Wiradjuri country in the west
to Eora Nation in the east.
from Wiradjuri country in the south
To Bundjalung country in the north.
Our state is home to hundreds of different nations.
whose knowledge has helped shape and evolve our understanding of the land and the seas.
We pay our respect to their elders past and present.
And we extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
Have a deadly day.
Video. It's awesome to have that up on the stage as well. Today's session is really interactive. So as we said, we'd like your phones to silent. However, we're going to put a QR code up on the board on the TV just here. If you can't see it, feel free to go and scan your phone. We're going to do some questions throughout the day. And the first question for today is going to actually be about what song summarizes up your mood today. So, if you put High School Music down as number one, you're already my best friend. If you don't, I'll be madly disappointed. But feel free to scan that now and then go back to your seat. Chuck your favourite song up on the screen, and then we'll get started. No pressure, I will be judging.
What this does is just gives us an opportunity. We acknowledge that speaking in front of other people is something that's quite nerving. So
we will have that on our phone and be able to ask questions for you. One thing we'll also do is, because not all questions will be asked today, we do have a jam-packed schedule that we are trying to keep to. That's emphasis on trying. So if there are any questions that are missed, particularly from our special guests, we will get them answered and send out a big email. Or if you're on the Facebook, her call, her way, we'll pop the answers on there as well. Oh, we got a first one in.
I don't know if I'm old or too young for some of these artists, but we'll find out. There you go.
Saving up the survey.
Paint the town red, love it. Yeah. Pokey pokey. Oh, really classy. Classy. Oh, we got some girls' vibes. Love it. Yeah. Oh, love that someone likes Ariana Grande. Good stuff. I like her taste. Alright, make sure you keep popping those in throughout the day. It's a really good way for us to have a bit of fun throughout the day, and it's a good opportunity for you guys to obviously try and interact with us as well. However, I'd like to now move forward and invite Steve Clark up, which is our head of technical officials for Last Year of Wales, and to speak to everybody about her sport and her way grant, which was a fantastic opportunity for us obviously this year, and we're very grateful to Steve. So.
Thanks, Zara. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for coming to our inaugural female officiating conference at Basketball in New South Wales. As Zara indicated, this is all possible through a grant that we received through the Office of Sport in New South Wales, and it's under the Her Sport Her Way program. And Basketball New South Wales has been fortunate to be the recipient of that grant on a couple of occasions, and we elected in 2023 for that grant to be allocated to the officiating space. So hence the program, we have the 10 girls that have been organising this program today for you. They've been through some leadership training earlier in the year, and that's all part of what this program's about. For me personally, the female officiating space is one that I've had a keen interest in, having 4 daughters, one which was a basketball official in her early days. I've got an 18-year-old now who's a rugby league referee, and I've mentored a number of rugby league referees, including one that's in the league later on soon. The female officiating space in sport is always one that's been challenging for you. It's the only aspect of sport where both males and females are in the same race together, aiming for the same outcomes. And I must say, and I'm obviously a sports administrator, I don't think sports administrators handle that aspect all that well. We need to be better in servicing both the males and the females in the role of officials, because it was never as stark as what it was to me last night. My daughter, 18-year-old daughter, is on a rugby league camp. She's in a junior rep squad for the New South Wales Rugby League, which is based just over the road. Unfortunately, my daughter got sexually assaulted earlier this year by a male member of that squad. She's got at a camp today, starting today, when she went last night. They had to get a ferry from Brooklyn across to Broken Bay. The fellow who did what he did, none of the members of that squad, or at least we thought, didn't know anything about it. So here's my daughter, 18. She's probably the youngest in that squad, I think. She got out of the car. Her mum was dropping her off last night, and a male member of the squad said to her as she got out of the car, "Oh, how's Toby going?" Who happens to be the name of the guy that did what he did. So you can imagine the pressure that put her under. Immediately she's arrived at this camp. She was already nervous enough as it was. Again, I say that nothing is as stark to me as what happened last night, and I've seen it happen many times in sport to many females. Now I'm not focusing here on the negatives, because there are many positives. But as a sports administrator, we need to be better at supporting the girls in in this space where you are mixing with your male counterparts. And again, I say that's the only aspect of any sport that I can think of where males and females are in the race together. So with that, thank you very much for coming today. You're going to hear plenty of good stories, a lot of education pieces, and what's important is you're all here together and you get the opportunity to mix and share each other's experiences around the room, and then hopefully, moving forward, we create a really safe space, a positive, encouraging and fun environment for you all to officiate in this great game of basketball that you all love and enjoy. So with that, thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Can I get all the ladies who were in the leadership group to come forward? And set up front. As you can tell, we are still all very nervous. So this has been an ongoing adventure for all of us since February this year, 2023, in which, January, BCC, in which we all started this leadership group with Jackie Gover, which was really, really nice, and we've all been on a journey since then. So I'll start, and I'm going to throw it to the deep end, she's not going to like me, but I'll start with Courtney. Oh, shit. And what we're going to do is just do a bit of an introduction, who we are, what we do inside basketball, but today's also about celebrating every part of our identity. Our identities start in basketball. It brings the floor together today, but also extends well beyond what we do on court. So she'll talk about what she does off the court as well, and we'll go from there. First part of the question? That was a lot of questions. Okay, I'm Courtney.
I have been around for a little bit. I actually started in Coffs Harbour, went down to Canberra for a few years, and now residing in the Illawarra. And I get to work with some amazing people down there, like Caitlin and Reed, which is incredible to have both of you on the team. Outside of basketball, I'm actually an occupational therapist. I work in paediatrics and with neurodegenerative diseases as well. So both aspects of my life are a little bit interesting, and I don't know what else to say. Yeah, thanks. Molly.
So my name's Molly. I've been around probably since 2015, more in reps since probably 2019. So I started off in Tumut, which is a small country town near Gundagai, and then I moved to Illawarra, where I started my rep journey, I guess. So I've been to 14s and 16s over the years. I've taken this year off actually just to finish my uni degree, so I finished last week and I'm now a physiotherapist. Thanks guys. And I'm moving to Sydney next year. I've just started at Bankstown as their new referee coordinator, so fun times.
My name's Crystal. For those of you that don't know me, I'm from Bankstown. I've been refereeing since I was 11, and I'm not going to tell you the rest of how old I am. I've been around for a while. With that said, basketball has taken me in 5-on-5 and 3x3 across the country. It's taken me this year to the Philippines, next year potentially to Japan. And outside of basketball, I'm a physiotherapist and also an exercise physiologist.
My name's Gemma. I've been around wrestling for about 7 years now, down in Hills. I also referee, coach and supervise out of Hills. Last year I went to 14s Nationals, and outside of basketball I'm an out-of-school hours care educator.
Hi everyone, I'm Riley. I've been refereeing for about 9 years now. I've also been to 14s Nationals for the last 2 years in a row. Outside of basketball, I'm a veterinary nurse, which keeps me very, very busy.
Hey everyone, I'm Rachel. I've been refereeing for about 10 years now. I'm based at Hills, where I referee during the week, supervise and instruct, particularly our brand new green shirts. Outside of basketball, I'm currently a high school English teacher and I'm a Year 8 year advisor as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Caitlin. I've been refereeing for about 10 years now. I have been refereeing at Goulburn and I am going to be moving to Sydney and will be part of Bankstown next year. Outside of basketball, 2 months ago I was recently admitted as a lawyer, so I'm also very busy, but I'm pretty grateful because my job as a lawyer has definitely helped me on both aspects of the court, so yay me.
I'm Zara. I've been refereeing for about 10 years now. I'm also from Coffs Harbour, like 2 others up here, so great regional spot to be. To start off your referee career, I went to 20s this year with Caitlin, and Caitlin and I both made the National Development Referee Program together this year. It's been really cool, bit of women empowerment, both of us making it this year. And outside of sport, I'm a high school PhD teacher and doing my masters, so I hope to become a professor. So yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah, again from Coffs Harbour, like these other two, a country girl. I've recently started refereeing for Newcastle basketball as well. I've been refereeing since I got my green shirt when I was 12, so that's nearly 10 years, been a little while. I've been to a few national tournaments. I just went to 16s with Caitlin this year. Outside of work, I work for an eye surgeon and I'm about to move down to Canberra to start an optometry degree in a month, so 8 hours away, but yeah. I really don't want to go now. Whoa.
Well, my name's Caitlin. I've grown up and was a Bankstown girl, but a couple months ago moved to Canberra. As I mentioned, I don't really do the same thing. I recently came back from under 20s in Victoria and have been really fortunate to be selected for NRDP with Basketball Australia. Outside of work, I am a social worker and work in mental health and crisis management. And yeah, I do want to take this opportunity before we keep going, and I want Rachel and Caitlin to step forward. Yes, you. I've mentioned every single one of us have worked really, really hard over the last couple of months, particularly in the last month, to bring this law to light and also work on our leadership skills. But these two lovely ladies have gone absolutely above and beyond. Mama Rach, to the left, probably on the younger side of the group, has kept us all in line. And has really been formidable in organising today's schedule. And Caitlin has just been absolutely amazing at communicating with everyone, communicating with BNSW, with Chippy, with Leaf, with Celine and Amy. Also a big thank you to as well. And yes, I just want a big round of applause for these two because they've really worked me up. And now the favourite time of day, there's lunch served in the right hand corner. We'll just stop for a bit before we get our first special guest. So please feel free, the Dame Marie's in the corner, to just go get whatever you feel comfortable with. And also the lovely Louie, who's running away. Wave Louie. Louie's one of our referees actually here, so it's going to be a lot of fun. And please help yourself to the bar and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
everyone, me again. We're just going to quickly get our food and take a seat. We've just got a few things to go through. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so just quickly grab your food and take a seat.
I knew that, but I told you to try and keep the schedule for this one.
You're gonna post like highlights. Maybe on TikTok, like interesting points. Cool, cool. Alright, so what I'm thinking is filter over so it sounds better. And then I might either auto play it with like guys so we kind of just touch together and you'll get a transcript. Just so it's all.
Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying your lunch. We've just been told there's enough per second, so help yourself. Today we have an awesome lineup prepared for you all. The girls in the leadership group have decided to acknowledge the hard work and commitment of several of our technical officials that often goes unnoticed. These awards have been designed by us to recognise the various achievements, perseverance and willingness to improve of some wonderful women that inspire us every day. So to start, I'd like to call upon Caitlin Neat to present the first award.
Okay, so this award, very dear to my heart. This is the Emerging Country Female Official Award. So this award is to recognise a promising junior country referee whose dedication to the game and their eagerness to learn has indicated their significant potential to achieve in refereeing. So this award is presented to one of our own, Caitlin Rawlinson from Golden. Come on up. So Caitlin began refereeing just back in 2021, so very fresh as one of Goulburn's up-and-coming referees in our local comp. This year, Caitlin attended the first SJL round, to which she got to referee finals in her first year. It didn't stop there, as Caitlin was also selected to referee the John Martin Country Tournament and successfully was rewarded with a grand final in a division above the one she was originally designated to. Caitlin was also awarded Referee of the Year at the John Davison Country Jamboree and also for Goulburn, and we definitely could not be more prouder of this official.
Gemma.
The award I'm presenting is the Rising Star Award. This award recognises the remarkable progress and passion of a female for their aspect of the game, either refereeing or score table. Their journey exemplifies the potential talent within our upcoming Basketball New South Wales officials community, symbolising the bright future of officiating in our state. Today this award is presented to Holly Powell, who unfortunately is not here, but Holly began refereeing just over 4 years ago at Hills Basketball. She's gone from strength to strength ever since. During Holly's first season of refereeing Junior League, she was appointed to a Metro League Grand Final, Under 16 State Cup and a JPL Grand Final. After her huge first season, she was also awarded Hills Basketball Junior Referee of the Year. Seeing Holly's achievements and watching her grow as both a strong referee and a resilient young woman over the last few years has been astonishing. And I'd like to invite Rachel Hogan to present the next award.
Okay, the award that I'm presenting is the Inspirational Refereeing Achievement Award. This award has been designed to celebrate one of New South Wales' female officials for her remarkable journey through officiating. By overcoming challenges and mentoring younger referees, she has inspired them to continue pursuing an officiating pathway with her great love of the game exemplifying the power of determination. I'd love to present this award to Jana Bonnie. So as she comes up, Jay has been involved in the basketball community for most of her life. Growing up, Jana refereed at a representative level, becoming one of the highest ranked junior female referees in New South Wales by receiving her 1A, which is today's state development grading, by the time she was 16 and officiating at a state league level. However, she was unfortunately not granted many opportunities to showcase her talents, so left refereeing for a period of time. Upon her return about 7 years ago, she threw herself back into the referee life, supervising at Hills multiple nights a week, becoming a mentor and advocate for up-and-coming female officials at a local and state level by running the JDP, and ultimately making her return to the court, all while being an amazing mother to her young daughter Ella. This year, Jay made her debut on NBL 1 Men and was awarded the Hills Hornets Senior Referee of the Year award for her outstanding effort and commitment to basketball. I also had the pleasure of having her as my crew chief on the Waratah Women Grand Final game this year. Jay has been an inspiration to everyone and has been unwavering in her fight for greater opportunities for female officials. I look up to Jay for everything, and I am ridiculously proud to call her my friend. Congratulations, Jay. Can I please call up Sarah?
So I'm presenting the Empowerment Through Officiating Award. This award celebrates a female official's commitment to the game, seeing her empower and inspire junior officials. Her dedication to continuous improvement and unwavering commitment to the sport serves as a beacon for aspiring officials. This award is presented to Hayley Cole, who unfortunately isn't here at the moment, but she'll be here later. A bit about Hayley. It's only fitting this award being given to her, actually, considering all her achievements don't actually fit on the screen. That's how many she has. Through her junior pathway, she went to all nationals from Ivor Burge to 18s, to which she got a gold medal at every single tournament. Hayley's also been a frequent flyer at the VNSW Senior Awards for Senior Finals weekend, with her latest game officiating the 2023 NBL 1 Men's Grand Final. She was selected for the WNBL panel in 2018 and still is actively officiating. She was inducted into the NBL ERP, which is the Elite Referee Program, in 2021. She also represented at multiple FIBA international tournaments, including the Asia World Cup, which again, she received a gold medal game. Her achievements don't end on the floor. Hayley has been one of my mentors. I remember one of my first interactions with her. She said some quite kind words for me that have stuck with me today. She's everything I aspire to be on and off the floor, so I'm very pleased to present this award to her. I would like to introduce Crystal to present the next award.
Cool, I love my award. It's not mine. Alright, so the award I'm going to be presenting today is the Score Table Talent Award. This award acknowledges a score table official's outstanding operation of score table technology. Her precision and knowledge have set a high standard for fellow officials to aspire to. This award goes to Susanna Goodman. Wow. So I'm going to let you in on a side note about this. I actually asked her son for a bit of information, and let's just say I didn't get much. So I've gone off with what I know about Sue. So Sue has been an incredible asset to Maitland Basketball Stadium and also the greater New South Wales basketball community. A smiling face behind the bench, Sue has always been renowned amongst the community as a highly competent bench official. At a representative level, Sue has benched many junior, senior NBL 1 games and has been an official at senior finals weekends, with no game being a challenge for her. Within the referee community, it's always nice to see Sue on the bench, I'll be honest with you. Sue is a highly respected, as she provides not only support from a bench, but also is a strong advocate for referees. Her encouragement and supportive nature is evident in her advice and life advice as well, but also in her exceptional caramel slice that she makes from scratch. We all know it. Sue, you always bring out the best in people, and we're very fortunate to have you as part of this community.
I'm very humbled.
Her snacks are legendary, literally. Morgie?
Alright guys, the next one I'm presenting is the Technical Mastery Award. So this award recognises a technical official for their unparalleled technical expertise in basketball officiating. So the recipient of this award's significant achievements reflect her consistency and diligence in her role, enhancing the quality of basketball events on a national and international scale. This technical official couldn't be here today, so on her behalf, I would like to bring Natasha up. So this award actually goes to Michelle Nicholas. So Michelle's renowned for her contribution to the technical development of many women in New South Wales, dating back to 2000, the year I was actually born, when she first obtained her level 4 score table qualification. In 2016, she obtained her FIBA licence, and from here her career only blossomed. She has been part of the FIBA Women's World Cup in Sydney recently, as well as the FIBA Women's Asia Cup and the Pacific Games, Invictus Games, and way too many more that would be here forever. It is no shock to anyone that Michelle is an amazing woman who is known internationally, but she's also a big face at her own local club, the Bankstown Bruins, where she's been the referee coordinator previously, and she's been a massive inspiration to many people in the sport. We all enjoy, and her passion for score table has taken her a long way.
Riley.
I have the pleasure to present the Statistician Excellence Award. This award commends the statistician for her exceptional dedication and achievements. Her precision and profound expertise have greatly enhanced the quality of execution of the game. She offers indispensable insights and support to our teams, players and upcoming statisticians. This award is presented to Trish Nichols. As Trish comes up, Trish has been involved in the basketball community for many years as a statistician. She has had the opportunity to be appointed to officiate as a statistician at some of the biggest basketball events in Australian history. Some of these include the Commonwealth Games, Pacific Games in Papua New Guinea, Samoa and the Solomon Islands, several FIBA Under-17s Games, Asia Cup, Women's World Cup and the Sydney Olympic Games. She has also spent over 20 years on both the NBL panel and the Basketball Australian National Statistics panel. We thank Trish for her devotion to our sport, unwavering support to us all, and most importantly being an amazing and inspirational woman who has led the way for women's basketball.
She also makes really good food too.
Yes, her cake's so good. So I have the pleasure of reading the next award, which we've named the All-Around Woman Award. So the All-Around Woman celebrates a woman for her exceptional accomplishments as both a distinguished basketball official and devoted mother. Her ability to excel in these two pivotal roles is a true inspiration, illustrating the achievement and family can coexist. Her journey underscores the potential for women to thrive in multifaceted roles while nurturing a fulfilling life. And this made me really emotional, actually, and I'm not an emotional person. But we'd like to give this award to Rhiannon Delatour. So, I had the distinct pleasure of meeting Rhiannon, and I don't know if she actually remembers this, as a brand new referee at my first ever tournament in Port Macquarie, where she told me that I could not, in fact, tech foul a spectator. She was very kind. Rhiannon, but warmly known to us, or most of us, as Rhi, epitomises what it is to be determined and also passionate. Rhi has achieved not only her international licence, her FIBA licence, at the 5-on-5 level, representing Australia across the world, but most recently has represented Australia in China for 3x3. Rhi takes every obstacle in her stride and personally has overcome many adversities whilst always keeping a smile on her face. Bree's newest adventure has been with her new baby boy Noah, who's so cute. We love to see her continued contribution to the sport while with little Noah in her hands. So I'll call up Courtney and congratulations to Bree.
Hi everyone. I have the pleasure of giving the Leadership in Officiating Award. This award commends a woman for her exceptional leadership over all the years as a technical official on both state, national and international levels. Her strategic insights and commitments to fairness have significantly elevated the quality of officiating in the sport. This award is presented to Debbie Pearce. Debbie, I'm emotional now. It would not be appropriate to celebrate women in officiating. You can tell she's hit me in the feels. It would not be appropriate to celebrate women in officiating without acknowledging the lady who has contributed to the development of most of the officials within this room and her career. Ooh. Debbie is not only a referee instructor for New South Wales, she is an Australian Junior Championship Commissioner, a FIBA instructor, and holds a significant position within the basketball community. Thank you, Debbie, for your contributions, and we look forward to the many more memories with you. I'd like to give the microphone to Zara to finish us off.
She's about me too, I'm a bit of a synthetic crier. Saving the best to last, no, I'm kidding. Not me. The best is last in who I'm giving it to, but I have the honour of presenting the Country Boot Award because I'm a country bumpkin, and if you've heard me talk, I'm really bogan, so lucky you. A heartfelt recognition of a woman's unwavering commitment to basketball officiating in country New South Wales. Her remarkable journey as a country referee marked by relentless travel and dedication. Not only has she enriched the game, but also inspired countless country referees to pursue their dreams, including mine. This award is presented to Carol Rickett. I'll be back, Carol, if she comes up. Come on up. I don't bite, I promise. I did back when I was younger. I've been fortunate enough to know Carol all the way through my junior pathway in Northern Junior League, where we started together in Tamworth. For years, Carol has been an advocate for country referees, providing them a pathway to elite level refereeing. Carol has been a bubbly face of Northern Eastern Junior League and also quite a cow when I decided to frustrate a score table official. At an officiating level, Carol has came through the ranks and refereed New South Wales Senior League. She has referee coached Senior and Junior League and provided countless years of knowledge and feedback to officials. She's been an incredible and inspirational asset to New South Wales basketball and been the Northern Eastern Junior League program manager for many years. Personally, Carol supported me through my junior career and helped shape the person and the official I am today. I know that Carol has a significant impact on countless officials to this day, and I'll forever be grateful for the ongoing support she provides to each and every one of us. Love you, Carol. I didn't cry, so that was good by me. I'd just like to have another massive round of applause for these incredible women that have inspired all of us in this room to take up officiating. So another round of applause for them would be amazing. We're going to move forward and introduce one of our first incredible guest speakers, Carol Lee. Carol Lee is a PhD teacher, the best job in the industry, and may I add, the best job in general. Fun fact, I'm a PE teacher in case you missed it earlier, but anyway. As well as that, she's also a rugby league referee. Her officiating career began after sustaining injury as a state hurdler. She set many firsts as a female official in a male-dominated sport.
Carol Lee was the first female to be appointed to a first grade men's grand final in New South Wales Country League and was awarded the prestigious New South Wales Referee of the Year title in 2019. She has since gone on to officiate at the Festival of World Cups, International Nines Tournament in Samoa, Women's State of Origin, NRLW Grand Final in 2019, NRL Rugby League Grand Final in 2020, and is a New South Wales Rugby League High Performance Squad member. Hosting this Q&A is going to be Steve Clark, and if you have any questions for Carol Lee, there will also be an opportunity at the end, so hang on to them, and we would like to welcome up the absolute legend, Carol Lee. Thanks, Steve. No swearing.
Thanks, Zara, and welcome, Carol Lee. Just to put some things in context why I'm up here interviewing Carol Lee, I've had the pleasure of knowing Carol Lee since she was a 17-year-old rookie ref, which I won't give away her age, but it was about 13 years ago. I saw her down at Wagga. I was sent down I was employed at the NRL at the time, and I was sent down to watch a young male referee refereeing an under-14s tournament down at Wagga, and they gave me some communications equipment to listen to the officials when I got there. There was two games going side by side, one that this other fellow was refereeing on, and the other round Carol Lee was refereeing on. And when I put the communications gear on, it was quite obvious that it wasn't the guy that I was listening to. I was listening to Carol Lee. So I watched her, and she ended up being better than him anyway. So that worked out quite well. The next time I saw her was about a month later at a all-schools carnival at St Mary's, and saw her again, and to me, she was someone who always showed great talent. So from that point on, I met her parents and offered my assistance where I could to help her out. And I followed her career quite closely over many years and had the pleasure of mentoring her through the majority of that. So, as Zara just said, Carol Lee started, she was a state hurdler, a great good athlete, injured. Why did you, after you got injured, why did you decide to go to refereeing?
Yeah, I guess started refereeing, had an ACL reconstruction at 15, so I was still at high school at the time. I was heavy into touch footy as well. Yeah, I pretty much was juggling anything at school, and I loved playing every sport possible. So yeah, I was pretty much meant to trial for the N-Swiss in their hurdling program, and obviously get selected into that New South Wales team, and ended up snapping my ACL and did a whole heap of other stuff. Yeah, I guess, come back from that journey, a 15-year-old, when all your mates are out playing sport is pretty tough. And obviously I think I learned quite quick how to be resilient, whilst everyone else was succeeding in sport. I ended up coming back hurdling, and I just think the love for obviously what it wasn't there. People change as they go through adverse moments, so I think that's what happened. And at the time, my dad was a rugby league referee, and I had two older brothers that played rugby league. So for me, rugby league was always in my DNA, and I think it was just a matter of time before that door opened, and I obviously went down that pathway. So yeah, decided to pick up the whistle. Initially didn't like it, I hated it, and I said to my dad, I said, I'm not going back, no one likes you, everyone hates you, you're getting abused left, right and centre. It's like being at home with my brothers. And I was like, yeah, I just said to him, I don't even know why you guys do this, like seriously. But yeah, I then pretty much got picked up that year at a competition down in Ulladulla, and yeah, haven't looked back. I think there's probably still moments where I go, did I make the right decision? But yeah, we'll probably touch on a few of those later.
We certainly will. So you started in the juniors, you obviously had some regrets, as most people, I think most people that go into officiating, to be honest with you, when they start they think, why the hell am I doing this? And I certainly had those moments. And then you wanted to get into the junior rep system in New South Wales Rugby League, but you had some issues getting in there. You just want to tell everybody about what they were?
Yeah, I was in the country New South Wales development program at the time,
and wanted to get into the New South Wales Junior Rep program. So it was basically like a tiered development system. At the time, yeah, a vague memory, I was repping at a New South Wales All Schools Carnival and was selected to referee the 16 state final of the school system. So I was one of 10 males, 1 female, and was successfully selected to referee that game. And then the bloke that was running that competition rang through to say, oh, you know, Carolee will be refereeing the final at St Mary's, so I had to travel across, 15-minute drive to referee the final, and then I got a phone call back to say that no, Carolee was not refereeing that game. Was there any other males that could referee that final? And yeah.
And this is the direct, and I don't want to make poor Carolee cry here, but this is the, and we'll get through some other things as best we can, but, and this gets to the point that I was talking about earlier. The female officials, and I'm just talking here while Carolee, she has got a good sense of humour, and Carolee's gone through everyone's refereeing career is a roller coaster. We all know that. You have your ups, you have your downs. One question that I was going to ask Carolee, the old game, you never ask questions you don't know the answers to, but I'll say it. Carolee she didn't get that game. The guy that was heading up that junior rep system didn't want a female refereeing the game, point blank. And I spoke to him over there later that day, and I said, have you ever asked Carolee to go into your junior rep squad, which is a centralised squad which was training, now they train over here at the Centre of Excellence, which is just over the road, which is the one my daughter's in currently. And he said no, he said she lives in Shell Harbour, doesn't want to come up. It was all the excuses under the sun. And I said, well, have you asked her? He said no. I said, well, I have, and I've asked the parents, and she's happy to drive up. She wants to be in it. And I said, and the guy's name's Tony, I won't say his surname, Cassian, I don't want anyone looking up who he is, sending him mail bombs. But I said, Tony, I said, she's better than 95% of the people in your squad currently. I said, you're mad, put her in. To cut a long story short, she got in the end. But that was just the start of some of the challenges that Carolee has faced, and she's had many, many very good moments, which was read out in her bio. So I'll go forward from that. We get to the high performance squad. I'll let you tell the stats about how many people are in that squad and the breakup of it in terms of males and females.
Obviously progressed through the junior rep system. Now currently in the high performance squad we added 2 extra males, would have been late September, so I think the ratio at the moment sits 1 to 44. So the only female in my squad at the moment, and in terms of members of staff and coaching staff, they're all males as well. So can be a bit of a tough slog week to week, but obviously we have our moments, but we keep fighting, and hopefully one day soon that there'll be more females obviously joining me, and if not, if I'm gone, hopefully we see more than one person. Hopefully we see 10 to 20 or 30 in that squad, and hopefully in the space of rugby league and in officiating in general that females aren't a rarity. We're just part of the general norm of sport and how sport revolves and continues.
100%, very well said. So Carolee's 1 in 40, 41, which is a pretty poor ratio in anyone's language, and you can only begin to imagine the pressure that puts on a female official when you're in that environment of 1 in 44, turning up to training, go over to the Centre of Excellence, you get into there's change rooms there. There's 40 guys downstairs all gibbering and talking as they do when they're getting ready for training. There's poor Carolee upstairs in a room on her own. So and I know you very well. You're a very tough cookie. Your resilience is it has no bounds. How within yourself have you dealt with all those challenges? And we won't be spending all time on negatives. We'll be going into the positives very soon.
Yeah, I think obviously finding a close-knit circle around me. Obviously, I'm fortunate enough. There's a few of the boys at training that I'm very close mates with. There's a few in there that are like family to me. They become like brothers over the years. So obviously relying on them, offloading on them. When you get the chance. We did have a female physio who I did connect well with, but she went on to bigger and better things in dancing and in a different sport. So that was a loss for me. But yeah, I think, leaning on my family at home. I've got 2 older brothers as well, and Dad's ex-military, so we're probably always bred tough. Not to say that you obviously can't be, showing emotions and things like that. I think that's probably something that's normal in our household and something that we're quite comfortable with doing. At work, my head teacher's outstanding. She's honestly like a sister to me, and it's always good to have people external to the sport that you can talk to and share those things with. And I think, yeah, I had a 30th birthday the other week and had 60 people there, and I meant what I said when I had my top 60, because those people are my people, and people say it takes a village to obviously to reach success and reach the top, and I'm grateful for those people. And yeah, that's part of the things. Other things I like to do is I'm a bit of a larrikin, and I like to dance around the change rooms and things like that. Obviously like to listen to music. I do like talking a lot, so sometimes I forget to phone roll because I'm too busy in a conversation talking to someone else. But yeah, there's some of the little things, and then as Steve alluded to before, a mentor. I feel we've been close friends since I was 17, and he's like a father figure to me, and always, even now external to rugby league, always will be there to pick up the phone and help me through the dark times as well as the good times. So yeah, I just think, yeah, for me it's just about just keep fighting strong, and obviously leaning on the people you have around you, because they're so important when sport's said and gone and your time's done. At the end of the day, you've got to have a purpose and a reason why you obviously get out of bed each day. So yeah, I'm grateful for the people that I have.
Okay, let's move on to some positives. So 2019 Referee of the Year in New South Wales Country Rugby League. How did that make you feel when you got that?
Yeah, it was unreal. I think to referee the top tier country men's game hadn't obviously been done by a female before, and there was a bit of a story. The week prior, I ref the semi-final, and I actually rolled my ankle just coming out of the in-goal, so I think I refereed half the game. And my male counterpart, which is one of my best mates, actually refereed the other game. I was competing against him. And yeah, throughout the week, obviously, people kept checking on me, and I was like, oh, this is strange, People kept ringing, like, obviously the grand finals next week, like, I won't be doing it kind of thing. And people just kept ringing and saying, oh, are you okay? Have you taken this? Have you done this? And I was like, oh, maybe there is something coming next week. And then I obviously answered the phone call and said, yeah, I'm good to go, let's go, let's strap it up, I don't care, I'll take Panadol and Nurofen and on we go, because there was no way I was missing that game if it was mine. And sure enough it was. And then, yeah, went to the awards presentation, and to be announced the Referee of the Year, which there's probably cast 1,000 referees that were competing all throughout the year to be crowned as the #1 referee is, yeah, something surreal. I mean, for me it's always about just doing my best, but I think it's important to acknowledge that we are female, we are different. At the end of the day, yes, I'm still an official, and I obviously want to be treated as an official, but we need to accept the fact that we are different in many ways and many aspects. And I think that for me, and obviously for my family and for yourself, was a very proud moment, and one for the history books. And I always touch on I guess, success and what that means to different people. And, you know, regardless of whether, you know, I make the NRL or not, I still feel, you know, that moment in that time was success. And, yeah, it's a very proud moment of mine.
As it should be. And that's an award that was given across the state. It's not just for female officials, it's open to male, females across the whole of New South Wales. And for a female official to, you know, to come out as number one is a significant achievement in anyone's language. So beyond that, so 2019, and I know KL, as we call her, has great goals to get to the NRL, and quite rightly, in my personal opinion, good enough to get there. Battling the political minefield that is officiating to try and get there. Very similar to what we have in basketball in many respects. We know there's a political minefield from time to time for different people in our sport. The rugby league's no different. So KL's aiming to get to the NRL, and her next step is NRLW. And you finally get to NRLW. What was that like? Refereeing on some of those big grounds, and then finally getting through to grand final.
Yeah, it was cool. I think, you know, a lot of the girls that were playing were roughly around my age. Some were younger, but there was always a lot of hype in the media and things like that around NRLW. But for me, it was about, you know, giving my best to obviously the 26 players on the field, regardless whether they were male, female, or any other gender for that matter. But yeah, I always wanted to be a part of NRLW because you know, I obviously enjoy refereeing the women's game, and you know, it's something that, you know, you aspire to reach that goal, and see other like-minded athletes out on the field and being a part of that, and I mean a small part of that, is a pretty significant moment. And yeah, currently still enjoy being involved in that space and seeing that space develop. I was fortunate enough this year in the teaching department to co-assist coaching the New South Wales CHS girls rugby league team, and we took the girls up to Redcliffe, and now some of those girls have got like development contracts for NRLW, so helping coach them and assist them now to see them obviously succeed and start to become the next up and coming NRLW players is something very rewarding. And I think as a teacher, obviously you thrive off seeing people smile and want to achieve their goals, and yeah, playing a small part in that. And now obviously, you know, being able to officiate in that space is something that yeah, I appreciate mostly.
If I was to ask you what's the greatest, outside of your Referee of the Year award, and you think about all the different levels of rugby league, what's your greatest appointment you've got, or the greatest opportunity you've had?
Would have been last year's test match up in Brisbane. I refereed the Prime Minister's 13 match between Australia and PNG, and had the great pleasure of meeting Anthony Albanese. There was, I'm a fan, I don't know about you, but anyway. Yeah, Albo's good. No, it was good to obviously be involved and, you know, see the girls exchange their culture and why that game meant so much to them. I was fortunate enough to have my older brother there and my auntie and uncle and two cousins, and for context, they're not massive, not a massive sporting family. I think they've only ever watched the men's State of Origin on TV, so it's, you know, the first game they've watched of rugby league live. So to have them there was really significant, and yeah, just to be involved in, you know, the top game of your country at that time, at that point in time, was surreal. And like I said, to obviously meet the Prime Ministers is a rare occasion, and yeah, I was super grateful, and hopefully I can do it again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully you can. And that was a game on Suncorp Stadium, and televised live on Channel 9, Fox Sports. So a lot of coverage. You mentioned State of Origin. You were fortunate enough to do a State of Origin up in Sunshine Coast. I'll let Carolee talk about the experience, but I'll just talk about a little story in the lead up to it. So I'm driving over to a game of Oztag that my kids were playing in. It was I can't remember, it was a Monday night or a Tuesday night. And it was about the time when COVID was going on, that Anastasia Palaszczuk was closing the borders, opening the borders and all sorts of things. And I'm driving over to this footy ground where my kids were going to be playing, and I hear on the radio that Anastasia Palaszczuk was closing the borders from 1 a.m. that night. Cara Lee, and I know, knowing Cara Lee as I do, she wouldn't have been listening to Radio 2GB in Sydney. She was probably listening to Triple J or something like that. And I thought she wouldn't have heard that, so because it had only just broken. And Cara Lee was due to fly out the next day for her first State of Origin game. So I called her, said, "Have you heard this?" No. There was instant panic stations in the Nolan household. Elaine, Bernie, that's the parents, and Cara Lee started packing bags. I was on the phone over at the side of the road near my daughter's ground looking for any available airline seats to the Gold Coast or to Brisbane, either or. And we finally got the last seat on a Qantas flight to Brisbane. Her auntie, who lives on the Gold Coast, had to go up, drive up to Brisbane, pick her up, drive her all the way back down to the Gold Coast. All self-funded, by the way, to get up there in an emergency. There was flights booked by the NRL, but they were for the next day. No good, and no one from the NRL had done anything about it. It was just fortunate that I heard it on the radio, I guess. But you got up there. What was it like?
Hectic. Yeah, I remember obviously the COVID times. Anyway, I'll say it, I don't care. My two cousins in Queensland actually did my declaration to get me through the border. So we're near about Heathcote. Short of the airport, still hadn't had my declaration at the time. It come through about 5 minutes later, so it was too late. We're already on the way to the airport, so we're going to risk it for whatever it was worth, and hopefully the declaration came in time. So my two cousins were lifesavers in that period. Yeah, we booked the flight. I was the last flight out. There was masks everywhere. Everyone was freaking out. I don't even know what I packed in my bag. All I know is I had a bag that was very heavy for 2 nights. But yeah, obviously got up there. My auntie and uncle picked me up at midnight. Stayed at their house, and then the following night made my way up to Brisbane, and then went from Brisbane to the Sunshine Coast, and got to the Sunshine Coast thinking, yeah, Origin, how good, and it was pouring rain the whole time. So I'm not really a fan of officiating in the rain, but it was kind of well, just suck it up, let's go. Yeah, so officiated up there, and yeah, it was a surreal moment. I think Queensland ended up winning that game up there, and just the crowd was in and amongst it. It was a rare occasion for Origin to be up there. It was actually the first time they had it up there. So for me, you know, regardless of how much came out of my pocket, I was not missing that opportunity for love nor money. And it's something that, you know, obviously a testament to my love for rugby league and wanting to be a part of that. And yeah, just enjoyed the moment a lot. I think the following year I went on to referee the 19s Origin at Leichhardt. And at the time my school actually funded a bus of school kids up to the game. I knew they were going, but I thought they were going for the men's game after it. So the school kids come up to the game. They had a massive sign on the hill, and I remember at the end, because COVID was still rearing, I remember asking, could I go back out? Could I go back out to see the kids? And went back out, and there was 30, 40 of them on the hill, and just the smiles on their faces was surreal. So yeah, I guess obviously when we mesh the experience of State of Origin, it's more than just a game. It's just a surreal moment for everyone, and everyone that's involved in my life.
Yeah, it was a great night. I remember watching on TV with great pride to see you do that. Just wanted to talk about the resilient nature that you have, and thinking about your squad over the road here. Cara Lee's in the position where she's got a couple of sponsors. She has provided gear. She's sponsored by LSKD. She's sponsored by True Protein. She did have a part-time sponsorship with Nike for footwear. You turn up to training wearing some of this gear. and some of these lesser light males that you're competing with start giving you a bit of stick about your success in getting these sponsors. How did you deal with that?
Look, sometimes it obviously gets to you. I try not to obviously bite back or anything like that, because obviously, you know, you obviously stoop down to their level. Look, at the end of the day, it's, you know, people normally say stuff that's not polite or not positive if they're obviously jealous or envious of what you have. And yeah, like, you know, obviously offload to people around me, and you know, sometimes, you know, words do hurt, as anyone can experience. But for me, I probably more now turn that as around as a chance to, you know, promote the companies that I'm fortunate enough to be sponsored by, and even at school, just help be a good role model, be a good advocate in rugby league, and obviously as a teacher as well. So for me, yeah, I guess it's probably more now water over duck's back. It's probably taken a fair few years to get to that point where I just don't care, and nor do I care what anyone thinks or says. But yeah, now just, you know, super grateful, because at the end of the day, we all want to be successful in whatever it is we do, and for some other people, they're fortunate enough to have bigger and better sponsors, but for me, it's just about being grateful and utilising them as best I can, and obviously showcasing other females that there is a chance to be involved in sport and be sponsored and live up to, you know, the values of that company. So yeah, I guess I probably more turn it around as a positive now, and yeah, just keep rolling, and hopefully more sponsors come on board.
Let's hope so. So you had quite some success on the park. And I know you've had the down times as well. You know, as I said earlier about the roller coaster ride. So, and all that comes about the preparation, how you prepare for games. I know you're very diligent in, you know, in most of the time in, you know, your food and what you eat, and all, you know, what you drink. When you get to training, you know, you've got a fitness test. We have, you know, in basketball, and as all our active officials here now, and our former officials would know, we have fitness testing requirements and all the things that we do in pre-season clinics or action days, you know, depending on what people call them. But you get over there to league and you're running with all these guys, and you're doing 1.2k time trials and, you know, all the other things you do. What's your thoughts on their expectations that your outcomes are measured against the males, knowing what you do through your PDHPE expertise?
Yeah, look, I think obviously it's something that needs to be worked on in not just rugby league, in all sports. Obviously we can't compare bananas and apples because they're quite, you know, vastly different. Yeah, I do a fair bit of research and looking into obviously female athletes. I read a fair bit about the menstrual cycle and how that affects Olympians and all that kind of stuff. And for me, I think it's not necessarily the on-field performances. I'm all for them being, you know, equally measured across the board. But when it comes to physical ability, strength, and all that kind of training, we are vastly different. I mean, you know, next year you take the men's 100 metre sprint and you take the fastest female from the 100 metre sprint, she wouldn't even make, you know, she wouldn't even make the men's times. And it's not to say she's not an incredible athlete. It's just, that's the cycle. I mean, the physiological makeup of what we are. We are at 20% less VO2 max. We are better in strength and backing strength up. We're better in flexibility. Males are better at doing other things. It's not a matter of comparing, it's just a matter of acknowledging where we are strong in each counterpart, and obviously having measures that are in accordance to, you know, the female athletes, because, you know, what we don't want as a sport and obviously as a society is for girls to feel like they're not good enough and they can't compete with males, and realistically, nor should we have to. You know, we're not asking for a leg up or an easier pathway. We're just asking for the measures and the things that go along with the testing to be measured against other females. So for me, I'm happy to be measured against a Jillaroo player or the top basketball official or the top AFL umpire. That's fine, that doesn't bother me. But I think that's something that, I think we need to obviously acknowledge and start to look at, well, how it is we provide an inclusive environment and measures that are supportive of females. Because I know myself when, and it's like, most people, when you see something that's highlighted red, your brain automatically thinks it's bad. Like I could be running over there, I could be flying compared to someone else in another sport, but in that sport, that's how it is. I think in all sports we need to find ways in which we include science and understand how females' bodies work and perform, and hopefully in 10 years' time that we do have our own measures and our own performance indicators that we can achieve.
Very well said. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I've seen some of the outcomes, obviously from my rugby league days over the road here, and Cara Lee's running a 1.2k time trial against 40 guys, and she's never going to be as quick or as strong as those guys that she's running with. Physiology will tell you that. But this is where I get back to the point I was making earlier in the day. The administrators of the sport need to start opening their eyes up to this stuff. They can't look at, because Cara Lee's at the back of the pack and think that she's unfit. If there was a speed test or something, that she will blow most of them out of the water because of her hurdling background. Long distance is not her thing, but also long distance against the males is a difficult equation to make, because you never see in the Olympics the 100 metres, as the point Cara Lee was making, that the 100 metres men final and the 100 metres women final, two different races. You're not seeing them mixed. The champion women runner in the 100 metres women final is a supremely fit athlete, as is the male in the 100, but the leader of the winner of the women's is never going to beat the winner of the men's. You probably shouldn't say never, I guess, but most likely not. If you were to provide advice to a young lady, young girl who wants to get into officiating, what would you tell them about the benefits and the pitfalls and how they should be ready for it?
I just think, obviously the first thing I would say is make sure you get a strong support network around you. Officiating on its own, you're not popular, you're not well liked, you're in the media. If teams don't perform or things don't go a certain, perceived way, it's always the referee's fault. And I think, being able to understand that, what you do as an official is not necessarily something that's always acknowledged. We're often we're often forgotten for the role we partake, and setting up that platform for that game to succeed. And I think that's something that's important to acknowledge. Like, you go out there and you set up that game, whether you penalise or not, or whatever you choose to do, whether you choose to have an interaction with a captain or not. However you officiate that game, that's something that you've provided that platform for those players to succeed. So at the end of the day, if I wanted to go out there and blow 50 penalties, I'm probably going to get kicked in the backside the following week, but that's something you can control. And I think that's something that we really should be super proud of, because we're actually providing that platform for those players to look good, to perform and to succeed. So as a referee, I think that's something important to acknowledge. I think, obviously in the early days it's tough. And like I said, there's no smooth sailing, there's plenty of highs and plenty of lows, and I've dealt with that this year. I've been on a bit of a roller coaster myself, but at the end of the day, it's like anything in life, to succeed, hard work, persistence and dedication. They're the three things to obviously succeed, but at the end of the day, you need to obviously understand that sometimes things don't happen. Sometimes other people's opinions and power can take that away quite quickly. So it's important to understand that obviously in sport, things can go your way, things can't, but if you enjoy it and you genuinely do love it, then continue with it, persist with it. At the end of the day, like I said, success to me isn't measured on refereeing the top NRL, the top NBL game. Success is what you determine. And success to you might be to referee 5 years and then transition into a mentor, transition into something else. It's not defined by the pinnacle. It's defined on who you are as a person and what you deliver in that sport. And I think as young girls, obviously staying within the sport and taking up officiating, stick with it. Like I said, there's plenty of important moments, there's plenty of unreal moments, travelling, seeing the world, meeting new people. Like I said, I can't wait for sport to have so many females running around in all facets, whether it's CEO, whether down to, the bottom grassroots level referee. Let's keep pushing and, together as one, we can make the world a difference.
Very well said. Can I just say, just to wrap up, as I said at the start, I've known Cara Lee for a long time. I have no doubt at some stage, for those of you in the room, if there's any that follow footy or just follow, officiating more generally, you will see her around. I spend a lot of time on the phone to her, talking her into not quitting, because sometimes the pressure that comes with and I describe the male attitudes over the road here, and I don't mind being quoted on it, as the Neanderthals. They don't know how to deal with it. And, Carol is in a very tough spot over there. She deals with it remarkably well with the support network around her, but she's the one who's got to go out there and do the thing, and she does it well. And, and I'm really glad that she accepted our invitation to come and talk to all of us today and to share her experiences. So if you can join with me in thanking Cara Lee.
For me today. I think they're running away, they're not. So Steve already summed it up really nicely, and I just want to echo exactly what Cara Lee has said. I had the privilege of working with BNSW earlier this year and working with a lot of you, but I have seen firsthand just how passionate and Steve has been a mentor for Cara Lee and vice versa. There's many meetings we've been sitting in when I've been trying to pick Steve's brain about something in particular, and he's like, I've got to take this call. Cara Lee's there, I just need to chat, I know what's coming. So Cara Lee, Steve, a big congratulations on just how hard you've worked over the last couple of years, and particularly in you and leading your way in refereeing. And I think the theme of today is specifically legacy. We want to leave a legacy, leave a mark, and that's something that particularly us over there we're reflecting on into the theme of today as we get our next guest speaker up later on, as well as our panels, and then this afternoon you're stuck with me again, I apologise, Rachel and I, as we talk about resilience and wellbeing. So on behalf of us, we'd like to give you a very fabulous green whistle, because whenever you're ripping, you can think most of your green. Or you can come to basketball, it's up to you. Yeah.
I have been trying to talk her into coming to basketball, but she's knocked me back a few times, but I'll keep chipping away.
That's right, we'll see Steve on the other side of the court too. So we do have a couple of questions, and pardon me as I have horrible eyesight and move to this side of the room. Ladies, if you have your Slido up and you feel comfortable to put your questions up there, or if not, it's not school, don't raise your hands, but I thought I'd just moderate the questions if you're comfortable with it. So the first one we have is it's cute, sorry. You're an absolutely incredible inspiration to us all. Who would be your top 3 mentors that inspired your career?
I didn't ask that question.
Who said I was mentioning you?
I said no swearing.
That was him, not me. I think, I'm going to say parents, because they're going to sit on the top tier, mum and dad. I think obviously from day one, regardless of whatever I did, whether it was school, sport, my parents always encouraged me to give my best, and obviously just all round being a good person at the end of the day. There's always that saying, how you leave people feeling is a trademark of your logo, and that's your legacy. And the girls talked about legacy, and for me it's about being a good person and giving my best, and regardless of how far I go within the officiating space, you know, they're always proud of me in that sense. So my parents, Clarky's been there since I was 17, many highs and lows, and yeah, obviously a lifelong friendship that will obviously continue, unless you obviously stub your toe. But yeah, super grateful for all the work that you've done in the early part, and obviously in the last couple of years. And then the third mentor probably would be, like I said, my head teacher at the moment. She's external to the sport, but she's got a good head on her shoulders, and someone that you know, always brings out the best in me and in the workforce as well. So someone that I enjoy being around, you know, someone that I look up to. So yeah, she's been rock solid in the last couple of years, and yeah, I love her like a sister. So the three politely, not to discount, there's probably more than three, but probably the three most significant at the moment. Yeah.
Next one we have is what keeps your drive for officiating?
Yeah, this is motivation goes in and out. There was probably a period there, the back end of this season, where my motivation was low, and I took some time away from training and things like that. Not that anyone else knows, but I knew. Just to find myself and find my reason why. And you know, obviously you get through sessions and you go like, why am I here? Why am I putting myself through this? But obviously I have a desire to succeed, but I also have a desire to help the next generation coming through. And you know, I feel like it's not an ownership, but the onus is probably on me to help you know, pave the way for the next girls coming through and continue to challenge the standards and the applications within each sport. And you know, I was having a conversation the other day at work, and you know, I don't care whether, you know, what sport you officiate in. For me, it's like I said, it's about growing females in the room and getting more in. And you know, hopefully one day the next girl overtakes me and referees far more games than me, and then vice versa the whole way down the food chain. So yeah, I obviously use that as a strong motivational point to not let people down, because that's one of the things that I don't like to do. Yeah, I just, you know, feel like giving my best, and you know, obviously just staying true to myself as a human being, you know, whether people like me or not, but yeah, just staying true to myself, and you know, keep turning up. And you know, sometimes when I'm in that gym, I think of the boys across the road doing their sessions, and how I can beat them, because like I said, I grew up with two brothers, so I love the challenge of trying to rival up the boys and give them a bit of stick. So yeah.
How hard is it to get girls to start refereeing in such a male-dominated sport or rugby league, and how are you working on this?
Yeah, super hard. Like I said, I'm fortunate enough being a teacher at school, and the kids at school ask questions, and you know, I guess I'm probably a walking mannequin role model. They see me on TV 1 minute, and next thing you know, I'm teaching them up the front of the classroom. So I'm very, very lucky in that sense. And you know, I coach the girls at school. I coach the rugby league girls team. You know, I took them through to a few championships, and I built a fair bit of rapport with those girls. So I encourage them in their playing space, but yeah, I guess just try to share my story as much as I can, and give time to mentor younger girls. You know, there's no point of me sitting up here and not helping the next generation, because you're not doing anyone a service, and you know, you can't stand around parading around that you're helping people when, you know, realistically you're not. So for me, it's about, you know, getting down and, you know, whether it's checking in via text or ringing them. Yeah, I feel like it's just about putting yourself out there as a person and letting people know that you are human, you know, regardless of whether you're on TV, whether you're a school teacher. Like, I'm the biggest knock-around person ever, and like I'll give my whole heart to helping someone if they ask for help.
I'm going to put these two questions together. What is your pre-game routine, and are you superstitious?
Yes. Yes, very superstitious. Yes, I have lucky socks. I have lucky underwear. Sorry for the males in the room. Yeah, lucky underwear, lucky socks. lucky bra. I guess just when I've officiated in obviously that, yeah, now it's kind of like stuck with me and I'm like, oh, I refereed that in it, so I refereed really well. What else am I superstitious about? Sometimes my nan, I have a necklace, she passed 6 months to the day I was born, but I have a necklace that was hers. And some, like on significant games, I like to wear that. So something that's quite special. And then yeah, pre-game, like I said, like I like to be real, you know, energetic and just, you know, feel real comfortable. I don't really like hostile environments where people are dead serious. Like it's not my thing. I really struggle, hence why I struggle going into the library at school because I'm obviously quite loud. But yeah, I just obviously try to listen to music, have a bit of fun with that. And then, yeah, left sock, left shoe, right sock, right shoe. And then, yeah, actually I'm pretty superstitious, eh? And yeah, and then whatever happens in the games happens in the games, because obviously I can't control that. But yeah, I do, yeah, left sock, yeah. Well, that's pretty weird, but anyway, whatever.
I think, and I'm going to talk to the few girls that are in front of us that are part of our elite group, that there are some superstitions in front of us.
Yeah.
They'll keep me laughing, but I know they happen. What are you hoping your legacy will be in this sport?
I think it's, yeah, for me it's about being true to yourself. Like I said, there'll be plenty of people that'll have opinions, people that'll have perceptions, people that'll try and say things about you, whether they like you or not. Like I said, for me it's about encouraging young girls to be comfortable in their body and be comfortable in who they are on the field and off the field. You know, at the end of the day, you know, some of us are probably blessed with genetics and we will put it down to genetics. But yeah, just being comfortable in who you are as a person and allowing people to see that. You know, we're always conformed in, you know, sticking to the road rules, sticking to this. We've always got rules everywhere. Like, just at the end of the day, just be true to yourself, and hopefully I can encourage young girls to be comfortable in their career path and whatever that looks like, that they're proud of themselves.
And I might use this as the last question before we have a bit of a break. What's next in your officiating career?
It's $1 million question. Yeah, look, obviously have aspirations to touch judge in the men's NRL competition. Hopefully can obviously, you know, become an NRL referee within their squad and obviously have a full-time contract in that position. But for currently, I guess obviously next Monday, just rocking up and giving my best and continue to, you know, keep working on myself and, you know, my own strengths and weaknesses. And next year, I don't know what that will look like because, you know, it's obviously up in the air, we don't get told, but just giving my best regardless. And like I said, just, you know, if I give it a red hot crack, you know, if I walk away at the end of the year or whenever it is that I decide to finish up, at least I can say I've done it, you know, with a 100% effort and given it my best attitude. So yeah, that's what I hope for next year.
Well, we'll just have a bit of a break where people can get a little bit more food if you're interested, or jump to the bathroom before our next speaker. But just a final round of applause for and also might get people an opportunity to maybe mingle with yourself as well. We know that you have a busy day and hopefully you can stick around as much as you can before we introduce our next guest and go from there. So ladies, we'll have about a 5-minute break. If you want to run to the bathroom, get a drink, get some more food, please get more food.
I'm going to be totally rude and just interrupt everyone. We're just going to get a group photo with Caroline. Could I get all ladies or anyone who feels comfortable, I would say all, to come forward, Carly and Chloe?
Taxi.
This is the first time I've been tall. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna pass over. Okay, ladies, we will take a seat. Did anyone get no food? Okay. We'll invite you all to take a seat. Wherever you're comfortable, feel free to mingle, move around. Just a reminder, there are lots of food over to the right. And we have the lovely Celine running around taking photos. So before we start and we introduce our next special guest, Carly, are you still here? Oh, Sarah's got a question for you.
We missed the best question, but that's okay. She's not on board, is she? But we would like to know, how many kids do you humble playing dodgeball? Because I don't humble many. Do you leave marks on the kids with dodgeball swing? I like to think we've done the exact same. Massive thank you as well. She's been absolutely phenomenal this morning, so make sure you give her another round of applause for her.
She's been holding on to that question for like 10 minutes. Together we share one brain cell. Okay, so next we would like to introduce our second special guest, Chloe Dalton. Chloe Dalton is a professional rugby union player, a basketballer, an AFLW player, and currently playing for the GWS Giants. She represented Australia in Rugby Sevens and won a gold medal as a member of the women's team at the 2016 Summer Olympics. Chloe is also a qualified physiotherapist, the author of the book Girls Don't Play Sport, as well as the founder of the Female Athlete Project. It's a good time to get your phone out and give her a follow. A movement championing females in sport and sharing their stories. We'd like to welcome Steve and Chloe back up for our second panel.
Thanks, Caitlin. It gives me great pleasure to also be up here with Chloe. I first met Chloe, I obviously knew of Chloe because I'd heard about her in a very sporting pursuit. I was fortunate, I was just talking to Chloe a little while ago, we both got asked to speak at a Western Sydney Sportsman's Night, I think it was, in Maryland's RSL, which was quite interesting to say the least. Some other AFL, there were some AFL people there, Brendan Favola, who's next level weird. And we had a good night, and I got to meet Chloe that night. It was you know, it was really good. I felt, to be honest with you, and I'll say it again here, I felt quite out of my depth when I was sitting up on stage with Chloe, given what Chloe has achieved in her relatively young life compared to me, and what she's doing in the sporting arena. So if you could just join me in welcoming Chloe. So Chloe, as was just read out in her bio, Chloe Dalton OAM, Order of Australia Medal, outstanding. I could only dream of that. I think most of us in the room could only dream of that. So you played WNBL. Who for, how long for, and when?
Hello everyone, it's really nice to be here and thanks for that intro, Steve. Yeah, so I grew up playing basketball. I grew up in the Northern Beaches in Sydney, and so I was playing with the Flames when I was about 19 years old, so it was back in 2012, and I was at Sydney Uni at the time, so I was studying physiotherapy, and I moved out into a share house in Glebe with a couple of friends I made through basketball at uni games, and lived with Ellie Manu, who was also playing at the Flames at that point in time. And it was an interesting experience. I was there for 2 seasons with the Flames, and in that time probably got about 2 minutes of court time, I reckon. I spent a lot of time warming the bench, waving my towel around, giving out high fives and not contributing a lot else. But I think I actually was just, prior to this, I was just at a Sydney Uni event speaking on a panel about my experience at the uni. And I think the coolest thing that I took away from my time at the Flames was, because I was such a kid, I was 18, 19 years old, thinking I probably knew how everything worked at that age, but not understanding that I was learning so much from these really experienced players. And there was probably a mix of players. Some were super serious and had been playing for a really long period of time, and they kind of did everything in the most perfect way and kind of filled that box of being like the perfect elite athlete. And then there are a couple of others, probably more Ellie Manu's end of the spectrum, that worked really, really hard, but also kind of knew what they needed to do to perform as an athlete. And I think it was a cool experience for me as a young person entering into my professional sporting career to understand that not everyone has to fit in this very narrow box to be the very best at what they do. I think it's really cool over time, no matter what you're doing, to understand that you actually have to work out what it is that you're good at and what you actually enjoy doing so that you can thrive in that high performance environment.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and I like you know how you describe that, because you know it's working out what you're good at and how to be good at it and how to be your best at it is a real challenge for some people. So you're in WNBL, and then you decided to swap sports. Was that a moment where you thought, well, I want to be good at something else?
So I was 7 when I watched Kathy Freeman win gold at Sydney 2000, and that whole Olympics, my auntie was down. Mum and Dad were at the games doing some corporate stuff, but my auntie flew down to take me and my brothers to the Olympics, and so I had the full face paint on, dressed up, and we went to every possible event. We didn't get tickets for that night for Kathy, but we watched it from home on the TV, and I just was like mind blown as a little kid by her ability to just walk out onto that track and zip up that custom-made Nike bodysuit and pull her foot over her head and just run with the weight of the nation on her shoulders. And so I decided as a 7-year-old kid that I wanted to win my very own Olympic gold medal. And so I think the harsh reality when I got to the Flames, like the end goal was the Opals, and I'd idolise Penny Taylor and Lauren Jackson and Erin Phillips, these players that I'd watched as a teenager who were just absolutely killing it for the Opals, and I wanted to be like them. So then when I got to the Flames, and it was a bit of a reality check that I wasn't at that level, you know, like I wasn't even getting minutes at the level below the Opals, so I was a really long way off that dream. And it was kind of like a mix of having to be realistic, like, because I think in sport it's so often celebrated the longevity of people's career, and that's what I admired about so many of these athletes. But I think there's also a time sometimes when things aren't working, that it's okay to try something a little bit different or seek out something new. And so I went home one night after a Flames training where I just was shooting threes and just was not really hitting anything. I had a bad night of training, I wasn't enjoying it, and I typed into Google list of Olympic sports. And I had a look at a few different options. I was not bad at cross country or on a bicycle, but I hated swimming, so I crossed triathlon off the list. I looked at taekwondo, but I thought I was a bit late in life to start martial arts. And then I saw that rugby sevens was going to be in the Olympics in Rio in 2016 for the very first time. And I'd grown up in a rugby family, so my dad played rugby, both my brothers played rugby. And I would go down to my local footy field on a Saturday afternoon every weekend to watch my brothers. And I'd wait for the clock to count down to hit half time so I could take out a dodgy footy and find a cone to kick the ball over the posts from the sideline. And I actually wasn't half bad at kicking. And so I'd have these grown men come up to me and say, "You should play rugby." And I would turn to them as an 8, 9-year-old kid and I'd say, "Girls don't play rugby." And in fact they did. There were some incredible women who were representing our country at that point in time, but I never saw them because they were out on the back oval, without a change room, wearing oversized uniform that didn't even fit them, and I never read about them in the newspaper or saw them on TV or heard about them on the radio. And so to fast forward to when I was 20 years old in 2013, to do that Google search and see that rugby, women were going to be playing rugby at what I think is the pinnacle of sport at the Olympics in front of the world, to me just like blew my mind. And so I gave myself about 3 years to try and learn the game, to then get to the point of cracking the Australian team to get on the plane to head over to Rio.
So you've never played, you looked it up on Google, and then you, down the park kicking a few balls around, you got told by a couple of old guys that you'd be pretty good at it, and then you joined the club and started playing locally. And then 3 years later, you're representing Australia at the Olympics. Unbelievable. That deserves a round of applause, surely. So talk about the transition from playing club rugby locally in Sydney, I presume Sydney, to then getting to that point where you got selected for the Olympics. How did you feel when you got selected? And talk about that experience.
Yeah, so my first experience with club rugby was they took us down to the beach, down at Narrabeen Beach, and they taught us how to tackle on the sand because it's a nicer landing. It's a little bit softer when you don't really know what you're doing. And so when you learn how to tackle, a lot of the time they do it with kids and with people who haven't done it before. You just get down on one knee and you kind of practice the technique of wrapping someone's legs up and taking them to ground, and it's just quite a safe way to learn. So we did that on the beach, and then I got out in the backyard with both of my brothers, who were pretty big boys. They're probably around 6'3", 6'4", over 100 kilos each at that point in time. I found every piece of protective equipment I could find, put a headgear, shoulder pads, mouth guard on, and I got down on a knee and I just literally said to them, "Run at me." And they did over and over again. I could barely move my neck for about a week, but I learned the right technique of how to tackle, which is obviously, as you would know, a very, very important part of the game. And I kind of thought if I could tackle these boys, there won't be too many women on the World Series that I wouldn't be able to tackle. And I started playing with that club, and I actually started playing 15-a-side rugby just to kind of learn the fundamentals of the game. So for people that haven't watched rugby sevens before, it's a horrible game to play because it's on a full-size field but with half the people. The halves last for 7 minutes, which seems really fast when you're watching, but when you're out there, it's exhausting. The training is incredibly intense because it's all about kind of that lactate threshold where you feel like you're constantly on the verge of wanting to vomit. So it's a really fun game to play if anyone's interested. And so I kind of played a season of 15s, and I knew that I wanted to get into the sevens pathway, and I was able to make the New South Wales team after I'd been playing the game for a few months and trained really hard with that team, and actually was selected to go to Nationals. It was in Canberra, I think it would have been in 2013. And I remember at Nationals, I was playing for New South Wales, and a couple of the very best players in Australia and also in the world, in Charlotte Caslick and Emily Cherry, were both playing for Queensland. And they put me, my coach put me out on the wing because you can kind of hide a little bit out there if you don't really know what you're doing. I was still learning. And these girls, Charlotte Caslick and Emily Cherry, just ran absolute circles around me. And I just remember this long drive home from Canberra with Dad in the car. And I just was kind of like, maybe that was a ridiculous idea, throwing that basketball dream away. Like, what am I doing here? And I got home, and a day or two later, I actually got a call from the head coach of the Australian team, who'd obviously seen something in me, seen some potential in me, and he actually invited me to come to one of the training camps where the development squad for Australia were going to play against Japan. And so I went down to that training camp, and we played a series against Japan, and not too long after that I was actually invited to train full-time with the main Australian squad. And it was an incredible opportunity because it was my first time to actually be a proper full-time athlete. And so through funding through the Australian Olympic Committee and the AIS, it was actually a full-time program since Rugby Australia knew that it was going to become an Olympic sport. And so it was just this incredible shift. I was still studying physio at the time at the uni, but the idea of being able to wake up and everything that you did was all about putting your energy into being the best athlete and the best performer you could be was so different to the experience that I had when I was at the Flames, where I was working in the gym doing the 5 a.m. shift multiple days a week before I'd go to training and then go to bed and wake up at 6 in the morning to go fall asleep in my university lecture, because that was and still is unfortunately the reality of many part-time female athletes. So to be in a full-time environment in the national program's a huge step in the right direction.
So then you get picked for Australia, and you're going to the Olympics. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I'm a referee. I've got a memory like a steel trap. So you go to Rio. That must have been an absolute buzz. When you think about in the content, I was just listening to you talk about when you watched Kathy Freeman, in the year 2000, and now you all of a sudden got that uniform on.
Yeah, the day I found out that I was selected in the team was the coolest thing ever. You get this oversized boarding pass printed out from Qantas that is kind of your ticket. It doesn't work. I wanted to try scan it to get on the plane, but it's kind of like a novelty check that doesn't really work. But that was a really special day to be announced to the team, to get my official Australian Olympic team blazer, and just to kind of have that moment of like, it's one step closer to that dream. And getting on the plane, heading over to the Olympic Village was a really interesting experience. There was a lot of discussion in the media at the time around the standards in the village. There was kind of rumours around a lot of the contractors hadn't been paid, and they were like pouring things down the plumbing, like down the pipes, and it was just going to be horrendous by the time we got there. So the village wasn't ready by the time we flew in, so we actually went down for a training camp down the coast and kind of had a week to prepare. And we were kind of we just created this bubble. The coach put a lot of emphasis on this pressure that we had from the outside world. We wanted to make sure that we kept that bubble. We were world champions that season, so we won the World Series in the 2015-2016 series. So we actually went in to the games as favourites for the Olympic gold medal, and Australia hadn't won a gold medal in team sports since 2004 in the men's hockey and 2000 in the women's water polo. And so for us, we felt that pressure. We also made a real decision to embrace it, because for us, we wanted to go. We were really united in this idea of all going. We were going to the Olympics to win a gold medal and nothing else. We didn't want to go and maybe win a silver or bronze. We wanted to go and win that gold medal. And so we then got back into the village to prepare for the games, and we actually were on day one of competition. So we didn't get to go to the opening ceremony, which is a little bit disappointing, because that was another thing that you watch as a kid, and the opening ceremony, everyone walking out in their countries was something that was really cool. But it was a performance decision that you're on your feet for 4 or 5 hours, and we were playing the next day. And going through our pool games, we won the first 2 games, and then we drew with the USA into our quarterfinal. We won our quarterfinal, won our semi-final, and there was this moment, and there's actually a photo of it which is so cool, and it's me and 2 of my teammates like hugging and also like looking at each other being like, no matter what happens now, we're coming home with a medal. And we were into that gold medal match against New Zealand, who are our biggest rivals in rugby, and I played every minute of the game, but I don't remember a single second of it because the adrenaline was so overwhelming. But when the final siren sounded, we won 24-17, and I will never ever forget the moment of, every time I tell it, I always get emotional on this, no matter how many times I tell the story. I stood arm in arm with my teammates, and in the stands, all my favourite people in the world, there was, There was mum and dad, my brothers, my auntie and uncle, my cousins, some of my closest friends had travelled across, and they lifted us up into the stands. My brothers had about 1,000 beers by that point in time. And it was just so cool to be able to celebrate that moment, not only with my teammates, but with these people who had supported me throughout my entire journey. And there's this really cool photo of when I was 11 years old at cross-country championships in Canberra, and it's the exact same people who were there 13 years later at Rio in 2016 who travelled across. And I think for me it was just, I think, a cool moment to be able to say thank you to them for actually believing in me and backing me in for this crazy idea that I had of thinking that I could win a gold medal in a sport that I'd never played before. But also recognising that what you do and the way that you guys all contribute is about so much more than actually just stepping out onto the court or stepping out onto the field. There's actually so many people that ride that journey as well, and sport's a powerful thing because it can bring people heartache and it can also bring people a lot of joy, and it was really special to have that moment of joy with them.
It's an unbelievable story, and I've heard this before, and it's really powerful. I just want to go back a touch. So you're driving home from Canberra that day, and Charlotte Caslick has run around you. And for those that don't know, Charlotte Caslick is probably, if she's not the best female rugby sevens player in Australia, she's on the podium. She's a bloody good player, if I can use that term. So she's run rings around you, and you're feeling like, well, I'm not very good. What am I doing? And it wasn't that long later, you're playing with her at the Olympics, win a gold medal in Rio, and your family in the grandstand. The feeling of, that must have given you when you think not long before you thought, well, I'm not that good at this. It must be. It's inspirational to others. It must have given you such tremendous self-satisfaction.
Yeah, it was a really interesting journey, I think, because kind of throughout high school and as I was playing with the Flames, I started to realise that I actually, and it's probably only reflecting now when I did it, that I actually had so much anxiety when I was playing basketball. And I think part of it was like, if you think about the size of the ball and the size of the hoop, there's not that much room for error, right? So you've got to be on the money all the time. Then I went to rugby, and if you throw a pass that maybe floats a metre further from where you intended it to go, your teammate can still run into that ball. And I actually found it really liberating in a sense, but I don't think I realised the level of anxiety that I actually had when I was playing basketball. I remember just rocking up to Flames training, and we'd do this drill with Karen Dalton where it's pretty, you have to make 20 layups on your right, and 20 on your left, and 20 power layups on the right, and then it was 20 shots in a row from the block on either side. And the level of anxiety and fear that I would have in these drills meant that I didn't ever really feel like I could thrive as an athlete in those environments. And it's over time and working with sports sites and things like that I've started to, I'm in a position that I actually enjoy what I do and I love my sport. But I think I've kind of learned from those moments of it's not worth being in a state of such anxiety when you're doing something like that, and it's trying to work out what are the strategies that I can implement. And so it's like when I have people running circles around me, it's kind of like I actually have to give myself some grace and actually be kind to myself that I'm brand new in this sport and I'm competing against, at the time, she was named the best player in the world. And so there's a level of kindness that you have to give yourself in those situations when you might be new or you might be a little bit out of your depth, rather than just getting into yourself about how many things you could have done better. It's actually you know what, I'm actually here to learn and here to get better, and I know I have a vision of where I want to be, but it's actually okay that I'm not there yet.
Yeah, it's a good point. It is okay to not be there. It's about, it's, as we had with Cara Lee, it's about the resilience of being able to keep pushing through and be the best you can be. It's interesting when you talk about the margins for error with the basketball in the hoop and then throwing the ball in rugby. Is that what took you to AFL? Because you can kick that damn thing anywhere and hope that someone catches it. So when you finish, you come back from the Olympics. then how long was it after that before you decided to make another sporting career change?
So came back from Rio, and it was, I think coming back was very much an anticlimax in a way. I think for us, nothing will ever take away the fact that we have an Olympic gold medal, and sometimes I look at it, I should have brought it today, but sometimes I look at it and it's crazy to think that I have my very own gold medal to hold, that I get to have one just like Kathy Freeman has one, you know, like it's pretty crazy. But I think like it's, now I just got, can you ask me that again? Because now my brain's just gone to answer it.
Look, it's okay. You've had a big day. You've already spoken to the union this morning. No, so what you get back from Rio, and then you come to, you know, we all know Chloe's gone to AFLW, which to me, when I first heard about this, I went, that is such a difference. You know, going basketball, rugby, AFLW. Why?
Okay, back on track. I watched AFLW on TV in the first couple of seasons, and I loved this idea. They did a really good job, I thought, the AFL, in this storytelling piece about, there were so many women for so long who'd been playing footy but had never been allowed to play at the top level. And so there were these incredible pioneers that had pushed for years and years for women to be given an opportunity. And there were now this next generation of young women who actually had the chance to do it. And so I loved what the sport stood for and what the league stood for. And then I also thought, I had no idea, I didn't even know the rules of the game. Because I grew up in Sydney, it's not huge in Sydney, right?
Neither do the umpires.
So I thought if I put rugby and basketball skills together, then maybe I could make an okay footy player. And so I got flown down by Carlton to come and have a kick of the footy. Got picked up by the fancy list manager in his limousine, like I think it was part of the process of like trying to impress you with all the big shiny things. Taken to the club, had a kick of the footy, and they said, we definitely think you've got potential. We've watched some of your rugby sevens footage. Move down to Melbourne, come and find a job, and if everything goes well, then we'll draft you as an alternative sport rookie. And yeah, so I did. I found a physio job down there, moved down there, kind of moved my whole life, and then I'd been there for about 2 weeks, and I opened the newspaper one day, and the list manager, the guy who picked me up in the fancy limo, had actually quit the club, and I was like, oh, I've just moved my whole life here, and now I have absolutely no guarantee of even getting an opportunity. But luckily the club knew that I was on the radar, and they stayed true to their word. And in 2019, I played my first season of AFLW after playing a season of VFLW, so 1 tier down, and ran around like a bit of a headless chook, I reckon, for a number of games while I was still learning this brand new game. But I think what the difference with AFLW compared to when I learned rugby was, rugby I knew the game, I'd watched it for years and years as a kid, so I had this inherent understanding of the strategy involved, but I just had to learn the physical skills. Whereas when I learned AFLW, I had to learn the rules and how to handball, which is the weirdest thing to do, but no one could really tell me like the strategy of the game. I'd kind of be like, I feel like I'm in the wrong spot, but I don't really know where I should be. And they'd be like, you just got to read it, you just got to get a feel for it. And I'm like, I can't feel anything. I don't even know how this game works. So it was I think a good lesson in, there was a real sense of liberation that came with doing something completely new again, because we kind of came back from Rio and we continued to perform, but there was a huge amount of pressure on us. And so for me it was scary again, putting myself in this environment where I could absolutely suck at it and never make anything of it. But I think when I've made these decisions to change and do something new, I've always wanted to be really teachable and find the person who was the very best at what they did and just ask them questions. And I think it's really cool to be able to put your hand up and be okay with not being the best at everything, and taking the opportunity to learn from people who are the best at what they do.
Absolutely. So you listed for Carlton.
Yeah.
Played how many seasons at Carlton? 2 seasons. Was your experience when you going back to the Charlotte Caslick moment, when you were questioning what you were doing, what you learn out of that experience help you through those early days in AFL to make you, the player that you became?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think I always had this feeling, particularly when I played AFLW, because when I started playing, and the commentators would always be like, the cross-coder, the rugby sevens player, like, that was always attached to my identity, and so I felt like this unspoken thing of trying to mostly prove to my teammates that I could crack it in that sport, and I could actually become a footy player for the sake of being a footy player. I was never going to be to the level of some of my teammates who grew up playing the sport and can kick off right and left foot and do things just really inherently. But I wanted to prove to them, I guess, that I could play footy and be respected just for footy, not for my career prior to that. But yeah, I do think moments like the Charlotte Caslick moment have definitely reminded me of that, the need for patience in those scenarios, because I kind of back myself in to do these things because I know that I'm so stubborn. Like, I hate not being good at things, so I know how stubborn I am. But I think so many of us just like want things to happen quickly all the time, right? Like, we want a quick fix, we want something to be, we want to be better on demand kind of thing. But I think it's always a good lesson in patience and knowing that if you continue to persevere with it, that in time will come.
Absolutely, and it's a good lesson for, I think, for all athletes, both male and female, but obviously in the case what we're talking about here with our female officials. So you finished at Carlton, headed back up out of Mexico, up north of the border, back into Sydney, and you're now with GWS. How's that experience been? And what was your season like this year? I know the answer to that question, but I just thought I'd ask you anyway.
I was really hoping you weren't going to ask that one. It's been a really interesting change for me. I've absolutely loved being home in Sydney, and I feel like in terms of off the field stuff, I just feel like it's a really nice season of life. My older brother just had a little girl. I've got an 18-month-old niece, and she's just the best thing ever. Like, I don't know, there's nothing like, I love being an auntie because I can hang out with her and then give her away when she's having a tantrum. But just like being back home has been really fulfilling and probably reminded me that, like, again, sport is important and it can drive you and you get a lot out of it, but I think the off-field, off-the-court kind of stuff like that's so important to actually give you fulfillment and purpose. But yeah, it's been an interesting experience footy-wise because, as I said earlier, footy's not huge in Sydney, and I think it's been really cool to have the addition of the Sydney Swans into the competition now, and they've got a pretty decent supporter base that they can quite naturally build off, whereas the Giants have been around for a lot less time and it's still a work in progress to crack into the western suburbs. Western Sydney's traditionally pretty rugby league heavy rather than footy, so it's been an experience. When I was at Carlton, there was a huge membership base, and as they are in Melbourne and some of those other states, just absolute fanatics about footy. So to come to Sydney is definitely a change. We won 2 out of 10 games this season, so let's skip over that and go to the next topic.
Happy to do that. You're a tremendous advocate for females in sport and founder of the Female Athlete Project. So what made you start that, and where do you envisage it heading?
Yeah, so when I was at Rugby Sevens back in 2017, I was asked to be an ambassador for Our Watch, which is an organisation that does a lot of work in the gender equity, in the prevention of domestic violence. And when they first approached me, I didn't know if I was the right person for the role because I didn't feel like I was equipped with the right information for an issue that is hugely prevalent and really a scary thing in our society, and particularly at the moment. And they said to me, just come and do the training course, then you can see how you feel, you can make a decision, and then we'll go from there. So I said, yep, sounds good. And when they took me through this training day, there were just a couple of really key takeaways that just, I think, really stood out to me, and I felt like that day kind of changed the course of what I was going to do next. And they talked about, with domestic violence, the underlying driver being this power imbalance that exists and this gender imbalance that exists, and that women are seen as lesser than. But they also talked about the power of sport, particularly in Australian culture, in being able to shape people's attitudes, being able to start conversations, and particularly what they wanted my role to be is actually to use my platform, to use the vehicle of sport to change the way that women are perceived more broadly in society. And so I kind of from there had this real passion about the gender equity space, and I wanted to do more about it, but I didn't really know how to address it. And it was during one of the COVID lockdowns in 2020 that I started a podcast from my family home in mum and dad's garage, and my brothers just really encouraged me to do it. My older brother's in sports marketing and my younger brother's a videographer, so I kind of had a natural team around me that just encouraged me to do it. And from there, we've grown it, particularly in the social media space, and all we want to do is highlight the stories of incredible female athletes, females who are in administration, who officiate, who are breaking down barriers in all aspects of the game, because I think the more that we can highlight that, the more that people can understand that women do deserve to belong in these spaces, and it's not just, sport isn't just a safe space for the men, and that we can actually create a huge amount of change through that.
I personally follow it. I see a lot of the information that comes out on it. So if you don't follow it, please take the time to go and do that. Then we get so far we've got Chloe Dalton, WNBL, OAM, Sevens Rugby, gold medalist Olympics, WAFL, Carlton, GWS, founder of the Athlete Project, Female Athlete Project, and now what's left? Author. There's a book Chloe's written and recently released. We've got boxes of them up there. Everyone here will get one. Chloe's kindly agreed to sign them for you. How long did it take you to do this? I know if I was, Jeff Tripp knows my IT skills. It'd take me about 5 years to write that.
I think because I put it off for quite some time, I had to cram about 50,000 words into 3 months, which was a horrible experience. Lots of athletes when they write books get like a ghostwriter, like they get a journalist and they sit down and they do these really long interviews, and then the journalist can write the book for them and pretend that it's in their voice. And so I kind of wish that I did that, but for some ridiculous reason I said I'd write it myself. It was a really challenging task, but I think part of it was also really cathartic in a way, because I reflected on a lot of stories throughout my career as a female athlete around some of the barriers that I had faced, some of the things that had been said to me, whether it was by a male coach or by a doctor, around just me being a female in sport. And what I really wanted to do with the book is give kind of like an inside look for so many people who see the end product of whether it's women's sport on the TV, who don't actually know the backstory of all of the barriers that female athletes and women in sport more broadly have to face to get anywhere in their career. And so I wanted to share some of my own personal stories. I asked a couple of other athletes to contribute their own stories to the book. And then I did a huge amount of research, because I'm sitting here arguing the case for women's sport about why it's important, why brands should be investing in it, why the crowd numbers, the potential for crowd numbers, why they reflect the demand for women's sport. But I wanted to make sure that it was really evidence-based, so it wasn't just me sitting there saying this is my opinion and this is why it should happen. There's actually data that supports what I'm saying here. So it was an experience, and it was hard work, but seeing the finished product is pretty crazy that, to even hear you say that I'm an author, I don't really feel like one, but apparently I am.
Apparently you are, and you are. Look, I got to say, when this book came out, Girls Don't Play Sport, with the word "don't" with a big red line through it, I went and bought it pretty quickly, and I've read it, and it's a great read, and I really recommend it to everybody here. So, just on behalf of everyone, Chloe, thank you very much for coming today to share your vast array of experiences in sport, and female sport, and there is no doubt you're highly successful, you're very good at what you do, and can I say congratulations, and if you could all join with me in congratulating Chloe. If you're okay, we've got this fancy thing called Slido. Everyone's, hopefully there's people been asking questions on it, and Sarah up the back there's going to relay those questions to you.
Yeah, great. Right, so we've got here, what moment inspired the Female Athlete Project? It is a game-changing account / podcast championing women in sport. How did that come about?
Yeah, so I think the Our Watch story was probably a big part of it, but I think like it was kind of funny, like I touched on this idea of like wanting to do something, and I think like so many female athletes all the time are told that when they want to like build their profile or whatever, like you got to be more active on social media and you got to do all of these things, and I kind of wasn't really that person. I don't love posting a lot about my life on social media. It's just not something that's very natural to me. But when I kind of had this idea of the importance of sharing other athletes' stories, that was something to me that felt like I had the capacity to do that. That felt like something that was really natural for me. And with the podcast space, I think when you watch sport, if you don't really feel that connected to people who you're watching, you don't feel as invested to kind of cheer them on as you would that someone you know their personal story and what they've been through. I think it's really powerful when you hear someone's story and you might then see them out there. You know the injuries that they've had, what their childhood was like, the hardships they've been through. You feel way more connected. And so I think that's why the storytelling element of it is so powerful, because I want people to hear the stories of these athletes who have achieved incredible things and I believe deserve to be household names, but haven't been that because they haven't received the media coverage. And so we wanted to try and kind of fill that gap. And in terms of the growth on social media, we started just posting podcast content. And then we trialled a few things around like a weekly wrap of like what's happened this week in women's sport. Like Jess Fox won another championship in paddling and so-and-so achieved this and broke a record and whatever. And we started to get really good engagement on it. And again, we realised that so many people are consuming news and information now through social media. But a few years ago, this was in 2020 when we started, hardly anyone was covering women's sport consistently, so that you could go to one place and find news and information about women's sport. So that's kind of the hole that we wanted to address there.
That's awesome, thank you. Another really good one that I've just seen here is Chloe, you're a triple threat. We are all in awe. Thank you for sharing your story. What would basketball learn from the other sports you've played?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think the recent collective bargaining agreement that the AFL has done has been a really massive step in the right direction. I think what's been quite cool, there's been a couple of sports that have kind of led the way in terms of cricket, and Rugby Australia have kind of been at the forefront in terms of their agreements and minimum salaries and things like that, and AFLW is kind of following along behind, as is NRLW, kind of building momentum in those areas. But I think one of the best areas of progression that I've seen in these new collective bargaining agreements is more the off-field athlete wellbeing component. So a really big one is the pregnancy policy that's now in place for if an athlete is pregnant, gives birth, their contract, their spot in the team is actually protected, and then they've got 12 months after they give birth to be able to recover and then come back and continue playing. Whereas previously, there was actually nothing in place to even protect athletes that might have had a baby. And I think it's just a really big topic, right? Because a lot of the time your most successful years and your most competitive years as an athlete can often be your most fertile years. So it's a really important thing, I think, that sports can get right to make sure that they're looking after the females in that space too.
Throughout your time as an elite player, what does it mean to you to have different friends across the world with a shared passion?
Yeah, that's been absolutely one of my favourite things about sport. I just love this idea that you can build such great relationships from it, and particularly rugby sevens, the fact that we got to travel around the world doing that, and it was always the Irish team we had the best time with in the pub, probably because they love drinking beer as much as we do, and they've always got a good sense of humour, the Irish. But I think it's just a really cool thing, and again, one of my favourite things about sport is that you're all striving to achieve that podium finish, the medal, whatever it is, but at the end of the day, like when your career is said and done, you want to be remembered, to me, you want to be remembered as that person that always stay true to your values in the way that you perform, and then true to your values in the way that you interact with other people. And I think I know there's athletes that I've come across that have that real sense of white line fever, and I totally respect that, but I think to me it's always got to be within what your values are that are important, and not crossing that line that at the end of the day you're still going to feel like you played and competed as your true self.
Right, there's a few more here, but we'll leave it on a controversial one.
I'm nervous.
If you were given a chance to choose your sport career, what would you choose between basketball, AFL and rugby? Which was your favourite?
Oh.
Remember, we're all basketball people.
Basketball. You know what? Let's say I would suck at basketball now. I'd be so rusty. I feel like it's one of those sports like you just have to keep your skills up so much. I'd be so rusty. But I'd love to kind of try basketball again. Like I wish I could kind of restart with the mental skills that I have now. You know, like I would love to try basketball again without being this really anxious teenager and see how I went and taking all this pressure off myself. So I think for those of you who might be starting out in your officiating careers in your early days, just be kind to yourself is probably my advice.
Well, we might see you out on the court together there.
Well, see you there.
Thank you very much for your time, and if you'd like to just give her another round of applause.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Chloe. Caitlin, over to you.
I was very comfortable just sitting there listening.
We will have another short break before we start moving into our panels. So our panel members, if you would like to start getting ready as well. And just again, another opportunity to mingle with Chloe. If you want to get your book signed, there's actually permanent markers already on the tables. And maybe if Chloe is willing and able and has a bit of a moment, she will maybe wait up here, and then we'll move into our panels, which kind of celebrate women who are in our code and go from there. So, mingle away.
everyone. This is a quick public service announcement to say there's more food. So if you would like, Jan's found it, she rates it out of a 10. Not very good. So please, more food, and we will call up our special guest next. move into the second portion of the day. And we're really excited, and I'll hand over to some other members in our leadership panel in a moment's time, and working through hearing some lovely stories. But keeping in true fashion, Chloe, Zara's got a question for you.
Chloe, I'm quite a bit of a, I don't know what you would call it, not a loose unit, but a bit of a fun person. So I'm going to ask you a bit of an interesting question. If you went back in your basketball career, if you were to verse the Harlem Globetrotters, what would be your signature move? I love that. Do we have a trampoline? Nah, honestly, thank you so much. That is absolutely incredible. And I think we've all been touched by both our guest speakers today. It's been a fantastic experience, so thank you again, Chloe.
I'm going to hand over to Sarah.
It is now time for our first panel. It's all about pathways for officials in basketball. We have some very experienced and talented women here with us today who are keen to share their stories. From the beginning of their national pathway to returnees, NBL 1 to Speedway 3-on-3, and even an ex-WNBL player. These women have risen up and become leaders in their craft. I'd like to call upon our hosts, Molly and Caitlin, to introduce our first panel. Thank you.
Alrighty. So for our first panel, can I please invite Rhiannon, Riley, Crystal, Michelle, and Dana. So to kickstart, it's a quick little kind of like speed date, 2 short questions. So can all of you each tell us how long you've each been refereeing?
I will. Great. So I have been officiating for almost 25 years.
Thank you. 9 years? Since I was 11.
I've been officiating since I was 12, so probably about 30 years, but I went down, I'll tell you a bit later, but I went down the playing pathway system first, but we'll go a little bit more about that too.
We can leave the mic there, I can yell, like I'm pretty used to being loud. Because we'll go back. In one sentence, what would you consider to be the highlight of your refereeing career, whether it's a tournament, a weekend? Let us know.
Yeah, I think for me there's a number of highlights, but the one that really stands out for me was officiating my first WNBL game in 2017 in front of the Canberra Capitals fans. Obviously I played for the Capitals for about 4 or 5 years, so that was very overwhelming, but also to top that off I got to referee that game with my husband.
The highlight of my career, my husband would probably say him, because I married a referee. It's not. He's not here yet. In regards to basketball, refereeing-wise, it would probably be medaling twice at 18s. In regards to basketball now in general, it would be the physiotherapist for the men's and women's World Cup with referees.
For me, it would probably be medaling this year at Under-14s Nationals, as well as just meeting all of the great people that you get to meet along the way.
Like the others have said, there's a lot of highlights, and most of it is around people and the friendships and travel. But probably the aha moment where I finally went, hey, I might be
half decent at this was when I got the invitation to attend the fever clinic for 5-on-5, and that for me was like solidified that I was doing the right thing, I was giving up my life and going in the right direction.
So for me, I'm going to go with my most recent, being selected to officiate one of our Embryone Women's quarterfinals this year, and then going on to critique the Waratah Women's with some friends and some people that I have helped bring through the program.
Wonderful. So to kickstart our panel, Marie, you're up first. We understand everyone has a unique pathway through refereeing. How did you find your experience through the Basketball New South Wales pathway, and how it got you to your current position that you're in now?
Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, I grew up in Bathurst in the Central West, so very rural kind of environment. We didn't have a lot of referees. We didn't have a lot of referee instructors, so I spent a lot of parents to and from Sydney so that I could do games. I was also a junior rep player, not a very good one. So I spent a lot of time travelling, which was quite difficult. I missed a lot of school to go to tournaments and get to Sydney for things like state champs and state cups and courses and those sorts of things. But I also found that I joined at a really good time in officiating for females, because a lot of the female officials that had come before me had sort of broken that glass ceiling. And so I joined at a time where we were really pushing females in officiating, and I felt quite well supported in the BNSW system. So I got given a lot of opportunities, being from the country, being female and so on. Basketball New South Wales has always been a great champion of mine, so I'm really appreciative for that. I'll talk a little bit later when I do my own workshop, but getting to outside of BNSW, once you get to that higher level, is a completely different experience. So maybe not as positive overall, but from a BNSW perspective, I found very, very supportive.
That's really good to hear. It's alright, I can be really loud. So with that journey, can you please share a little bit, knowing that you are going to do a workshop with us all this afternoon, can you share a little bit about your experience at the 3-on-3 and 5-on-5 FIBA Cup and all clinics?
Yeah, so FIBA 5-on-5, I got my license 2013. Didn't get a lot of opportunities for tournaments at that time, unfortunately. I went to a few international tournaments that didn't really compete. I struggled at that level to probably referee European basketball, which is quite different to our basketball here. Had a lot of things going on in my personal life. I went through a divorce. I had heart surgery in February of 2015, which really affected my abilities to have to drop out of WNBL for a year. I dropped out of Waratah League, etc. So that was quite challenging. I actually stepped away from basketball for a while to sort all of that stuff out. And then I stepped back in, tried to make a bit of a comeback. Couldn't quite compete at that 5-on-5 level again where I wanted to be. But got tapped on the shoulder and asked to do 3x3 and give that a go, which was an Olympic sport for the first time at the last Olympics. And so I was lucky enough that I got given that opportunity, and I got to go to the FIBA, got invited to the FIBA 3x3 clinic. And that's been amazing. I think I was thinking about it this morning on the way here. I think I've been to 18 different countries since getting my 3x3 license, just for 3x3, in the last 3 or 4 years. And that's with COVID taking us out as well. So lots of opportunities there, lots of amazing places that we would never otherwise probably gone to. Made a lot of friends across the world again. So a lot of really cool games. The World Cup was in Hungary this year. I dragged my mum and my baby with me because I wasn't leaving him for 2 weeks on his own without me. So I was lucky my mum got to come and help look after him. Again, we did a bit of travel and got to see some amazing places. And I was fortunate enough to do the women's grand final at the World Cup.
Thank you so much, very inspiring. Next up, Riley. For those that don't know, Riley and I have grown up together. We started basketball together, we played together, started repping together. We've gone to a lot of tournaments together, so she's one of my support people. I'll put that out there. So, with that said, who would you consider to be the main mentor that has inspired you to be the referee you are today, and why?
This is a really hard question because I feel like it's not just one person who shapes your journey, it's a whole lot of people put together. But I've sort of narrowed it down to 3 main people who I think. The first would be Jack Taylor. Some of you guys may know Jack, he's now officiating on the NBL, but he was referee coordinator when we were going through our ranks as juniors for SJL. So he worked with us quite a lot, pushing us to keep going further. The second person that I would say would be Courtney. Again, she took over from Jack after Jack left the SJL system, and then she came in to do rostering and coordinating and everything like that. So she again came in as a big support person, kept pushing me and saying that we could go further. And then the third would be you. You're like a sister to me, and you've been there every step of the way. We've been through everything together, and may not always have been as a mentor figure, but you've been there as a sister, you've been there as a best friend, a shoulder to cry on. So yeah, I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for me too.
Sorry. Alright, no, I'm good.
Alright, so you attended the Under-14s National Championships twice, which is what we consider like the New South Wales commencement of the national pathway. Can you describe your experience the second time around in comparison to the first?
So going this year, after being through a lot of personal struggles leading up to, I wasn't feeling confident. I was at the stage where I was probably going to pull out and not go at all. But I pushed through, and I told myself that this is something that I need to do to go and prove to myself that I can still do it. I've still got it. Last year, there was a lot of nerves, but I guess, felt a little bit more maybe comfortable than what I should have been to IB. I've emerged beforehand, and then having home state advantage, I guess you could say that, being in Sydney last year. But there was one game last year that defined my whole tournament experience, I guess, where I didn't do as well as what I would have liked. So I think that was quite a humbling moment as well. Taught me a lot of lessons, made me more resilient and prepared to go back this year. So this year I just didn't really set myself any expectations. I just wanted to go in, do the best that I could, and came away from that with a bronze program. So yeah, I was very, very happy with how I did. Yeah.
All right, Crystal, you're up next. So, can you please tell us about your biggest achievement and how you got there, as well as what was involved in the journey?
probably going to have to ask you to stage those in a bit, and remind me what I'm speaking about. So my biggest, I guess, achievement currently to date is I got asked to be, and have the privilege to be, the physiotherapist for the referees at the Men's World Cup this year in the Philippines. I also then got to be the physiotherapist last year for the Women's World Cup. So how I got there, so one, I put my studies, I guess, quite first and foremost. I always refereed and I loved it. I actually got asked by a friend to say that he was like, you know what, you don't know what the opportunity is, just trust me and take 2 to 3 weeks off during this time, so September, October. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. And then when I was allowed to be told, I got told, you know what, you're actually going to be the physiotherapist, the referees. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. It's crazy to think. It was interesting because it wasn't until I actually found out how my name got put forward. And it was people that were actually my evaluators and knew me since I was a junior and into the senior league. They put my name forward for that. So it just goes to show basketball will take you places. You just, one, got to be a good person about it and just take the opportunities when you get them, right? I'm probably talking too much. Yeah, the way it all really came about was that opportunity started the ball rolling. I then had another opportunity to present in front of 200 international referees about injury management. That then snowballed again into getting asked to go to the Men's World Cup. So it was just one thing after another, and it was taking the opportunities as they came and being grateful for every moment.
Very good. All right. So, what's a piece of advice you would give to everyone here today in regards to beginning and working towards the national pathway? And I'll ask the second question afterwards.
I think the biggest piece of advice that I would give, it comes down to 2 parts. And it's so important to know that your decorum and how you present yourself and the image you display, both on and off the court, is a massive thing when it comes to nationals. So when you're on the court, you know your stuff, right? It's the exact same game you've refereed at home, it's the same rules. And it's just making sure that, you know what, you go out there and you do the job. You look the part, right? The biggest thing is also off court. And a lot of people don't realise, a lot of the time, evaluators are looking to see, you know, are you good at what you do, but can you get along with everyone? Are you the person everyone wants to referee with, right? You don't want to stand out for the wrong reasons, and it does happen, and I'll be honest with you, you're about it back at home. So with that said, it's yes, how you present yourself off court, be friendly, but also, you know what, if someone's talking about somebody else, don't buy into it. You keep your nose clean, you do your thing, right? And lastly, you always have respect for yourself. As a female official, I'll be honest, the stuff that I hear sometimes, it's nasty, right? But if we have respect for ourselves, we go out there and we just show the boys how it's done, right? It goes a long way. It gets back to people in a good way. So keep the trend going. And I think the last question would be, what would I change in my career? I'll be honest, nothing, right? Where I got to in my refereeing career, yeah, cool, it happens. And I'm happy where I am. The opportunities I got from being a physio and a referee, I would never change that. It's been amazing, and I'm just enjoying the journey.
Thanks, Crystal. It gives the rest of us new grad physios some hope. All right, the next one is Michelle. So Michelle, you're the only official that we could actually look back at in Australia who's transitioned from being a WNBL player to now a WNBL referee. Can you tell us a little bit about this transition and whether it was hard to see old teammates, coaches and colleagues while you're out on court?
Yeah, so I played with WNBL for 15 years. So my pathway was a little bit different than everybody else here, but I think the main thing is everyone has their own unique pathway. Everyone here is different. And I guess when I was playing, I refereed, but I think back then, when you're a player, refereeing wasn't really cool. So I sort of, just would referee and then, take the shirt off and, go back to my car. But I think for me, as a WNBL player, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I wasn't really into studying. I'm the kind of girl that, would just go with the flow. And I got to probably, halfway through my career, and I said, what could I do once I finished my playing career? And I always had that passion for refereeing and how could I give back to the game what the game gave me. So when I finished in 2015, I decided to, give it a crack. And 2016 was my first nationals, and that was at under 18s in Adelaide. And I happened to referee this beautiful young lady. So that's where I met Crystal and her now husband Andrew. So we've become close friends since then. But I guess for me, I went into that national championship going, what am I doing? I was so nervous. I've got all this playing experience. I don't have the knowledge. I don't know the terminology. But I'll go in there and, learn off everybody else. And it was, a very great experience for me because, a lot of the officials learned stuff off me from my playing side of things, and I learned off all the other officials. And I guess from there, it was sort of a very, very quick transition for me to get to the WNBL. So 2016 April was my first nationals. 2017 was my second nationals in Bendigo for under 20s. And then I started on the civil panel that year also. And then to go on top of that, I was obviously appointed to the WNBL panel. So within a space of a year, I've gone from my first nationals to being on the WNBL panel. And it was, I guess wasn't until I probably got into after my second year on the panel where I could actually sit back and actually reflect on my journey as an official. And I guess it took a little time to accept that, I'm no longer a player. Everybody knew me as Michelle as the player. So I think it was going in there and trying to go, okay, and for myself to accept that as well. So that took, I think, I'll probably say a couple of years, I would say. And that's just little things like I wouldn't go into the referee room at all. So it's just, so I guess for me it was obviously transitioning into another person, and that's, accepting that I'm Michelle, I'm a referee. So that was sort of a year-long experience for me, but ever since then,
the transition has been brilliant. I've had a lot of support around me. Obviously, I was in Canberra, so I was there for 15 years. So I had, obviously talking about Jack Taylor, so he's been a great mentor, but I think the biggest mentor was obviously my husband. That got me through that. And the other question was about obviously coaches and ex-players. So it's been its up and downs, but now I look back and go, it's probably the best thing because I have a really good relationship with obviously the ex-players and coaches, and it's easier for me to obviously communicate with them because they know that I've been a player for so long, and that I'm actually a really good listener. So I think that comes down to that we have to be great listeners because that's what coaches want us to do, to listen. But I think my first year, my first game, I played 200 something games, and I thought playing was very tiring and mental, but it wasn't until literally after my first WNBL game I was like, now that's a totally another thing. I went into the room, threw myself on the ground, I was totally spent because we have to focus for 40 minutes of the game. We can't tune out. Whereas a player, if you don't want to listen to your coach, you can just tune out and all that kind of stuff. But I look back now and go, you know what? It's probably how do we actually get more players to officiate? And I know, I think that comes down to obviously, Basketball Australia, trying to get other players as well to do that, because a lot of us ex-players go into coaching, which is great, but I think players have a lot of knowledge and experience and they know that stuff, but it's just really, really hard to get people and ex-players to actually do it.
It's quite inspiring just to hear a different pathway going from a player to a referee, because there's often quite a divide between the two. So thank you. I've got a second question as well. So what lessons have you learned that you consider to be the most valuable in both your on and off season?
The most valuable, I think, lesson would be, obviously because the seasons are so short, and it's about looking after yourself, your mental health and well-being, because, we're in the spotlight, every game is always something happening. We all handle things differently, but I think we have to take care of ourselves, and I think that taken me a little while to obviously to look after your body, and making sure that you're in the best physical shape that you can be going into the season. We're in, just started the WNBL season, so it's so we go from WNBL to NBL 1, so it's, what can I do to be in my best shape? Obviously in WNBL we don't do a lot of games. We may do between 8 and maybe 10 games if we're lucky. But when you're in the NBL 1, we could be doing 20, 25 games. So it's all about how do we prepare ourselves, how do we what do we do leading up to the game, after game, how do we look after each other, and I think we just got to make sure, and first of all, because if we don't look after ourselves, most of the time nobody else is going to look after you, so it's putting yourself first, and then just with your network around you, and just always checking in with them. But I think it's all about, we could be in a great physical shape, but are we mentally prepared for that season? Because each game gives you a different experience. No game is exactly the same. We could have a smooth game, we're like, yeah, this is excellent, this is great, and then the next game we're like, oh my god, what was that? We all experience different things, and I think being in the officiating side of things, I think we're one big family, so I think it's just making sure, we look after each other, and just making sure that we're, ready to go for this upcoming season.
Thank you, Michelle. That was quite interesting. All right, Jana, so we don't have to pass the baton very far for this one. So you recently, in the last few years, made a comeback into basketball after having your daughter. Can you please describe your experience with making your comeback, including the struggles and achievements that have encouraged you to continue your journey?
So whilst being on the sidelines and not being able to physically officiate, I spent a lot of time coaching and supervising through hills. That kind of sparked something that made me, you watch your juniors come through and you watch them succeed, and it kind of sparked something in you that maybe I wasn't ready. I also think for me this was heavily influenced. I do have some family inside basketball, so I don't think I was getting out of it that easy. My brother-in-law, Sean Dodds, he was, seeing him every day, I don't think there was a way for me to tap out that easy and just go, yeah, I'm done. I have Steve and Trish Nichols, who also kind of helped me stay back in the game afterwards. So it wasn't that easy to walk away as such. What else is there? There's the struggles and the achievements. Well, I think as you can see, every one of us are emotional at some point of our journey. Please don't be scared by that. I know you see some of us crying. It's real. For us, we want to share our journeys, we want to share our processes. Some days it is tough, and some days you don't want to step out on court, but you realise that there's a passion there. So you do. You pick up, you get on, you go. You are your biggest critic. You come back and you think, yeah, that wasn't great. But I think if we go back to having a mentorship and having people that are supporting you, I'm lucky that. For me, when I did decide I was coming back, I didn't have a time frame. I didn't know how long it was going to take me. Did I want to be away from my daughter? I was a first-time mum. I didn't know any of that yet. Who was going to look after her? My husband works on the weekends. I was lucky that there had been some games where my brother-in-law would do a crossover. So he'd be on the game afterwards. He'd come beforehand. He'd watch her. We'd tell me it was a good game, bad game. Thank you. He was very honest. But I think that was great, I guess. And then we'd do the swap over, and I would then have my daughter, he'd go and ref, and I would be giving the same advice back, whether or not it was a good game or a bad game. I think I was a lot nicer than he was, but that also helped shape you, having a good network around you and having those real conversations. And as I said, we all get emotional, sharing those emotions with everyone else, I think helped us all get to where we are today, and it's why it's unique that we've all got a special story to tell. For me, coming back, I didn't have a goal as such. My kind of almost out of my age limit to really go anywhere. So for me, it was a personal goal. I just wanted to start the season and be a better official at the end of that season than I started with. A lot had changed since I come back, so there was some struggles with learning and where I needed to stand on court from what I was before I left. So there was challenges both on and off the court, but if I come back to networking, it helped me go through, and on those bad days, everyone was like, go on, get out there, just another game, have fun. So everything was real.
I can't agree with you more. A lot of officials, I'm sure a lot of the girls will agree, refereeing is a big part of our life and it becomes quite an emotional thing sometimes, but we also have other things going on as well. So, for your second question, can you please describe your experience as a mum who is at the stadium most nights of the week, refereeing and supervising, as well as juggling your horse riding? How do you make that balance?
I have a lot of good people in my life. I have a 4-year-old, so I guess you could say maybe 4.5 years ago, I kind of stopped sleeping. Anyone who's a mum knows that, sleeping sometimes it's optional. We don't get our standard 8 hours, so sometimes 4 hours, great. That's what we learn to function on. My family and friends are amazing. If there's times when I need them to look after Ella, they're there. And I think that's helped me both, be able to achieve my personal goals, both basketball and horse riding. My mum, I really drag my mum along to my horse competitions. She loves those 4 a.m. starts. But it helps me. She's there to support me. She's my number one supporter. And so I guess everyone just shares the journey and I guess lives my dreams, I guess, a little bit. But no, we appreciate it. I have 1 day a week, which is my reset day. So I have a lot of bags packed on the kitchen table, which includes like snack boxes, sports bags, drink bottles. My husband has an issue with it, but we get through it. And I guess, coming down to, you've got to be organised. I have to do a lot of planning. Even just getting the 4-year-old out of the house, you've got to pack for everything, because you never know when they decide that, hey, I'm going to do this on the water, I'm going to tip a load myself. So, you've got to, my car is like my husband calls it a mobile wheelbarrow, I like to call it organised chaos. But no, it's a good journey, it's good to have my family involved. I guess the biggest thing I take from that is it's a juggling act, and if I relate that to what we do with my basketball, horse riding, and family life. You only have one up in the air at a time. So once you throw more than one, it's not going to work. So you need to know how else to put it, but if you throw one up, hold on to those other two tight, because you're not ready to let those go. But if you have them all up, you can't do much with 2 to 3 balls up in the air. So listen to your body, listen to yourself, and you need a break, but I think also the biggest thing is having a good support network. Reach out to your friends, your peers. No questions silly. I think all of us up here, or anyone who's been up here today, absolutely would throw our hands up. If you've got a question, come and find us, come and chat to us. Our doors are always open. So thanks for having us, guys.
Thanks, Jana.
So just one last question, quick speed question for everyone. Obviously everyone does have a different experience, work, study, family. There is so much involved in what we do. So regardless of what it is, what is one piece of advice that you would give, whether it is any of those, study, life, family, basketball, what is the advice that kept you going pretty well?
I'm so sorry. Wow. I wasn't able to give up. I have a really pushy family. I rely on them a lot, so and it's not just from one angle. So don't give up. Just keep going. It does get better. Yes, we're all emotional, but it's not the only thing. There's a lot of good times, a lot of fun times. So so don't give up.
Definitely put me on the spot. I'm so sorry. I don't know if mine's so much of advice, but I remember having a conversation with someone that used to referee coach me in Southern Junior League, and he was a WNBL official back then, and he was an ambulance officer, paramedic, and he went away from being an ambo and quit for a while, and then someone else was talking to him, and they said, "Oh, who are you? Like, what do you do?" And he said, "Oh, I'm an ambo." And he was like, "Hold on a minute, I'm not actually an ambo anymore, but that's who I am." So, that's what he identified with. That's how he shaped his life. So
So he went back to being an amber and now he loves it again. And I thought, that's me. When someone asks me what I do, I'm a basketball referee. So every time I go and quit, or I have that mental battle with myself inside my head about whether I'm going to quit or take some time off or whatever, I go, you know what? My life story is I'm a basketball referee. So I always come back to it that way.
I would say don't be scared to share your battles. Even if it's just one person that you go to offload, get off your chest, whatever it is that's happened or how you're feeling. Don't hold your feelings back. Have someone that you can talk to, have a safe place, have a safe person that you can talk to and speak to.
I like that one. Mine would be, take all the advice that's given to you. You have some amazing women in this sport, and you have some amazing evaluators. And they will honestly call a spade sometimes, right? Take this advice that you think is, you know what, it applies to you, and if you don't like it, okay, put it in your back pocket, right? But there's so much knowledge in this room, let alone in our state. Take the advice and work with it as much as you can. It will get you places.
I guess for me would be, got it in my head, but I'm sure it. My advice would be, you have to live in the moment. So, you know, we go out there and we do a job because we like it. You know, I always had this thing when I was playing, play the game, it's like it's going to be your last game. So when we go out there and officiate, we want to officiate, it's going to, like it's our last game, because you don't know when something can be taken away from you. So go out there, enjoy the moment. You know, we do it because we like it, and you know, and it goes to some of these other girls here, is we have a voice and we need to use it. So if you're struggling, you need to speak up, because we're, you know, we're all here to listen. And I'm sure with the associations and people around in your network, there are people that will listen. So we've got to speak up.
So now we're just going to pass it over to V, who is going to, sorry to put you on the spot again, but cool question.
Oh, that's actually working. Beautiful. Beauty. So obviously we have a lot of knowledge and fantastic experience sitting up the front, whether they're at the start of their career or achieving such high achievements already, which is incredible. So we got a couple for, I think, everybody. For all the player referees in the room, Michelle, I think this is for you. What advice would you give them to encourage to continue on both pathways rather than picking one or the other? I think when we're all, I don't know about anybody else, but when I was 18, I got told to pick one. And I got told to go further in refereeing, so I quit, even though I was in the state squad for years. So, but here I am. So, what would be your advice in trying to stay on both?
Yeah, good question. I hear this a lot in a number of sports about, you know, picking one sport or, you know, doing one thing. And I think, you know, for me, going down that playing pathway, because that's, you know, what I wanted to do at the time. You know, I still sort of play now, but I really encourage the kids that I, you know, referee coach now is to keep doing both, because it gives you such a great understanding of what a player is feeling at that time, but also as an official, you know both sides of it, and I think it's very, very important to keep doing both. And I think, you know, if we can get one or two more players to keep doing both, the game will be in a better spot.
Good stuff. Crystal, perfect. This one's for you. Who was your mentor going through your pathway and how did this affect you?
That's a great question. My mentor was actually a man named Brett Hogan. He is or was an NBL referee. He used to take me to all the games and show me what it was like to be in the elite level. I think the way it affected me, and he's still a friend today, he came to my wedding, like still gives me advice, but it was more the fact that I think he taught me, you know what, you take it as it comes. You get the opportunities, you take them. You call it as it is. You just be true to yourself, and I'll be honest, it's no BS, is probably the way I like to think about it. That was probably the biggest thing that he ever taught me, and still to this day, I stick to it.
I caught it. Riley, how do you manage your work, study, life balance? Whoa, I'm way up this is. How do you manage your work, study, life, family balance, and how do you manage to keep it all joined together?
I went quiet at times. It's not easy. But again, like Jaden was saying, I'm very, very lucky to have a very supportive family who helps me get through a lot of things. I work big days at work, so it's just about keeping myself in a good mental place as well, making sure that I'm looking after myself as number one, and then everything comes after that.
For Reed, coming back into country basketball after your time as a Metro gal, what are some big changes you've experienced, what are some of the biggest changes you've been excited to see happen in your change from country to Metro?
No, so
Coming
the
back into
question
country
is with being in country and how it was coming from a small town, going metro and the amount of accessibility that they have there, and then coming back into the country world. What are you excited to have seen happen in country upon return?
Okay, good question. So obviously, as I said, I grew up in Bathurst. We didn't have a lot of referee coaching. We didn't have a lot of games. Our highest level out there was state league when I first started senior league. And then I moved in, became part of the Norths program. One of the biggest, if not the biggest, I'm not sure, associations in the state, where they were paying $50 a game. They were paying me to referee instruct. There was all this video cut up. They had full-time RDO, which I've never had before. All the games were in Metro, so I got access to, WNBL, what back then was the ABA when I first started, and now I'm NBL 1. Everything was so easy to get to. Now that I've moved back to Illawarra at the start of this year, things are still not up to the same standard, but they've improved a heap. So now there is RDOs, there is proper rostering done, there is referee instructing happening at the domestic level, at the rep level. There's people specifically targeting junior officials, which is fantastic. There's people specifically targeting female officials down there, which is great. Courtney's doing a fantastic job with the SJL. She's super organised. She harasses me all the time about my availability to come and help her out. So there's a lot more improving now, and there's a lot more accessibility as well. So we're getting that feedback more consistently in country. We're getting access to the videos and so on. We've still got that struggle of having to get to Metro for a lot of stuff. So that's an ongoing battle, and unfortunately that's just the size of the state, it's just the way it is for us. There's not much we can do about geography, but there is a lot of great people, and I was actually thinking about it this morning when the 10 of you all stood up. There's so many country females in that group, and I was so excited to see so many country officials too. Go country!
And now, lucky last. Can you explain what B pants are to everyone in the room, and how would you encourage them to utilise their B pants? Yeah, you're right.
That was you, Jen.
That's you, Jen.
That's you.
Okay.
Whatever a B minus pant is.
Well, I have no idea.
You can yell it at me.
I don't think I can answer that appropriately.
I'll change it. That's an awkward hot topic.
Should we change it? How would you encourage women in this room who are officials to embrace being female rather than getting put into the trait of trying to be more masculine and confident? We always get told to not wear ribbons and not be feminine. How would you encourage us to embrace being a female on the floor?
Yeah, tough one. A lot has changed now. I did come through with that group where we were encouraged as females to wear men's pants, so that there wasn't fitted clothing. Whereas now I think you see a lot of the men too now, they like their clothes tight. It's okay, we've all embraced that, we can have tight clothes. But for me, I think it's good that we're allowed to be who we are on court, and I think that's good that we want to encourage you to have your own personality. Obviously still within the guidelines, we will kind of, I guess, sculpt that to a standard, I guess. But we do encourage everyone to bring their own personalities out on court. Maybe just a little bit of the attitude we try and, it's different now, we try and hold that back a little. I think guys have it a little bit easier than what females doing, expressing their dislike for something on court. I think we fall into that trap of, if we're annoyed at someone, absolutely, you see it on my face. So we try and hide that a little bit now, but I think we are, for the most part, we are super supportive of, being yourself out on court, female or male.
So just by following that, I really think that we have to be who we are. Don't change who you are just because we're going out on the court to be an official. So, and I think, it's slowly changing, but I do see a lot of people, their personality is totally different off the court to what's on the court. So go out there and be who you really are. Don't be somebody else. And it's coming down to also just, officiating. We love it. So, we don't have to be there and be sour-faced all the time and, that blunt. Have a laugh, have a joke with them. And I think that builds our rapport with the players on the court. So it's really important to be open with the players because, they want to vent to us, so we have to listen, alright, and that helps little steps to getting their trust, alright. So I think that's one thing that, I do really well is I listen. I've been in these players' shoes before, so I understand why they're frustrated. I think it's having that understanding of why they're frustrated and having a little giggle. It's okay. I'm sure you're not going to get in trouble for just having a little laugh. So I think just go out there and enjoy yourself in anything you do. It's not just as an official, but don't change who you are.
I didn't like anyway, we teach our teachers' voice. But we just want to say a massive thank you to our first panel this afternoon. So we've got to give us applause because they've had an awesome as I said before, these guys have such fantastic knowledge of the game, and they're all bringing different type of experience. They've all gone through their struggles, and everyone does, and it's really important that you own that and you grow through those experiences, otherwise you will crumble at some stage. And as we've obviously spoken about all day, that support network, whether that's your friends that are here now, or your family back home, it's really important you find that support network at a young age so you can follow through with them. Otherwise, we're going to have a quick 10-minute break. If you can quickly sit down after 10 minutes so we can get our second panel that's led the way through, that would be fantastic. Go to the bathroom, you can have a drink if you'd like, otherwise we'll see you in 10.
Good job.
profound, Bobby's tires, NRL official, and I'll just get him to briefly say a few words.
Well, it's nothing like being put on the spot. Yeah, so for those that don't know, I've been in Basketball New South Wales now since August 2021. I came over from the National Rugby League. I refereed in the NRL I made my first grade debut in 1992, which was probably before many of you were on this planet. And I retired in 2007, having refereed 314 NRL games, did 5 State of Origin games and 8 Test matches and a couple of World Cups. So, and then I moved into referee coaching, development and education over there, and finished up at the NRL and then started here in August 2021. And when I was on that journey over there, that's where I met Cara Lee that we met earlier today. And I've met many other young officials like her in that sport, that, both male and female, who have done doing a great job. They love the craft, as I call it, of officiating, and it's something that I've been very passionate about for a long time, and really enjoy the opportunity to meet all of you girls.
I told Steve earlier, always be prepared. He laughed. Okay, so if everyone's comfortable, still lots of food at the back, but we may move into panel 2. So in a moment, I'll call up Gemma and Courtney, who will be our hosts of panel 2. This one being females that led the way. So what we want to do is recognise Loretta, Trish, and Alison, who have been pioneers and absolute trailblazers in our sport in all different levels. I'll get them to kind of introduce themselves and then just give a little bio about what they've achieved over the last couple of years, and hand it over to Gemma and Courtney.
We've decided we don't want the bio because then you'll find out how old we are. That's right.
We're just waiting on Courtney at the moment, who's disappeared.
We don't want to send you apparently. Yeah, I'm here. Oh, I think you're young.
Okay, so we're going to start out this panel with a bit of a tough one. Has there been a time when you have felt, or others have made you feel like you have imposter syndrome because of your gender, and how do you navigate through that, and what advice do you have?
Trish and I already had a conversation about this question because for us in stats, it's a very, very different experience to our referees particularly. So go back to 1983, I was playing, so I just want to point that out. Michelle, I played before Michelle, and I played the game at Bankstown, and then after that I would jump on to the men's game to do the stats. And that was the days when we did paper stats. And I got pretty good at it. I tinkered with refereeing for a while and also did some coaching when I was in the States. But hated that because it felt too much like being a teacher. You know, that's my other life, is being a teacher, and I'd be a teacher all day telling kids to be quiet, and then you go on the court and telling kids to be quiet again. So, but Lorraine Landon then asked me, we had the Women's World Cup in 1994, and Lorraine Landon asked me to look after stats, and we knew we were going to have computerised stats, which was going to be a bit of a shock for us. And my biggest concern was there was no manual, there was no document, so it was all about us trying to imagine what we understood an assist was, or what we happened to do a rebound was. So we formed a national committee and basically wrote our stats manual. We wrote our definitions. And I'd just like to point out that the definitions that we wrote back in 1993 were taken by FIBA, and if you were to look at the document that FIBA has written, it is absolutely a replica of what we did in Australia here in 1993. And so in saying that, we became the knowledgeable ones. There wasn't anybody up there was no male that was telling me what to do, because I was the one that had written this document. And then following me came colleagues like Trish, once again female, and where was the big power base for stats? It was in New South Wales. It was particularly in Sydney, but it was in New South Wales. We were the ones that were creating all these documents. We were creating new courses because there was nothing there. And so I can't say I felt like an imposter, because we were the bossy ones, and we've continued to be the bossy ones. So it really is quite different to experience that our colleagues have as referees, because there is no man telling me what to do, and there has never been a man telling me what to do, and so it's made it pretty easy. And then I've had all these wonderful other colleagues like Trish come through, because really it is the women that are organised. I think that referees spoke about that. We're organised, we create the documents, and we've also been prepared to put ourselves out there and say this is what we should be doing and this is how it should be done. And the rest of the world has copied. They've taken our stuff, and so what we did in the first place was the right thing. So I can't say I'm an imposter.
Real trailblazers, I think. As far as following in Loretta's footsteps, yes, I've come from a pretty much female-dominated area in my stats career, but I also had a referee career, and I also spent some considerable time being the chairperson of Basketball New South Wales Tribunal. There would be occasionally some times where the male gender that was in the tribunal panel would try to put it over the female panel members sitting on the tribunal. I had to learn to wear my big girl pants very early on to get past that, because quite often they would just sit down and see that you were the female in the room, and therefore you were going to be a pushover and it wasn't going to be a problem for them, and that they would get to walk away scot-free from whatever incident that they had been reported for by the officiating fraternity. So for me, yeah, putting on the big girl pants very early on, I learned probably from Loretta, because she doesn't take any prisoners, and we have counterparts throughout the country that are male that quite often step up and say, we should do this and we should do that and we should do something else. But it's always the females that end up being the ones that drive that and get the job done. So I'd say, yeah, females are definitely in our area very strong.
I'm the odd one out. I commenced my refereeing career in a time that was extremely different to what it is now. There was no official rostering from BNSW. That just didn't happen. So I played in the women's team, and then it was always home and away rep. So then I jumped onto the men's game as soon as I finished. Anyone that knows me for as long as I've been doing that would understand that I didn't really have much of a problem with my own work when I refereed. So no, I didn't feel like an imposter because I was quite confident when I refereed.
Who has positively influenced you the most in your career, and why?
So as a bit of a background, after that sort of era when I played, I obviously stepped away from the game when I had my family. So I had my daughter Shay, who's been with me since day dot. And then I had another child 2 years after that, and I was encouraged after that to come back by my local association to give them a hand to referee. So that was in about 96 I came back, but then I fell pregnant again, surprise, and had my last child in 99. And from that point I was basically fast-tracked. Identified at the time the Commissioner for New South Wales was Gordon Bennett, who was a big fan of mine, and also Sandra Mottram, who anyone knows from Newcastle Port Cox, were great advocates for myself. And from the time that I came back up to my child in '99, I was basically on the WNBL panel within 3 years.
I suppose my journey was a different one. Who were my mentors? I would have to say my husband was my biggest mentor. When I met him, I didn't play sport at all. I didn't even own a pair of sand shoes. Yeah. He played basketball or refereed 6 nights a week, and on the 7th night he played squash, so there was not a lot of time in his life for me. So I went along and watched him ref and everybody else ref, and after 6 years of sitting on the sideline, I said, hand me a whistle, I can do that. I'd never played, and I became a referee without ever having played the game. And I refed for quite a few years before I decided that I should probably learn how to play, or at least try, so I knew what it was like being on the other side of the whistle. I learned very, very quickly that I was no Michelle Cozier. I could not play basketball. So I stayed on the officiating side. So my biggest mentor would be my husband. On the more technical side, my biggest mentor would be Loretta.
Look, I think at the end of the day, my biggest mentor is the game of basketball. Those of you who know me know that that's, you know, I love the game. I love the game. I think that I was a Pom that came over from England when I was 11. And obviously I was advantaged, I could speak the language, looked very white, very pale. But one of the ways that I really quickly fitted into Australian society was with sport. It was the game of basketball. Now, I wasn't a very good player. I did play with Bankstown Bruins and they were a superstar team, so I sort of tagged along. And I loved playing. And so when I do stats, and I keep saying I'm going to retire, I keep saying this morning I was over at a game, I keep saying I'm going to retire. I do it for the game. I love the sport, and I get so excited that I know that when we're doing a good job, we're helping the game grow. And so that really is what pushes me, inspires me every day is the sport and the opportunities that I've had. You know, I've looked after the Sydney Olympics and the Paralympics, and I still like to tell the story of the fact that, you know, I was sitting there watching, supervising, and I'm pretty sure that Trish was on, I put her on that game. But, you know, and Lauren Jackson pulled Lisa Leslie's hair and that was the rat's tail and threw it on the ground. And I was there walking at the Dome, walking on the court underneath when Vince Carter did the dunk over the French player's head. I've seen all that. I went to the Paralympics. I've been to 2 Commonwealth Games. We've been to the Goodwill Games. I've had so many opportunities because of the sport. And I love the game, and if I keep doing stats, it's more about how can I add value to the game, because I can't run up and down anymore. I couldn't shoot anyway, so it didn't make any difference. So this is a way that I can, and I do believe that I can contribute to the sport, and so that's what inspires me, and that's my mentor, I suppose.
So we're going to go one by one. So Trish, you're up first. Hope I prepped you enough. Can you talk us a little bit through your officiating pathway and just name some of the most memorable moments in your career thus far?
Sydney Olympics.
Yes, the Sydney Olympics is definitely my most memorable. I suppose my pathway with my stats career has been my biggest contribution to basketball. like Loretta, I've been given multiple opportunities to see things that I wouldn't normally see by having the best seat in the house, because we get to sit in the front row. And pretty much when the Olympics were coming up, I thought there's no way I'm going to be able to see as much basketball as I would like to, because tickets weren't exactly cheap. So I came down the technical officials pathway, and back in 2000, early 2000, we still had snail mail. That's how you got notified that you had made the squad, and it came in the mail, and I didn't even check the mailbox that day. My next door neighbour came in and asked me, "Did you make the squad? Did you make the squad?" And I went, and I read it, and I honestly didn't think I would make the squad. I thought I'd make the Paralympic squad, but to make the Olympic team for stats was, an absolute career highlight. Going on to do Goodwill Games, Pacific Games, Commonwealth Games. I was just at the Pacific Games last Monday in the Solomon Islands, and it gives me a great opportunity to teach other countries and other people around Oceania about statistics and why we keep them and why the coaches need them and the teams need them. And I've got to travel to multiple countries that I wouldn't have been given the opportunity to see. I didn't even know Guam was a place on the map until they sent me there. So yeah, to be Guam, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Fiji, PNG I've been to probably 5 times. Great opportunities, even if you choose not to stay in the refereeing pathway, there are other pathways that can take you around the world.
I'd just like to say that when we were picking the squad for the Olympics and the Paralympics, and Lorraine came up to me, Lorraine Landon, and said, "Oh, I want that Trish Nichols, I want her to be one of those hospital team liaison officers." I go, "No, you can't, I'm having her on the stats bench." On the stats bench. She goes, "No, I think she'd be really good, she's so nice and friendly, I'll have her as a team liaison." I said, "No, Lorraine, I'm going to have her on my bench." So there you go.
So, what are some of the positive changes that you've seen happen during your time in stats and in paper in general?
I guess it's something unique, like you guys are so strong in the
We are, yeah. So when we started doing statistics, it was pre-computers, and we would sit courtside and put little ticks and crosses on pages, and we'd have steals and assists and turnovers, and then at the end of the game we would sit there for 40 minutes with a calculator, adding them all up, making it balance to the score sheet. I suppose in 1999 we had the Nationals at Penrith, and I said to Loretta, "We're going computers." And it was the first time we did computerised stats. We didn't have laptops then. We actually carted around full-size monitors from court to court to record the stats. So I suppose we've come a long way as far as computer equipment. We've come a long way in defining our definitions, as Loretta talked about earlier. We've also learned that we can use a variety of different software packages in what we do. As long as we use the foundations that were written back in the early days, we can reapply it to any program that they throw at us. The Olympic Games uses a different software package to the Commonwealth Games. We had the Women's World Championships here last year. They gave us yet another software package. What we can say is that what we've written is highly adaptable, and we can just keep on using it.
And I'll just add, we created our own back in 1993. We created a calling protocol. And that was basically so that the one person could be capturing what's happening in both ends of the court. And so there was the one caller. Some countries still use 2 callers, and you can imagine we could start arguing about whether it was a steal or a turnover, or it was a shot missed, or it's a rebound and a block and everything else like that. And we've developed this calling protocol, and as Trish said, we can adapt that to any new software. And once again, FIBA has stolen what we've done because it's so efficient. You know, you have to say Australian are trailblazers in the area of stats. Really, it's important that you see that because they're always amazed at what we come up with. I'm going to Geneva the end of next month for our next workshop, and and I know it'll be, oh, show us your assessments, show us what you've been doing, because everything that we do is validated as being very, very successful in the development of statisticians across the world.
And Trish, you've worked on tribunals for a while now. My last question is, how have you noticed the impact of working on tribunal committees and how that can better support fellow referees throughout the league as well?
I'm very mean on tribunals, as Loretta says. I think that being a tribunal panel member and chairing so many tribunals over the years, I learned to see it in a very black and white way. The official would not have written up a report if the player had been doing the right thing in the first place. But navigating through the scenarios of what happened and what went down on the night by speaking with the officials and then letting the charged person have their say is you've got to give fair justice, so you've got to allow them to have their time and explain what they believe happened. The advancement of having video footage has seriously helped on the tribunal panel process. I think moving forward, and I've said now for many, many years, we don't teach our officials how to manage that step of the process. They know how to write up a report, but when they're face to face with being put on the spot by me saying to you, well, what happened last night? Why are we here? What did you see? Our younger officials get very nervous and they don't know what to say, and we haven't prepped them well enough. And moving forward, I'd like to work with Basketball New South Wales, with the official fraternity, to give you some knowledge on what you need to say so that you get your message across clearly and that we can deal with it and the appropriate sentence, if it's required, is handed out. Sometimes it's very hard to get that from our young officials who are nervous, who have never been to a tribunal before. And I think that that's moving forward, something that we could definitely improve on in that space.
Great, thank you very much, Trish. Alison, I have some questions for you now. You came up through a very male-dominated time in officiating. Can you talk us through your officiating pathway and give us a piece of advice that you would like to receive back then?
Yeah, so for any of you that don't know, I've been on the WNBL panel before. And this is one thing that's been really good about this particular day is I've had to sit down and actually try and navigate what I did and when, because it hasn't been anything that I've ever kept a record of. So from the time I think there was about a 12-month period between the time I made WNBL to when I made the NBL. And at the time that I was coming through at that level, there was probably only 2 female officials in New South Wales that were vying for that sort of next progression. And that was myself and Megan Thompson. To this day, I hang my hat on the code book because I beat Megan by 7 days as the first female official in New South Wales. And from that time, I think it was Megan and I for quite a few seasons that there have been 2 previous female officials, Carolyn from South Australia, She became another name that
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
yeah. So, and Sharon Arnold, who I'm very good friends with in Victoria, but they had since retired from the NBL panel. And whether or not that was their choice is a question you'll need to ask them as well. It was very difficult to maintain the position on the men's panel because it was extremely male orientated. We talk about the struggles that we have now as female officials, but I think the opportunity that you girls are given now, you should really appreciate. There was no such thing as female change rooms. There was no compensation made for myself or Megan refereeing in the NBL. Even to the point that when we first took over the WNBL at the Sydney Uni, we would have our pre-game and our post-game in the men's toilet sitting around a urinal. Like, it was horrendous. And the NBL was a step further again, where it was like open change rooms, and that's what you dealt with. And the men to the point who would actually do that stuff in front of you to test you to see how well you would cope because they didn't appreciate being on the panel.
Sorry, Alison, and what's a piece of advice that you would give to younger females?
I don't think we teach resilience very well. I think we find excuses for social media and perceived stress levels that we're under, but we don't teach you girls to be resilient. You need to be tougher. That's just a personal opinion. We seem to want to try and find excuses or blame third party when we need to understand that there's so many things in our pathways that we can't control. How we react to what happens is under your control, but what happens with appointments, what happens with where you're sent, what happens with the opportunity that you're given is either luck, but you can't control it, and you need to accept that and move on.
Alison, can you talk us through some of your favourite moments as an official?
Oh, this is where I have fun going back. As I said, I had a really quick progression once I decided to come back to refereeing, where Trish has just highlighted that sort of thing. I had all these years, it was like, what year did I do this?
She was close.
Yeah, so it was, so I went to Ivor Burge in '97, and even up until that point, that was at Newcastle, which was then held with the 18s, but it was so segregated. So the Ivor Burge officials stayed at the local pub, and the championship officials stayed at the West Executive Inn. Completely different areas. There was no segregation between the officials at all, and it was a real them and us like mentality. And from there, I then went to 18 to Penrith, and then I went to 20s in Adelaide. We picked me up from the airport, I believe. And the next year I went to 20s in Brisbane, and that was when I was pushed through the WNBL panel. What was the question?
Some of your favourite memories.
Yeah, so that was good. Obviously, my first WNBL game was at the State Sports Centre here, and it was this huge venue, and there must have been 10 people there, and it was all my family and friends. We went to Trippy's place first when he lived at Newington, and then we went to the stadium, and it was like, oh my gosh, like we didn't even get shirts. You had to hand your shirt back at the end of the game. And it was just quite funny to have this huge venue and no people. So it was, I remember that. I remember receiving the Basketball Australia Junior Female Referee of the Year at the 18s at Canberra. The accommodation was quite unique.
and that is a totally different story again, but Jeffrey knows all about that as well. I was offered I had a position at the Youth Olympics in Sydney, 2007. See, it's so hard to get the information. And I've had 2 FIBA tournaments where I went to the Oceania in Suva, in Fiji, and I also went to, when you talk about not knowing where Guam is, I went to Saipan, in the Northern Marianas. Like, it was a beautiful island, but it was really third world. And the stories that I could tell you from Fiji was unique, the accommodation, but I've been very lucky with some of the appointments I've had over the years.
Lorna, would you be able to talk us through your officiating pathway?
Officiating pathway. Oh, ones I've made. Okay, so as I said, I began back in 1983, and I think, look, I was very fortunate. I had a very good relationship playing at Bankstown and had a really good relationship with Lorraine. I was at the university training to be a teacher at the time, so had a lot of time on my hands. I think she realised that I was someone that would push something forward. So obviously we formed the Basketball Australia Stats Committee in 1992. It was 1991, and started pulling everything together, getting things ready for 1994 with the Women's World Cup. And I chaired the committee, and I'm still chairing the committee even today. It's something no one else wants to take on. And yes, and then we decided we were going to have a representative from each of the states. Norma Backick was for New South Wales with me for a long time, and when I then got asked to look after the Paralympics and the Olympics, Norma was my 2IC in that event. And then after the Olympics, we did have the Goodwill Games and a number of other tournaments, but Norma decided to stand down, but I decided to sort of stay with it and continued, and that's when Trish became involved. And I think that I was very fortunate with Trish coming on board, because it gave me a bit of a powerhouse to sort of push some other stuff through. I was also blessed that there was a bit of a change in the Victorian crew down there. We had another young woman take on the role, Tracy Tunisian. And once again, so we were able to push some stuff through. We started I started writing to Basketball Australia demanding that stats and score table be allowed to go to nationals. I'm saying we've got these players, and these players aren't getting quality personnel at these championships, and they're the best in the country. Well, why aren't we doing that? I remember I was at I think it was the 16s in Canberra, and I was in the office, and the big country coach came in and said, "Lorraine, can you guarantee me someone on the final that can do the 24-second shot clock?" And she actually said no. And that's where we were at. And so we were pushing Basketball Australia. We said that we have to have a stats and a score table rep to go to every nationals. They go along with the team. They worked their little tushes off, that's for sure, but it was a great opportunity, A, to raise the profile of stats and score table, but also to sort of provide a pathway. So that was a really big step that we got through. We then had the Commonwealth Games running down in Victoria, and then we've obviously subsequently had the Com Games up in the Gold Coast, and we've had the Asia Cup and the World Cup. And can I say, look, I love to bag on the Vics. It must have been from my playing days, because we used to get belted by the Vics all the time. But, in many ways we know that Victoria is the leader in the sport in terms of participation and performance. But at the end of the day, I tell you what, in the area of stats and score table, we leave the Vics for dead. Absolutely leave the Vics for dead in terms of development and everything. So I always like to bang that trombone very loudly. In 2016, FIBA asked me, so they decided they were going to have a stats workshop. They recognised that there had become greater interest in the betting, again, watching the sport. and they'd had a few really bad experiences at World Cups and Olympics, not in the ones that we've had, of course. And of course, they also were creating these new pathways where we have the FIBA qualifiers, that they decided they were going to get representatives from each of the zones, from stats, to come in and really develop what we call our FIBA stats license. And so Oceania asked me to go over. I went over in 2016. Interestingly, that's where I was the only woman there, so every other representative from all the other zones was male. And interestingly enough too, none of them had been players too, so I sort of, once again echoing what Michelle was saying about being a player and then taking on that technical role, none of them were players, and so sometimes they had to listen to me my rationale about why a stat was the way it was from the player's perspective. And so we created our FIBA license, which you now can get for 2 years, put together a load of resources, and then I came back, and currently Australia has 275 active FIBA licenses in the area of stats. And when you start comparing that with places like Europe, and you think about Europe's population, now I know they have 672 or something, so 3 times ours, but there's no way our population equates with what Europe's got, with the numbers that we have. And of course, we've always suffered a little bit from the tyranny of distance in terms of getting competition. And that's once again why Basketball New South Wales needs to be applauded, because we got the Women's World Cup and we got the Asia Cup. Basketball Australia likes to take credit for it, but it was Basketball New South Wales that did all the work and obviously was successful. So as I said, and I continue to be a part of the FIBA team. And I suppose the other thing, I was also nominated to be on Basketball New South Wales board. I've served 3 terms, so it's coming up for 10 years I've been on. And once again, it's been a great opportunity for me to absolutely go on and on and on about the role of our technical officials, talking about the opportunities for referees, talking about the opportunities for score table and stats, and pushing forward that agenda, because they can't have the game these days without you. And recognising that, and of course celebrating the opportunities that we have with young women. It's a high priority for FIBA, and certainly Basketball New South Wales is to be congratulated on all they've done to really focus on young women and the opportunities they have as technical officials.
So this one's kind of for all of you. You've each got a bit of a unique situation having children within our realm of officiating as well. I was wondering if each of you could touch on, I guess, experiences that you had with your children on the court. I mean, Loretta, you've recently been a part of the Commonwealth Games with your daughter as well, and Trish as well, and then the officiating pathway as well for Alison and her children.
Well, there's some good things about having children that play. I mean, it was great. Both my children have played and been quite successful, and certainly my son's gone on and represented at the state level, and I got to go to nationals and sat on stats bench at nationals, which has been very good. And I've been a manager as well, and one of the good things about me doing stats is I have to keep my mouth shut. So it's allowed me to watch the game, but I have to sort of keep concentrating on filling up the water bottles and giving out towels, rather than giving a commentary to the referee or giving a commentary to the coach about what they should be doing. So yes, so I've been involved at every level, and I remember I think it was a Kings game. It was at the Sydney Entertainment Centre, and one of our people hadn't turned up, or there was a problem. So I said to my daughter, Emma, get down here, I need your help, because we were really short. She obviously has a very good instinct and understanding of the game, and it was a player, and she's a bit of a basketball nerd, and she just clicked and could get it. And so all of a sudden, I was dragging her to all of these games and doing these games, and I know that Trish was doing the same with her daughter, they're extremely competent, very, very talented statisticians. The only person that Emma is not allowed to evaluate and criticise is her mother, because she tries. Sometimes she'll tell me, no, I don't agree with you, and I'll say, nope, you don't listen, you're not going to tell me what to do, but no, she's a very, very good official, look, it's quite difficult sometimes. Both of them got selected to the gold, when we went to the Com Games of the Gold Coast. And it's very, very difficult because Trish and I were there as coaches and evaluators and responsible. And how do you put your children on, when you're rostering them, on the gold medal final? You know, because what do people think? What judgments are they going to make? Even though everyone probably knew that they were clearly in the top 4, without doubt. Top 4. It was really difficult to say to them, I'm sorry, I'm not going to put you on the gold medal game because it's not going to be seen as kosher. It will be seen as favouritism. So in many ways, look, I think both of them, both Olivia and Emma, have missed out a couple of times because of the profile that Trish and I have, which is kind of problematic. But I suppose I'm very confident that they continue to be involved. No matter what we ask them to do, they'll go and run off and do stats wherever. And they're very, very good at what they do. And so when I do step down, I think that they'll probably get more opportunities than they've been given, because that has been a bit of a stumbling block.
100%. Com Games was hard. And you're going to make me cry, you'll cry today. Oh yes, you would too, wouldn't you? There you go, I'm good now, she's going to pinch me. I've received one of those before. And then we came back to Sydney and we had the championships for the Women's World Championships. And my daughter was again performing really well and was sitting in a prime position. Again, it made it very difficult for us to put her there. And then she got COVID. Yeah. So she missed out again. That's it,
I suppose something that hasn't probably been touched on, and I'm confident either Anna or Ree will, having a family when you're active as a referee is extremely difficult. Shay's been with me since day dot. She was like my little tag along wherever I went. And juggling that and where you are in your pathway at that time is extremely difficult. And that as well is either good luck or bad luck. The opportunity to gain a feeder licence is totally out of your control. And your age has a big factor. And sometimes when you're the right age, you're pregnant, or you've got a newborn, or you've got a toddler. So as a female, that's also another juggling factor that we have to do, and again, it's out of your control. I was extremely fortunate that I had my mother, but I was a single mum for most of my refereeing career, which is probably one of the reasons that Shay tagged along as much as what she did. Because I either had to rely on my mum to look after my 3 kids, or they came with me wherever I went. Because when I was trying to crack the National League, as a country official, I would leave home on Saturday morning. Shay would be in the front seat, which was totally legal in those stages. She would have the iPad going with the movie, and we would watch the movie the whole way down the freeway, wherever we went, and I would have a game in Sydney somewhere Saturday night, we'd have accommodation somewhere, and then we'd have another game on Sunday in Sydney somewhere, and then we'd drive home at ridiculous hours on Sunday afternoon. But in saying that Shay was with me most of the time, I didn't see my 2 boys for weekend after weekend after weekend. So I was of the choice that I had my children later in life, but it then took away my opportunity to be able to get my feeder licence. And some choose to have their families younger in life, and that could therefore have an impact. So it's I would say don't try and juggle that stuff. It is what it is. you don't know if and when those opportunities are going to come. Just do the best that you can when you're given any opportunity.
And just a last question for all of you. Following your long careers, you've now chosen to continue educating the younger generation. What's a key piece of advice you'd give to younger officials and technical officials coming up?
Resilience. We need to, as Michelle said earlier, we don't need to change who we are, but we need to accept that we can't control everything. And whether or not we like what we're given, as far as appointments and opportunities, you can't control it. So again, think whatever game that you're rostered to is your last, enjoy it for what it is, and be grateful for any opportunities that you're given.
I look around the room today, and there's so many of you that I have seen come past me as a referee, coach or mentor. I'm sure I've given you all an individual piece of advice at some point or other. The best advice that I can give you is pretty much what has come across the room today, and that is to be yourself, but to be your best self. Make sure that you turn up mentally prepared for your day. And that's hard. And we've heard from the young mums here today about how hard that is to get in the car with a screaming toddler who wants to go to McDonald's and you don't have time to get to McDonald's because you need to get to the game and prep and get yourself organised. Some of you obviously aren't at that stage yet where you've got a young family, but you still have other things in your life, and maybe the boyfriend that you had a fight with last night. You take that on the court, it's going to show. You need to turn up mentally prepared for your game. That would be my best piece of advice for you moving forward.
I suppose my piece of advice is just keep being involved. I mean, it's something special being involved in sport, and we're not all going to be Lauren Jacksons as players, or Jan Sterlings as coaches. We're not going to have that opportunity. But remember, yes, it's about the players, but at the end of the day, the players can't play without you guys and what you do. And whether it's on at the local competition level, or it's NBL 1 or WNBL or NBL, or it's FIBA, you make a difference. And our sport can't happen without you, and it is the greatest sport. And so keep that in mind, that they need me, and as Trish just said, I'm going to do the very best job that I can. So it doesn't matter if it's D grade on a Monday night, or you're refereeing, or you're doing the score table or stats on an elite game. You do really make a difference. I often bang on about volunteers. Referees get paid, score table and stats get paid at various leagues, but it doesn't really equate to the time and the effort and the training that you've put in. And we understand that, and what I say, you are volunteers, and the sport cannot manage without those volunteers and that grassroots. So stay involved, it's really worth it in the long term. I can't get away from it, so that's a good.
Any questions? Yes. Alright. Here you go, got one pen. There we go.
Alright, first one is for Alison. I heard that at a national tournament once, you had a coach that wouldn't speak to you purely because you were a female. Talk us through that and how you dealt with it.
That was at the Oceania tournament.
Yep.
And we were doing 3-person on a men's game, and a lot of the countries, the coaches don't like females. I was a pretty cheap on the game, and I had the other Australian referee, who was male, and then I can't remember which one of the and he had a question that he obviously wasn't happy at half time, So he was trying to call over, I was working with Drew Meeks from Canberra, and he was trying to call Drew over, and just wanted to speak to him and ask him a question. And Drew took a step towards, because we're on the opposite side of the court here, Drew took a step to go and answer him, and I basically grabbed him by his hair and said, "Do not move." I'm the crew chief. If he wants to speak to him, speak to him. So it went a good 30 seconds where he'd go, and I'd go, and he'd go, and I'd go, here, and he'd go, and I'd go. So in the end, he gave up, and he went, but he still refused to speak to me, and he went and got his translator to come down and answer questions because he didn't talk to me.
Alison, how did you deal with it? Like, what did it mentally?
Oh, I just thought it was hilarious. Like, I knew he could speak English, and he knew that I knew he could speak English, but he just wouldn't speak. He just asked all his questions through. So I just had a little deal up, and I thought it was quite funny.
Follow up to that, have you ever had something like that happen again?
No.
Good. Trish, this is for you. You have worked with a lot of referees in New South Wales. What is one of your funniest moments? You don't have to name the referee, you can if you want, and why? Please do name the referee. Name and shame.
Funnily enough, it was with a male referee. And I had to have the uncomfortable talk about hygiene and washing your shirt. It's part and parcel with what we do as coaches. No, it wasn't one of yours. But the young official that it was actually came from my home association. And he was quite horrified. He didn't actually understand that we'd had the general chat in the room with everybody. But then I took him aside and we had an additional chat. And it was really quite sad because he didn't understand that it was him. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But he came back the following year and his pants were the right length. And I couldn't see his white socks. And he'd gone home and had the chat with his mum about washing shirts and personal hygiene, and I suppose it was a funny but not funny because it was a difficult chat to have, but to see that person grow because I took the hard line and explained to them what it means to look after yourself. I suppose it was a funny moment for me because the following year I took one look at this person and said, "Who are you?" And because he was a different child, a different young person.
Loretta, you are incredibly successful in the statistician world. Emma's following in your footsteps. What is the best place basketball has taken you and why?
Best place basketball has taken me.
Oh, look, don't like Geneva?
Look, you know, I suppose it's really basketball gave me my husband, and he's hanging around, he's whinging, he's sending me messages because he's sick of waiting for me. Look, as I said, I was fortunate enough to play at Bankstown, and I was at uni at the time. My husband, it wasn't my husband then, had come over as Bob Elphiston had brought him over to play with Robbie Cadee. And he managed to get a consulting, he was an engineer and he just finished at uni and got a consulting job at the University of New South Wales. And they was doing some work then with University of Sydney, and I was going to the University of Sydney, and so Robbie said, "Oh, Loretta, can you just take him around, because he doesn't know how to get on the trains." I still don't know how to get on the trains, but anyway. And look, I met him, and you know, the rest is history. How many years later, I can't even begin. I mean, we just had our wedding anniversary, and I still can't remember how many years it is, but I'm not telling you either because I'm too old. But, you know, I was blessed to have someone in my life that loved the game as much as I do. So when we go over and visit his family, we go to different games, obviously, and he's coming to Geneva with me, and he's been tagged along. He used to do stats with me, but then I used to argue with him too much, so he's not allowed to do it, but he did have to do it with me this morning. So look, I've been very fortunate with that, and of course, my two children, my son tried to play soccer, that didn't last for very long, and Emma even tried to do some dancing, and that didn't last very long. We gave them that experience, but I didn't like the cold mornings with soccer. And I certainly didn't like the time putting the hair gel in and the eye makeup on everything for the dancing. So luckily my children made the right decision and they got involved with basketball. So I'd have to say my family.
Right, so last question. The reason why you guys ended paving the way, is obviously you guys were the first and as the beginning paved the way for everyone. What was the most challenging part of your careers?
Look, I think from a stats point of view, and Tricia will agree with me, it was, you know, I used to get mad because I'd say stats aren't important until the end of the game. And all of a sudden the coaches were going to be polite to you because they wanted a copy of the stats. And so for a long time we really sat on the periphery. You know, the amount of concentration and focus that you have to have in order to get it right, every single action being analysed so that you give every player the exact stat that they deserve is really quite demanding. But it was always that we weren't important. They'd obviously sometimes get us to give us a drink, and where we got sat on the stats bench, the fact we had to get there early and set up all the equipment, and it was always us worrying about the paper and the printer and everything else, loading new versions of the software and everything, and we were never important until the end of the game. I think that's really been the big stumbling block that I've seen. It's very different now. It's certainly, they know that the dollars that are coming into our sport are based on what we capture every game. You know, that's what they want to know about. So we have a lot more leverage than we used to, but I think that would have been it for me.
I'd have to agree. Obviously now with the betting and the integrity of what we do, obviously we don't have a team that we cheer for or back because we have to be neutral.
I try.
She does try. She gets pinched too. But yeah, I think the onset of the betting has changed the face of what we do with basketball and with stats, and I think that's moving forward been a difficult stumbling block for us to get over. Even now, when we walk into do an NBL game, we actually have to hand over our telephones so that we are not in contact with the outside world because we are privy to information about the teams that are playing that could influence the betting, and I think that's definitely changed the face of what we do. Whether it's for good or bad, it's here to stay, I think.
My biggest challenge as a female official was to make the males believe that I had any talent or that I could hold my own. I wanted to be on the floor with the males, but I hated when they tried to look after me. Like, so trying to prove, you know, to the other 30 odd males on the panel that you could do the job as a female was tough.
So thank you, lovely ladies. Thank you for your time. Greatly appreciate it. And for your travel as well. I think all of you have come, even the ladies asking questions, have come from very far north of New South Wales. We will have another 10-minute break now. There's different food coming. Everything revolves around food. And then next you are stuck with myself, but also the lovely Rachel, as we're going to run you through a workshop on resilience and wellbeing. So yeah, thank you.
this section of the afternoon is called Resilience and Strategies. So Rachel and I will introduce ourselves and tell you why we were the crazy ladies chosen to give this workshop out of all the lovely ladies here. So I'll let Rach talk first. Oh. So my name's Caitlin Grove. I have been officiating for a number of years, and in true form in relation to resilience and strategies, the reason that I became a referee was because my mum told me so. And that's because I could not talk to anyone. I was such an anxious kid. I distinctively remember I got my green shirts 2 weeks, probably this time, 2 weeks before Christmas, and I ran to the bathroom and vomited before every single game. I was so nervous, couldn't talk to anyone, was absolutely petrified. Big change to home now. And my big brother was refereeing at the time, and I was like, all right, well, we're signing you both up. You're both going to get paid, no more paying for canteen money. And here I am today. I am very fortunate that I have been part of basketball in New South Wales my entire career. I never thought of it as a career until today, so thank you to the lovely lady who spoke before me, because I've never thought of it that way. And I recently have returned from the under-20s nationals in Zara, where did we go? Geelong, earlier this year, and I have recognised that I'm extremely fortunate and have been selected as part of, with Zara, the top 20 referees in Australia for the National Referee Development Program. Other than that, I'm also the JDP coordinator. A lot of my chickens are here today. They all know I call them my chickens. And outside of basketball, I guess the whole reason why I'm up here presenting is I'm currently completing my Masters in social work, and I work for an organisation called Canberra Head to Health, just recently moved to Canberra, and work in crisis management. So I talk about feelings all day. We love it. Okay, and Rach.
Okay, that's not working. So hey guys, I'm Rachel. I'm from Hills, and currently I've been refereeing for almost 10 years on MJL, JPL, and this year made my NBL 1 debut. I've recently represented New South Wales at the Under 14 Junior Championships, where I was fortunate enough to get a bronze medal game with the lovely Riley. We did that game together. And this year, so last year I had the privilege of being on the Waratah finals panel, and this year I was awarded the Waratah Women Grand Final game to referee. The whole reason, as I'm up here with Caitlin, is because outside of basketball, I'm a high school English teacher. I currently work out in Mount Druitt, one of the toughest areas in New South Wales for people who aren't from Metro, and I'm recently taken on this term, Year 8, to be their student year advisor. So I'm in charge of 130 beautiful little sheriffs. So this whole little workshop that we want to run with you is all about wellbeing and resilience, because we recognise that so much to do on court as well as off court really impacts how we referee a game. So to start off with, Caitlin.
Okay, so our whole point of this workshop is that we're actually not going to talk the whole time. Reason being is we don't want to hear our own voices. So I'm going to ask the one thing you get told not to do, and ask you to all pull out your phones. Everybody in the room. Pull out your phone. And open up your notes section or your text message section, wherever you can type something. And I would like you to write down one thing that you're really proud of. Anything. It does not have to be basketball related, but one thing that you're really proud of. On your second dot point, I would like you to write down, or in one sentence, how does someone else perceive you? So we had a beautiful comment before about being a basketball player or being a referee. This is something that I really struggle with in careers and recognising what I've done. I want you to write down how people would describe you. Alright, now I want you all to close your eyes. Everyone, close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes. Close your eyes, close your eyes. Bit of blind faith going on here. Crystal, close your eyes. I would like you to put your hand up. Sarah, close your eyes. Put your hand up if you found that activity difficult. All the way down, we're referees. Come on, we can make that joke. I'd like you to, and keep your hand up. Sorry guys, I'll work out. I'd like you to keep your hand up if you didn't know what to write and you just kind of stared around the room. All the way up, hands all the way up. I'd like you to keep your hands up if you ever went through an identity crisis in your life and you ever thought, I don't know what I'm doing. Leave your hand up. Now look around the room. Alright, you read that's where I want to start because you can put your hand down. Sorry. That's where I want to start because mental health and well-being is nothing that we ever go through alone. However, I will never understand your story. You will never understand my story because it's my story. It belongs to me. It's who I am, where I want to be, where I want to go, and what I'm doing in the day. How it's something we don't talk about enough. And something that we don't recognise that we all go through. We kind of think it's this fictional thing that's in movies. Because we can't see it. We don't know what it looks like. I don't know what Caitlin said. Probably that. Oh my god, Caitlin, stop talking. But it's also part of our journey. So that's where I wanted to start. Right.
So I kind of wanted to pose this question to the group. And for anyone who does feel confident to answer via the microphone, I'd love for you guys to have a go. And that is just to think about the question, what does resilience mean to you? Okay, so take a few seconds. If you feel comfortable enough to offer an answer, please let me know.
Chat to you, Kate. Yeah.
Hold on one second. Keep talking.
Hello, there we go. Alright guys, we'll just bring it back. Okay, if someone from a couple of tables wants to volunteer an answer, we'd love to hear you. But to start off with, we've got a answer here.
Hi all. To me, resilience means toughness. It's actually the capacity to recover quickly or repel the difficulties. So that's what the resilience means.
Awesome, thank you so much. Do we have any other volunteers? Caitlin? Yes. Okay, I'm a school teacher. I run in hills every day.
From our brief chat, bouncing back from a negative or positive experience, and one especially is proving people wrong as well, like being resilient. Like people will have a perception of you, and it's how you come out and you show them like how you bounce back.
Thank you, Caitlin. And one more here.
So being resilient is about overcoming the archetypes and the stereotypes, and also overcoming the physiological and psychological bounds that oppress us sometimes, but looking beyond that and having that foresight and having that vision into the future and being surrounded by like-minded individuals, and that is what resilience means to us.
I'm going home.
Yes, that was awesome. Thank you guys so much for participating in that. If the slide wants to change for me, there we go. In terms of formal definitions of resilience, you girls have done a fabulous job of actually figuring out what resilience is. A lot of us mentioned ability to bounce back from difficult times, and that ability to bounce back comes from our mental toughness. By being able to overcome those situations mentally, that time and that situation may have passed, but it still replays in our head. But being able to overcome it mentally, that's where the resilience comes in. And from those difficult situations, we are then able to adapt after experiencing such adversity. So, from our definition of resilience, Caitlin and I have put together a couple of strategies because we know that every time we step out on that court, it could be a difficult situation for us. And then taking all of that, those tough times home with us afterwards can still affect us. So we have a couple of strategies in place to help you girls find a way to get through. To start off with, Caitlin will run us through goal setting.
So I've recently had to, along with Zara, I'm just going to keep pointing at Zara because we're doing the same thing. I recently have had to go through a lot of conversation about goal setting, and I'm going to be fully transparent here. I don't know what my goals are. And there's a lovely breakdown of that, and Rachel's going to provide that in a second. But there is a distinct reason why we engage in goal setting. We want to be doing something for a purpose. We do everything in the day for a purpose. If you have a good reflection back to it, you get up and brush your teeth in the morning, not because your mum told you, but because you don't want to go to the dentist. That's the purpose. We eat because we're told we have to. We have to physically nourish ourselves. We physically have to go through X, Y, Z. That's the purpose. We get in the car and go to school. We do our assignment because we have a purpose. We want to achieve something. We want to go through and have that sense of mastery. So that's something as humans we innately chase. We chase that sense of mastery. And as all the moms in the room, we teach your kids, I can't say we, I'm a mum, you teach your kids that sense of mastery. You teach your kids to bounce back up. And it's okay to cry. It's okay to brush your teeth because, and when they do achieve it, you celebrate it. We have those big milestones. So why is goal setting important? It increases motivation. If we don't know what we're doing, well, why are we doing it? And that's where we kind of go through those identity crisis times. Focuses our attention. This is something that I really struggle with, as you can tell, that's why I can't sit still. It gives us time and space and actually acknowledges that we have to give time and space to something that we really are passionate about. It encourages persistence and regulates behaviour. So there's also kind of a bit of a psycho-physical approach there. It's not all something that is just mental health. It's physical behaviour in there as well.
So in terms of how we actually go about setting goals, I'm sure a lot of you in this room would have seen the SMART principle before, whether that is at high school. Zara's pointing to me as a PE teacher, yes, 100%. But yes, we apply the SMART goal setting framework in refereeing or any form of technical official. We apply that framework in our everyday lives to try and help us achieve what we want to achieve. So for those who haven't heard about it, the SMART principle is an acronym. It stands for making sure your goals are specific, making sure they're measurable, making sure they're attainable, making sure they're relevant to you, and making sure you have a time frame in order for you to achieve it. So we'll just run through a quick example of how you can actually apply this to your everyday life. So, in terms of refereeing, I know for a lot of you in this room, you're starting on 3PO mechanics. So that is why I've picked this example to go through. And that is, so to start off with our SMART principle, if you said, yes, I want to get better at 3PO mechanics, this is how we can make sure that that goal is really specific, okay? So what is it about 3PO mechanics that you want to improve on, okay? If it is your movements in 3PO, what it is learning about, learning about those mechanics can be difficult with when to rotate, when to move into the correct spot, and how to maintain your vision on the play. So to make that goal more specific, you want to say, I need to improve my movements, okay? Then we go through measures. So how can we measure that? How can you make sure that you are actually improving, okay? That would be a personal comparison. So compared to previous games, my rotations, seeing the video footage would be smoother. You'd have better knowledge of when to rotate and you'd be feeling more confident. Is it attainable, okay? Is it something that you are currently learning, or is it 2 or 3 steps down your journey? Make sure it is attainable to where you are at the moment, and that's what you are practicing currently. Is it relevant to you, okay? Is 3PO the next step in your journey, or are you more focused on 2PO local comp? That's where picking this particular goal, okay, is it relevant to your journey? You're starting on Waratah League and you want to referee NBL1 within the next 1 to 2 years. That's where this goal would come in. And then in terms of time frame, you want to set a time for yourself in order to achieve that goal. Want to set that specific time, otherwise you can go, yeah, I want to work towards that. It could be a couple of years down the track, but if you don't set that particular deadline for yourself, you're not going to be pushing yourself to actually achieve it. So, time frame over the next 6 months.
In order to achieve these goals, you need a plan of how you're going to work towards this. It can be as simple as writing a list of 3 things. I think one thing that we do a lot in our life is, if I can use the word reach for the stars, but it's true. We never think about the process in order to get there. Sometimes we actually don't know the answer. Sometimes we don't know the process to get there. But there's lots of lovely people in this room and lots of stories that we've already heard today who are people we can reach out to and ask. Because no journey is the same. No one walks in your shoes, no 2 steps are the same. So goals may be, I'll strive to referee at least 2 3PO games at my local association a week. One thing that you really learn to appreciate when you start going through the levels is the people you have around you at your local association. For me personally, and I think this is something that we both share, is I love reffing the most when I get back onto the court, reffing local association, reffing in shorts, my shirt's never tucked in, and just having fun. I know the players, I've been there for a very long time, they know me. It's an opportunity where I can try new skills and go, oh, that didn't work, go away, I won't do that again. And review games and analyse anything that happened. For a lot of us, particularly in sport in general, video is taking over the world. All games are generally videoed. Everything is now live streamed, particularly in relation to privacy laws. People can now walk in and video any game, really. So if you can, get a copy of your game. Ask someone what they think. Your own worst critic, so please don't just rely on your own self-evaluation. Please ask someone else. And a good way to try things is trial by error. Don't be afraid to fail. And this is something we'll come up and speak to later on. But if we don't try, we'll never know what works. There's been many times where I've tried something and it's completely blown up in my face. But then I just kind of go back to the easiest words that I've ever done and go, oh, sorry, help me understand. I'm still learning, it's okay. I recognise still as a young adult, I still have a lot to learn. And I'm very grateful for the people around me who are willing to take my questions and who are willing to hear my story. But don't be afraid just to try things.
Now, one of the other challenges that we tend to face every single game we step into are stressful situations. So throughout our presentation, Caitlin and I have prepared a couple of stories that we would like to share with you. And the first story that I would like to share is from one of my personal experiences. And now, as a teacher, I absolutely hate reading off a script, but in order to tell my stories the way I want to, I have prepared them, so please bear with me while I read out my story. So the first situation that I wanted to share is the most stressful situation that I've ever experienced while refereeing. So this was when I was 14 years old. I was refereeing an MJL rep game at Hills with one of my friends, and it was an intense under-16 boys game. One of the coaches was an older gentleman who was of a larger build and way, way taller than me, and he was extremely agitated. He did not like any of the calls my partner and I were making, and I got that feeling in my stomach that something was really about to go wrong, as I'm sure many of you in this room have felt before. The next call I made was right next to him, and against his team. So he stood up, towered over me, screamed down at me, disputing the call. I started to back away to give myself space because he was so close to me, invading my personal space. I couldn't think properly and tried to step away, but he followed me onto the court. And he continued to intimidate me. And that is the first and only time I've ever come off a game in tears. And as many of you in the room know, I'm not one to publicly cry at all. Much like Caitlin, we don't express our emotions very much. Yeah. But that is the only game I've ever cried in, and is one of the most stressful situations I've ever faced, and still sticks with me to this day. And the reason why I wanted to do this part of the segment is to actually pass on to you some strategies on how to manage those stressful situations, because these are some things I wish I had in my back pocket at that time. So as a part of officiating, we do end up in these situations where we are in a heightened emotional state, and some of these strategies I felt have really helped me to make sure that I stay cool, calm and collected and make the right decision so that the game has the best outcome. First thing, take a breath. Okay? You don't have to provide an answer or provide a decision straight away. Take a breath. Okay? Take a moment to gather yourself, take a step back and breathe. Okay? If it is a behaviour situation you're dealing with, I know that we go through this a lot with our junior referees, and that is our 3-step process. Okay? Make sure you have gone through that quiet word with the coach first, the moment you start to get that weird feeling in your stomach that something's just not going right. Then go with the public warning. Don't be afraid to actually put them in their place. And then if they're really, really stepping over that line, go for that technical. It's okay to use your technical foul. It's there. Don't be afraid to use it. In those stressful situations, while using your 3-step process, try to switch out with your partner, force that change. I know that for so many games with the fast-paced nature, we end up, if it's 2PO, we end up on the same side of the court for a lot of the quarter. Or if it's 3PO, the rotations tend to happen a bit more naturally. But even if you're not comfortable being on that side of the court and you're stuck with that coach for a while, switch out, force that switch with your partner. Okay? Use your off-court team as well to help you make those decisions. If it is a really complicated situation that you've got to deal with, use your stats, use your score table. Those people that are doing those jobs were sitting there, they saw the whole thing as well. They're on your side, they're there to help you. So go over, ask those questions, use your chairperson, use your stats. They'll be able to provide you with that information that you may not have seen, that you may have missed. And then, once we get off the game, after you have debriefed with your team, let it go. Okay? There's nothing you can do to change what has happened. You can't change the past. sometimes those games, yes, they do stick with us, and as I shared from my story, some of those scenarios do stick with you, but the emotional hardship that sticks with you from that situation, you can work through and you can let it go. So I'll now pass on to Caitlin to do self-talk.
Before we keep going, have a talk at your table about the people that you turn to when you've had a bad day. And I want you to write them down. Send that same note. So just have a chat. Or even if you had a bad day at work or school, you can add those people in there too. Okay. Make sure you write that down on your piece of paper. Anyone feeling confident enough to share this? Okay. Oh, easy. I ring Caitlin sometimes and talk through it with her. And Sarah, you go. Fine. Do it right.
It's not Jackson because you guys argue about more. I was just going to say Alison. There's been many times over the years I've rung her back game. And she's put it into perspective for me many times. So for sure, Alison, over the years, definitely.
I'm lucky I have a partner who is also an official, so I get to turn to him. But if I have to bitch about him, we're on games a lot together. I turn to my sister. She is so removed from basketball and actually lives in a different country. So it's nice to be able to talk to someone who has no idea what it is and just to get things off your chest as well. Oh, sorry? Yeah, Lily.
Just for reference, it's not my dad. He is no good with that side of things. I'll have to say my friend Jordan, I call him Joey. So he's definitely been here for me for the past few weeks. The past few weeks have been the toughest for me because I had to really tell myself that after recent events, as some people know, that I can actually do it and that I do sometimes need to block out those voices and those people who tell me not that I can't. So yeah, after my bad games or I feel like I've done a bad game, I message him or he messages me saying, oh, you did good, and I'm like, no, I've done shit. And then he calls me straight away and he's like, don't you dare start talking about yourself. If you do, I'll come to your house now and I'll wrestle you to the floor. Because he knows I'm a good wife. He sees my passion for it, and he hates that I had lost it 2 weeks ago exactly. I lost the passion because I got told from someone that I should just go back to how I was a year ago. And to me that hit me rock solid. Because you know Caitlin, and you know Courtney, and the girls from Goulburn, they all know what has happened. And I really don't recommend it to anyone. And for someone to say that to me, that had really hit me. And I had literally sent someone a message who runs Goldman Basketball saying that I quit. I don't want to race anymore. I can't handle it. I don't deserve to be talked to like this. And if it wasn't for my friend Jordan, I wouldn't be pushing myself to get back to it. Because he messaged me the next day after realizing that and hearing from everyone in Goldman that I quit. So he got my number, he messaged me, and he was like, why did you quit? You're one of the best refs that I know. And if it wasn't for him being around, I wouldn't be pushing myself to get back into it. So I'm very blessed to have him in my life.
Such a lovely tribute. That's very sweet and very brave of you. Good job. That was really nice to talk. Anyone else brave? Oh, Michelle. Oh my goodness. I'm not used to running in heels. You rest of you are.
I don't want to speak about, obviously, you know, I referee at a top level. You sort of get to a point where you're old enough where you can reflect to yourself, and some people don't need to hear your problems. So other ways of how I handle situations, but you know, I've been in games where, you know, I haven't had any issues. But I'm a person who will come in and back any of my partners at any time, doesn't matter if they're male or whatever, I'm right in there. But I think I've got a lot of messages out here today about, you know, I've had a bad game, you know, I was my best today, but it's all about, we didn't have a bad game, so we've got to change our mentality of going, okay, I didn't have a bad game, how can I actually be better next time? So it's about not making those same mistakes over and over again. But yeah, so it's just my message is changing our mentality. I didn't have a bad game. Alright, it's how can I get better?
The best transition to what I was going to say. And I think one thing that's very unique to females is we love to catastrophize. Absolutely everything. Anything. You all just looked at each other. We love to catastrophize. And so going really beautifully into what Michelle was just saying, we need to reflect on actually what we're telling ourselves. So I say there's two types of voices, and you know, there's your head voice and your heart voice. Yeah, there's no other voices. But they always say two different things. So listen to them. Reflect on what they're saying. Are they actually wrong? Is there any merit towards the voice in your head saying that you are not good at anything? Because I can bet 95% of the time, they're wrong. And when we have those voices, have that objective language back. Oh, I can't believe I stuffed up that call. Okay. And I'm going to stand in front of my little JDP kids at the moment, because they know I say this a lot. The two things I say to them when they walk off the game. One, did you do everything in your power to, you know, get to baseline, you know, talk to people when possible, and what does it have to be? What answer do you get? Yes or no? It has to be yes or no. There can't be the, oh, but this. Because if we keep going, the, oh, but this, trust me, it will never end. The other question I ask them is, did you, to the best of your ability, talk and communicate to the people? And I say best of your ability because our ability is very, very different. I was going to Rachel here. Our ability is very different. I know Rachel is very good at educating people. It is her job, yes. But it's also something that she's just got a wonderful talent for. So she's good at that. So her ability in that space is very different to my ability in that space. And it's just really two objective questions that you have to ask yourself. And then in that space, you'll see that your mentality switches gears. That catastrophizing will stop because it actually doesn't have a response to it. You're not saying, but what if? It's a yes or a no. Well, and if it's a no, and this is a lovely space to sit in, and think about what you can do better. No, I actually didn't get up and down the court. Were you injured? Were you sore? What were you doing the night before? Did you stretch? Did you just not feel like it today? That is okay. No, I did not want to do that game. Had a really bad day at school. Didn't get the mark I wanted. I was not ready. Alright, well that's completely fair. What can we do next time? Alright, maybe let your RDO know before you walk out in the court. Or do I say, have your human? The reason why I say have your human, because some humans are pets. Have your person that you can talk to. Have that person that you can walk past, and I generally do this, and I've often done it to Zara, and I'm going to call it out and go, not ready, but here we go. And I just walk past, and it's just my way of dealing with things. But I know that she would turn to me and say, put your head up. And that's what I need in that sense. So have that inner self-talk, have that inner self-song. Mine's Mambo number 5. That's ready to go. I often sing local. Yeah.
Thanks, Caitlin. One of the other areas that I feel sometimes brings about this negative self-talk is how we feel after a post-game and receiving the feedback that we get in a post-game. So to start us off, I am going to throw back to Caitlin just to talk about post-game evaluations.
This is actually not something she told me. Oh. Apparently not. I've had some doozies. Post-game evaluations. Okay, so I think as you go on in your life, and I kind of started in the era, it's not the compliment sandwich that we give now, because that is a good way of doing things. It really is. We don't want to hound on someone's negative. Like I said, we catastrophize. It's not healthy. I started in the era where I walked out on court, came back, and then probably had a good 20-minute post-game about what I could have done better, both physically on the court and court-wise, but never actually really knowing what I did well. And for a kid who has anxiety, that was not fun. Because you always just kind of sit in that space. You always sit in the negative. That's the reason why I got you guys to do that that exercise at the beginning. And why most of you, even some of you who didn't put your hand up, probably found that really hard. As humans, we are innately tuned to the negative. Don't know why, but our brain is innately tuned to a whole lot of negative self-talk. I think I'll save my story for later because Rachel's got a lovely one. I think the thing that changed for me in post-game evaluations was in probably last year. Like I said, I'll go into why I was last year specifically. But the mentality I kind of took out of post-games is I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure one of the things that my referee coach brought up doesn't happen again. Whether it be, Caitlin, you know, it was a charge instead of a block. Okay, that's pretty broad, but alright, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that I assess the next game with legal guard in position. That's very dirty of me. But I just chose one. So only ever one. Not any more, not any less. Because when I started doing one, and I started mastering one, and I could master one in 1 quarter, I realised that my capacity had gone. So then I chose 2. And then I chose 3. Trust me, it has not gone past 3. We're still at 3. Then to the ladies at the back, I can probably throw it, they're probably at like 10. But we all have different things, and recognising that we all need different space. Some people need space after post-game allegations, some people want to talk it out. And that's why I got you to write that down. But yeah, just realising that after a post-game, you know, I got negative feedback, it was not the end of my career. It was okay, I could get up onto the next game, I would be fine. And I remember one specifically, Pete Nicholas gave me one, and I was not a very good person. Was really, really lazy, was walking between players, didn't make many calls, something was up. And Pete rigged me. But then at the end, he turned around and he goes, it's just not you, what's going on? And that was probably the best thing I could say to people is notice your friends. If they're not you, asked them, hey, what's going on? And go from there. I was not ready for this. Oh.
But you did very well, Caitlin, thank you. So the next stage that I want to talk about is how we can go about receiving feedback. And again, please excuse me while I do read from a bit of a script because, again, I've got 2 stories to share this time. So sometimes we may not agree with the feedback that is given, and that's okay. But as we have spoken about before, specifically with Crystal, when she was speaking about how we present ourselves and how we take on that feedback, it does go a long way. So I do have 2 situations that I'd like to just share with you. So much of the feedback we receive in a post-game is about our decision making and teamwork. However, sometimes the feedback we receive is about how we are perceived on court. And unfortunately for referees, we are judged the moment we step into the stadium. Whether they realise it or not, everyone makes a judgment about a person's abilities from the way they look. And whether that is your hairstyle, piercings, tattoos, clothing, mannerisms, and body type. And when we receive feedback about these things, it can seem pretty personal. So as a female, we recognise that a lot of stereotypes about body image are elevated by the media. And so while growing up, a lot of us struggle with our self-confidence about the way we look. And I personally have struggled with this my whole life. The earliest memories I have of this is from when I was about 10 years old. So before refereeing, I was a state swimmer, training 6 to 7 times a week. I was fit, but I was built differently to other girls. I'd compare myself to girls training in bikinis who were tall, thin, all muscle, and think, why can't I be like them? I knew that my body shape was different. I always had broad shoulders, strong thighs, a big chest, but I couldn't accept myself because I didn't like the way I looked. But one thing I always knew was that endurance was my strength. I may not have been able to win the sprint races while I was a swimmer, but I could swim for long periods of time without needing a major break. And when I found refereeing, that strength remained. My speed was always a little bit slow, and I was always slower than everyone else. But I could still keep up with the game and do several games back to back and be fine. But one weekend, I was at a tournament when I was about 15 years old, and I was told in the post game, you don't look the part. When I asked what was meant by that, I was told in nicer words, but I got the message, that I appeared overweight. And I'm not going to lie, it ruined my self-confidence. And this is, for those that I have shared this story with, it is something that I've only recently started to accept and start to open up about. And for those that know that I took 4 years off basketball, it was after this tournament. And as much as I told everybody that it was because I wanted to focus on my studies, my HSC, uni, and not gonna lie, it was also because of that. But that feedback made me stop for 4 years. And so it did take me a while to bounce back from this, and to this day I am still very self-conscious. And what I took away from this experience though was how to actually process criticism. At that time, I immediately jumped to my refereeing career is done, hence the 4 years off. And I believed that I was not good enough and that I didn't want to do it anymore. So I stopped. It took me time to process this feedback and realise the context in which it was provided. When I eventually opened up to a trusted mentor about this feedback, they spoke to me about it in a different way that helped me understand the context. The instructor wanted me to improve my speed and thought losing weight would help. Knowing me better, my mentor provided me with different strategies to help my foot speed and worked with me on my mindset by considering what was in my control, my fitness levels, my speed, not my body shape. So that's where that particular story, actually understanding the context in which feedback is provided, goes such a long way. Because sometimes we can misinterpret feedback the way we communicate comes from not just how an instructor presents the information, but also how we interpret it and how we take it on board. So I was too young back then to realise the context in which they were talking to me. Instead, I just focused straight on my insecurity, which was my weight. And what happened then was that by reprocessing it, it did take 4 years, but by reprocessing it and realising the context in which it was presented, it was about my speed, not actually about my weight. So that's where, in terms of taking on board that feedback, when you are sitting in a post-game with instructors, it is important to approach these discussions with neutrality. Okay? Take on board what is said and ask for clarification, because sometimes that communication can be lost. And so I have another story to share where this actually worked really, really well. Okay? And what happened is, this was actually from my most recent nationals, and during the post-game, I was told that the way I spoke to players, which was a bit strong, and that sometimes, because I am pretty animated when I speak, excuse the language, I had seemed like a bit of a bitch. As girls, when addressing player behaviour in an assertive way, we can sometimes be viewed as bitches. And that's something that a lot of us, we have been told before, in these situations you have to be assertive, put your bitch pants on. But there's particular ways that we can go about it, and the way that I was laying down the law in this particular game just didn't make my presentation of it wasn't the greatest. But instead of taking it personally, I asked for clarification. And thankfully my instructor was able to actually give me a particular situation and had the videotape of it. And so I watched it and I looked at it and I was like, oh crap, yeah, that does not look good. It was actually a situation where I thought I was calmly talking to a player and answering their questions, but my natural stance and animated body language made it look like I was telling him off, but I was actually just teaching him. It was just the way it looked across the court. And we laughed about it and we focused on finding those solutions, how I could better position myself, how to control my movements, and I practiced it. And because of that experience, by asking for clarification, by not taking it personally, instead of going, okay, show me what I can do better, and trying it out in my next game, it worked. Yeah? Oh, are we losing our screen? Oh no. Alright, we're good? Yeah. But yes, so the main advice I can give when it does seem like you are receiving personal feedback in that post-game is to take some time to actually process it. What context has it been given to you in? Confide in someone that you trust and work towards controlling your controllables, which I'll pass on to Caitlin to go over what are your controllables.
Staying with the theme that I've given before, talk amongst your team, the group, the table, and write down what's one question you can ask yourself after a game, particularly if you've had a bad game. So I'll let you discuss.
Write down a question you can ask yourself after a game to spark reflection.
Alright, anyone brave enough to share? Woo, hey.
When I have a bad game, I usually feel like I wasn't in control, so I usually ask myself, did I feel in control of the game the whole time?
I'll just ask myself how would I rate myself on a scale of 1 to 10 and go from there.
My question is, what does she do if her scale is low?
Then work out why it would be low, what aspects I would and was not proud of, and what we can do from there.
Pretty cool lens. That's pretty cool. Ooh, coming back. Hey. Hi, friend. I didn't see you and said no. Sorry, I'm just gonna hug her while she talks.
Hello, everybody. We were just talking about post games in general, and just like the best, I guess, experiences that I've had is when you shift your own mindset to go into post games and think, hang on a second, like this person is just technically like here to help and put their advice forward. Yes, we can take things in our own different ways, but I think just overall trying to go into those post games thinking, I'm going to get something out of this, whether it's something positive or negative comes my way, I'm just going to be able to shift my perspective and thought process about it. And even Reed just brought up when the three of us had an NBL 1 game together, and we just had the best time because we were there for each other. Even coming off that game, yes, we didn't have a ref coach with us, but us in ourselves, we could support each other, and just those conversations are the most that you can kind of get out of things. And I think it's remembering those experiences too, and even if you have a negative post-game that you might have had in the past, like shifting your mindset to think, okay, not every post-game is that. And I know personally myself, and the more experience you have, you can evaluate your games yourself, but I use ref coaches too in a way that I can go in and say, okay, I've got some things in my head, I just want your clarification on it. And even having Ree on a couple of my post games as a ref coach too, I love her way of saying, well, this is my perspective and things, you'll see it on tape as well, but I think, and that's where I've seen positive change in post games, that it is more of a chat and a reflection. So yeah, trying to just shift your mindset that, okay, hang on, they're just here to help, and yes, I've got other people I can go back to at my associations to get extra support and advice about this. But yeah, that's something I've experienced with it too.
I've never felt so supportive on a game. I also was so scared walking on. I was like, don't go in their area.
I was so nervous. Look this way.
So for me especially, and this is a very, very recent experience, and by recent I mean Tuesday night, where I was bawling my eyes out on court, ripped off my whistle and walked out. I said I was done. It's it is control what you can control. So in that instance, I got called the worst names in the book. And to the point where I'd even ejected the person, I'd walked off, and he went up to Riley, and he told her some pretty cruel things about me, and if I said the words, my mum would wash my mouth, that was so. And that night, we had a post game because we're very fortunate to have Anthony O'Brien, who is a ref instructor on the NBL. He pulled Riley and I into a room and he said, "This is what you could have done," right? And he was just this is how you could have, this is how you could have controlled it. And it was completely, because we've never been told how to really handle such a blown up situation. We all kind of just froze. And then it's not until, God bless my partner, he was at Nationals, and I absolutely harassed him to no end that night, because when I get stressed, he literally just says, what could you have controlled? And it's very much, with me, I'm very emotional. I've cried on court probably
I don't even know, it's been a fair few times I've cried on court, and like Deb's always said to me, just wait till you get in the ref room, just wait till you get in the ref room. And you know, it's your emotions that it's the hardest part to control, especially when it's a personal attack. So for me especially, I really could have not cried on court, and I bailed on the game. I left Riley and Declan to finish off a really tough game, and that's not who I am. So I really could have controlled myself better, and to be actually, you know, told what could you have controlled better, and I'm like, well, we could have controlled the game a lot more, you know. And it's that actual reflection where we're like, yeah, we could have done more. So yeah. Yeah, I just did.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, oh no, I did take it off.
I just want to follow up by Hayley's, just talking about obviously post game and obviously feedback that we receive. As officials, we are not perfect. Okay, so we've got to realise that we are going to make mistakes, and these mistakes are going to make us better. So we actually change our mindset of going, okay, you know, and just owning your mistakes. Yeah, I totally wasn't there, you know, wasn't with it. And I think if you own up to your mistakes, you become a better person and obviously a better official as well. But I guess for me, it's about not me as an individual. It's about how I can work with my team. So I never go in and go, oh, this is about my performance. I'm all about the team. So if that's, you know, one official or two other officials, I'm a very team-orientated person. So if I perform poorly, that reflects on all my other partners on the court. So it's all about how can I get my other partners on the same page and all us working together. So I think it's just important when we're out there, we give 100% and go, okay, what can I do and how can I be prepared to work together and have our team walking up the court, performing at 100%. Again, that's just smooth transition. My show, you're just awesome. So wait, go back. Yeah. There you are. So from what I can hear, maybe I'll just kind of take this slide in a bit of a different direction. And maybe focus more on strategies, more appropriate. Yeah. Okay. One thing that I want to recognise and I really want to highlight is there is nothing wrong with having emotions. If you don't have them, I'm concerned, and you put me out of the job, so please have them. So there's nothing wrong with having emotions. There's nothing wrong with experiencing things, with going, this is outside my comfort zone. As humans, we have this really nice bubble that we like to stay in. It's a level of proximity to other people and lots of other things. But we actually need to be outside of our comfort zone to learn. We need to fall over to know how to get back up, because we don't learn from getting things right. We develop and have our own sense of confidence, but we actually don't learn by getting things right. So talking about things that you can keep in your control. Put your hand up if you think you can control how you get to the venue and what you wear. All of you should put your hand up, because we have a uniform. Sometimes things happen, pants get split, things have been happen. That's happened to me on game. Yeah, it's not pretty. But that's in our control, right? How I get to the venue and what I'm going to wear is in my control. Is the way in which the coach responds to me in my control? Is what happened to the coach on that day in my control? Is my reaction to the coach in my control? Yeah. Okay. Now this is twofold. It's in my control, but there's also a level of emotion. We don't generally always have control over our emotion. but we all have different strategies. I'm just going to use Rachel again. I'm just going to take it in this direction and stop talking. For me, in my control is the way I stand and what I do. I am inviting conversation by standing next to Rachel. If I step away, I'm not inviting conversation. I've actually disengaged. So the level of control has returned to me because it's on my terms. I'm usually walking away going, oh my Lord. But I'm not going to put it on my face, I just move away. Acknowledging what someone's saying, best thing we can always do is never say no. Okay, no is not a good way to deal with emotions. Just say, okay, cool, I'll watch, no worries. If we're pretty neutral, the other person is laughing at me because she's seen me not do this. Their emotions will match. If you're calm, as psychologically, the other person will become calm because they can't be angry at someone who's calm. They're looking for a reaction. So that's in our control. But it's also important to know that sometimes, and I think Caitlin, your example is so beautiful, hindsight's a beautiful thing. But that's how we learn. Now, I'm not accepting or condoning any abuse or behaviour that is inappropriate or personable. In no way, shape or form. And I know Steve takes a very, very strong stance in this. However, I also am acknowledging that we have tools that can equip ourselves. We can get to the venue on time. If we get to the venue on time, we're going to feel more settled. So our level of control is pretty stable. If I reframe the meaning away from that coach hates me because he's yelling at me compared to, well, yeah, this coach, he just hit the deck and, okay, it wasn't a foul, they're fine. But his job is to protect their player. Well, okay, I can rationalise a little bit of emotion. And then I engage in activities. For me, on the court, in my control, and I think, Hayley, this is something you taught me. If I feel myself getting really, really high nerves, just drop your knees. That physical, mental connection is really, really strong. And you're laughing because it's true. Just drop your knees. And your whole body just relaxes. One thing I also taught people, and I do a lot with my client work, is
put your palms together. When you're really, really, really anxious, hold it for 10 seconds and just like that. You've got to put all your muscles together.
you all have muscle, don't look at me.
And then just let go.
Your whole body just instantaneously relaxes as well. So there are other things that we can use.
So, our final strategy that we want to just quickly go through before we wrap up today is focusing on your strengths. And it is something that we have touched on throughout this piece, so I will make this pretty brief. But remembering what we're good at, as females, yes, we tend to be our harshest critic. And what we need to do sometimes is remind ourselves of what we're actually good at. And one of those things is that refereeing is only one part of our identity. We need to think about what strengths we have outside of refereeing, outside of basketball, that we can bring into the game and help us manage situations. By implementing our strengths into our self-talk and reminding ourselves of what these things are, can help us de-escalate situations and help us stay cool, calm and collected. And if we are deep in that negative mindset, we need to speak to friends. We need to speak to people who can easily identify for us what our strengths are and remind us of those things when we can't remind ourselves. And that is one of the biggest things that has helped me. Now, as a staff member, as a part of the wellbeing team, sorry, girls, can we change the slide quickly? Thanks. This is a program that I have run with several of my cohorts. So before I was a teacher, while I was at university, I worked as a learning support officer. And this, as part of the wellbeing team, this is one of the programs that we brought into our school. And it is a paid program, external services, but I highly recommend it for everybody. Discover your top 5 strengths. And you can do the online quiz yourself. online. It does cost, I think, $5 to $10 to do it. It's a long survey that you do, but then you get you get 5 strengths, the top 5 strengths back, and that is something that I go back to a lot to remind myself of what those 5 strengths are, and it gives you a very good breakdown of what they are. And if you want further details about the program, please come see me afterwards. I'm happy to give you a rundown of how the website works. But the next thing that I think we want to just quickly go through is how to maintain our motivation and passion. So, Caitlin, if you want to just talk about self-care quickly.
I'm going to intertwine it all together because I really want to get to read things, and she's passing up balloons. I'm really interested. Can everyone write down just 2 of your strengths on your phone? This will be the last activity I get you to do, I promise. Just 2 strengths. Okay. Everyone got everything coming down? Let's write down strength. Ooh, balloons. Okay. So I'm going to kind of intertwine the last 2 things and talk briefly about self-care. Self-care is a buzzword. Not really people know the meaning of it, but it's actually something that's really important. I'm going to rephrase it into do what you need to do to refill your cup. Whether that's eating chocolate, whether that's screaming into a pillow for 5 minutes, whether it's anything, chocolate's not. Whatever you need to do, it's completely individualized to you. And one thing I want to highlight, and I'll keep this segment really, really short, I want you all to open your phones and have a look at what you've written already. Just have a glance at it. Hopefully you have 3 or 4 different points. If you are ever feeling overwhelmed, you've just written a little self-contract to yourself about how you're going to look after yourself. What are things you can do? The hardest part is when we're feeling overwhelmed is thinking with any objective clarity. So use it. Update your little notes, put different things in, and have that there if you need it.
And one of the other best ways that we can take care of ourselves is actually hanging out with our friends. Caitlin, would you mind just changing the slide briefly? So building those positive relationships within the basketball community, both at a local level, BNSW level, but also a national level once you have that chance, is so important. Friends are the people that we can go to rely on, and they can build us back up when we're not feeling the best. But also beyond that, we can also rely on mentors. So while Caitlin's tying the balloon, I'm just going to click the slide quickly. Sorry, thank you. But besides friends and relying on our friends, we can also turn to mentors. These are the people that can provide guidance in those tough times. And provide advice from their own experiences. So please rely on them to give you the talking to you need when you need it. Because we have so many incredible women around us that are happy to support us. And finally, I'll just hand over to Caitlin to talk to us about where we can reach out when we need help.
I think I've lost everyone. Ooh, you're even going around in the back there. Alright. You know what? This is a really nice way. It's a really nice segment. We've had the emotional period, now we're going to have fun. So I will keep it short and sweet. Reason why we ran today is to make connections. That's pretty much it. That's the whole purpose of today. Yes, there's lots of organisations out there. If you are needing support, there's lots of people in leadership roles. Courtney's in SGL, lots of other people here in different organisational roles. Reach out to them. But yeah, be kind to yourself. All right, I think you're writing your names on the balloons. Cool. And thank you for listening.
Any questions? So we'd now love to hand over to Ree to give her presentation on work-life balance.
Alrighty, so you should all have a balloon. If you can blow it up, tie it off, and write your first and last name on it for me. Does anyone not have one? Steve, get a balloon. Alrighty. So as you've heard already a few times today, I'm presenting about officiating life, work, study, etc. balance. My personal term is I like to call it harmony. So it's my life harmony because when I think of balance, I think of things being equally weighted. And in my life, that doesn't work for me. So I can't do 50% basketball, 50% being a mum, right? So you've got to find harmony. Sometimes it's going to be 80% basketball if I've got something coming up. I want to put 80, 90% into basketball. Sometimes it's got to be 100% kid, right? Noah's Crook, I can't go to basketball. And vice versa. Same with work, study, social time, whatever. So I like to think of it as a harmony, and it's always flexible, it's always changing. So you've heard a lot from the other women today speaking about their journey and people taking time off, whether that be for their own emotional and mental health, whether it be for study, whether it be for family, etc. And coming back. Thank goodness they're coming back, right? So we need to stop people from dropping out of our sport, and part of that is finding that good harmony in your life. So for me, on my journey, when I first started, I was refereeing and playing. So I used to go from playing to jumping straight onto refereeing reps and so on. I would spend 6 nights a week at the stadium. That was great for me, a bit of pocket money. I got to hang out with my friends in the stadium, etc. Paid my way while I was at uni. Then things started to change. I started to get into more serious refereeing. I was going to junior nationals. I started doing senior league. I was having to travel a lot, coming from Bathurst into Sydney all the time. So other things had to let go then. So I didn't do things like I gave up going to schoolies because I went to national schools instead. That was my choice, right? For you, you might choose to go to schoolies and say no to national schools, and that's okay too. So part of my message to you guys today is trying to find what works for you, because it's not going to be the same as somebody else, okay? A couple of things that you've been hearing a lot of today is about building your community and people that can support your journey. So again, that's going to be different for all of you, but it is really important. As I mentioned earlier, I couldn't go to the World Cup if my mum wasn't going to take time off work and take my son to Europe, right? Oh! Taxi! It was always going to happen. There's more. So for me, I've had to make a lot of pivotal choices in my life about when I step away from the game and when I step fully into the game, right? So right now, I'm 18 months post-baby, I have just been absolutely working my ass off to try and get fit because I want to go to the Olympics. Okay, so at the moment, I'm 100% basketball. I've spoken to my family, spoken to my partner, I've spoken to FIBA, I've spoken to BA. So that's my goal. Whether I get there or not, out of my control, right? But I'm going to control everything I can control. And right now that's about training, losing my baby weight, getting fit, doing as many 3x3 games as possible, okay? Doing all of the FIBA webinars, which involves me getting up 2 a.m., 3 a.m. sometimes because they're all run in Switzerland on their time. Doing my own video reviews, doing their video reviews, and just trying to keep myself ready to go. So whenever you get the opportunity, you got to be ready to go, right? Some key kind of things that have stuck with me over the years. That's right. Back to the quote. That's okay. This was something I heard Lauren Jackson say when she was doing an interview. This would have been like 15, 20 years ago probably. And she said she doesn't believe in New Year's resolutions because there's nothing about her life that she can't change today. And that's always stuck with me, and I try and live my life like that. Like, if I don't want to do something, I'm not going to do it. If I want to do something, I would give it my all, and it's only me that can control that, right? But again, you've got to make time for yourself. These guys just talked about resilience and self-care, and that's super important, and that's taken me a long time to realise how important that is, and finding that good harmony of basketball, work, trying to be a mum, trying to be the chairperson of a charity overseas, trying to study. I'm doing my psych degree at the moment, don't ask me why, I've got enough stuff on my plate. But it's about trying to make those all fit together, okay? So yeah, as I touched on before, there's a couple of pivotal moments, you know, where you go from repping 6 nights a week. Now, for me, I only rep every fortnight, so I alternate at local comp. I only do 2 games. If I'm asked for a third, I always say no. And you know why I say no? Because by the third, I start slowing down. I start getting mentally tired. I start getting shitty about being there for extra time that I wasn't expecting. And I used to feel really guilty about that, and probably quite a lot of you guys are still in that space where you feel guilty and you go, yep, they need rest. Yep, they're short. I'll stay. Don't let it burn you out, okay? Stay if you want to stay. If you've got the capacity, absolutely give back to the game. And I will give back to the game. I give back by referee coaching. I give back by going and doing domestic comp. I'll go and, you know, volunteer my time on the weekends, run courses, etc. But when it doesn't suit me, it's okay to say no, okay? So you've got to protect your own energy. And for me, it took me a long time to learn that too, that no is a complete sentence. You don't have to give a reason. You don't have to feel guilty. If you don't want to be there in that time, you just say no. Because when you come back in another fortnight's time for those other next 2 games in a fortnight, you're going to be better at them. You're going to give better energy. You're going to maintain the reputation of being a great referee for those 2 games. And that's all I've got to give right now. Okay? So again, for each of you, it might be different. If you can do 5 games a night, do 5 games a night, no problem. But if you find that you're getting to your last game where you're not giving the same level as your first game, then you might need to look at putting in some breaks for yourself, looking after your own energy. Okay? We're going to do a little activity with your balloons. So you've heard again and again about the community around you and how to make it work. And this activity is going to be about how it takes a village to achieve a goal. Okay? So for me, it's my mum, my partner is fantastic. They take a lot of responsibility for my child. My work is fantastic. I've had to change my job a few times to accommodate my refereeing goals. This is just a physical example of that.
So what we're going to do, you're all going to stand up, we're all going to get our balloons, we're going to throw them all over the room so you can't find your own balloons. So we're going to mix them up as much as possible. Alright, let it go. Let it go to the floor. Move around as much as possible. Bit of physical activity. Alrighty, let's let them all fall to the floor for me. Now I'm going to set a timer. Alright, so all the balloons on the floor for me. I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes. You've got to find the balloon with your own name on it within 2 minutes. Go! Alrighty, once you've got your own balloon, I'll get you to take your settings again. That was pretty well done. I'm impressed. You guys achieved that in under 2 minutes. That was really well done. Now, what's something key takeaways from that activity that made it easier and made the goal achieved? Communication. Networking.
Found mine and gave it to me.
Lovely. Perfect. So I can see a few people in the group finding a balloon and giving it to the right person, or trying to find out who the right person was, right? So if we all went around and just looked for our own, we'd probably still be looking, okay? But by working together, we're able to do it in less than 2 minutes. All right, next challenge, we're going to do the same activity again, but this time you only get 30 seconds. So we're cutting the time down, mix up the balloons, throw them away. Lovely. Once you've got your own balloon, take a seat to me. That was pretty good, guys. That was about 90 seconds again, so that's a really good effort. What's some skills that we're using to achieve that goal? Cooperation, yes. Remembering people's names, yes. Teamwork, definitely. Working together for a common goal. Yep. Anything else? So these are all just practical examples where we're looking at our community. You guys in here now are a community, right? So when you leave here, I hope that you leave here and add people on Facebook and keep in touch and reach out if you've got a question. I hope I leave here and I get 40, 50 friend requests, okay? Not just to talk about basketball, like those guys said, it's not all about just basketball. Sometimes there's other things going on. As I kind of touched on earlier, I had a rough time when I was on WNBL, okay? I had some personal stuff going on with my health. I had personal stuff going on with my relationship breaking down. And then I had all of this pressure from WNBL to perform. I had media pressure because we were all over the newspapers, there was video, etc. I put pressure on myself to perform because I thought I was this invincible person that could still do it and hold it all together. And then I didn't perform on court, right? So that self-care, that downtime is really, really important. And the sooner we realise that self-care is also productive, the better we'll be on court. Some key learnings from my journey. Make sure you plan in advance, okay? So as soon as the schedule comes out for the year, put your unavailabilities in, right? If you know you're going on holidays, you know you've got a big work project on, you know you've got exams for school or uni, make sure you schedule yourself out of basketball. Give that your all, okay? Plan in advance. Communicate, communicate, communicate with your community, with BNSW, with your family, with your friends. Set up the expectations early, okay? You can never communicate too much about what your goals are and how much you can commit. As I've already said, I won't go over it again. Self-care has to be non-negotiable, all right? No is a complete sentence, whether that's for work, whether that's for catching up socially, whether that's for your friends that's emotionally draining you with all of their stuff, right? Whether it's basketball, whether it's staying for that extra game, okay? No is a complete sentence. You are the priority. So I like to always be ready to go. And I heard somebody say it before, it might have been Michelle. You've got to be prepared, right? So you've got to be physically ready to go, you've got to be emotionally and mentally ready to go. So if you want something and somebody rings you tomorrow and offers it to you, are you going to be ready to perform? If not, what are you going to do about it? You could say no. Yeah. Definitely. I'm actually going to skip to activity 3. So I want everyone to grab out your phone for me. I want you to write down 3 personal goals. Doesn't have to be basketball, can be anything. So 3 personal goals that you want to achieve. Could be work, could be getting married, could be having a baby, could be anything. Passing your exams.
So 3 personal goals for you. Just raise your hand if you're finished so I can get a rough idea of what you're up to. Give everyone else another 30 seconds or so. Alright, now this activity is called What Did You Do Yesterday? So if you think about yesterday, Friday, standard weekday for most people, you're probably at work or school or uni or something. I want you to write down 10 things that you did yesterday. Just everyday things. Might be got changed, brushed my teeth, went to work, did a video review for my game, whatever it was. 10 things that you did yesterday. That's just part of your everyday life. Alrighty. Is anyone willing to share their second list, the 10 things that they did?
So, well, I started to feed the kids, drop them after school and childcare, and then I got back to work from home, attended several meetings, I cooked for dinner, take kids to the swimming pool, and then feed them again, reading books to them, arranging their sleepover and play day for today, and that was it.
Okay, we're going to also share our 3 goals.
My first goal is like practicing more on my mechanics. Second goal is become a NBL referee, and the third goal is travel more.
Thank you.
I brushed my teeth, played basketball, Mum drove me to school, had assembly, had a meeting for camp, burnt lasagna, caught a bus home, watched Netflix, played more basketball, then had a shower. Passing my exams with like A's or B's, becoming fitter, fitter, maintaining healthier relationships with my friends and family.
Excellent. I'm sure.
Well, yesterday I went to work, I went to the club, I brushed my teeth, I got dressed up for once, I did my makeup for once, I watched a movie, I took my meds, I scrolled socials, I made 1 coffee, and I ate my first ad-fed chocolate. My goals are to get a doctorate of vet, to ski the big 3, which is New Zealand, Canada and Japan. I want to ski there. And to rep internationally one day.
Alright. This is a bit of self-reflection for you all. Have a look at your 2 lists. Does anything that you did yesterday help you get to any of the 3 things you want to achieve? okay? I have to do this for myself because sometimes I get caught up in that, just the hamster wheel, right? Where I'm so busy at work, I'm so busy being a mum, I'm so busy with my head in basketball, I've neglected my relationship. I've not seen my friends for 3 months because I haven't bothered to reach out by text or catch up or whatever. Sometimes it's good to just sit down and say, what did I do yesterday, right? And where is that taking me to? Why am I doing these things? Because I want to achieve a goal, okay? And if you can just do something a little bit each day towards your goals, it will be so much more manageable down the track, all right? You're not going to wake up tomorrow and suddenly be an NBA referee. You've got to do all the little steps along the way, achieve the little milestones as well, okay? So if you can choose something off, 1% each day, one little thing each day towards your goals, you're already closer. Alright? Sorry. I jumped around a little bit because I was aware that we've all been sitting for a long time, so I wanted to do the balloons and stuff first. So just a little bit more to kind of recap on some of the work-life balance in my life, and then I will wrap it up for you guys. More recently, obviously, I've had a baby. He's 18 months old now, so I'm really lucky. He's a lot more mobile. I don't have to be with him 24/7 like I did when he was born. But this has come with a lot of emotional baggage for me. So anyone who knew me before, and Alison will attest to this, because she's known me since I was a junior, I never wanted kids, right? I was determined I was just gonna be a basketball referee. I was gonna own my own business, run that, be well known amongst the sporting community. Those were my goals. Never wanted a kid, right? I remember getting approached by somebody who said to me, are you gonna have children? Because if you are, you need to let us know, because we might not send you to the next FIBA licensing school. And if you're not, that's great, because we need to solidify your spot for the next 5, 6, 7 years, and we'll invest in you. That's the kind of conversations that people are having with our female officials, right? And I remember thinking, how is that any good business, firstly? But secondly, I was like, well, actually, I'm not. I'm happy to say no. I'm not going to have a baby, so it's okay. I'm all in, right? But for some of you coming through, that's your reality. You have to plan what you're going to do. You have to plan when you're going to have your children. Like Alison said, sometimes you're at that maternal age, right? Where you want to have a baby, you want to settle down, have a family, and you're going to have some choices to make. So you need to plan ahead. You need to get your crew on board. You need to get your partner on board. You need to get your extended family on board, right? And you need to take care of whatever your priority is at that stage. Fast forward, surprise to me as well. Anyway, best thing I've ever done in my life. He is the light of my life. I would never change a thing now that I look back. But to have him, I also had to give up a nomination to the Commonwealth Games because I got nominated by FIBA and I was due to give birth within a week of the Commonwealth Games. So I hadn't told them I was pregnant. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I missed that opportunity, right? If you ask me, no problem. I bawled my eyes out for days because I couldn't go to the Commonwealth Games, and that had been a lifelong goal. But again, best thing in my life, wouldn't give it up. So now I've got to set a new goal for basketball, right? He's come first in that instance. Now I'm looking for the Olympics. So my extended family has to be on board to help me get to that goal. So it's not easy. Your work, life, study, reffing, harmony, as I like to call it, is not easy. But you need to be flexible. You need to let it change. Your priorities will change at different stages. And you just have to keep reevaluating. Okay? Do what makes you happy, and feel free to say no.
I think she definitely deserves another round of applause.
Honestly, Ray, I think I speak on behalf of everybody here. Not only are you extremely successful in the basketball world, but in every aspect of your life. And I think a lot of us look up to you. You're absolutely phenomenal in every area. And we all hope you can be such an awesome, athlete in the basketball as well as a successful mother, as well as such a cute kid. Other than that, I think I'm going to hand it over to Sarah.
Alright, I will just be 1 minute before I hand it over to Steve. We went through the awards earlier today, but especially someone was missing. So I just wanted to represent her award because she's here now. So let me just get it up here. Just bear with me. Alright, so this award was the Empowerment Through Officiating Award. This award celebrates a female official's commitment to the game, seeing her empower and inspire junior officials. Her dedication to continuous improvement and unwavering commitment to the sport serves as a beacon for aspiring officials. I'd like to present the award to Hayley Cole. It's only fitting that this award be given to Hayley Cole, considering her list of achievements doesn't even fit on the slideshow. Through her junior pathway, she went to all nationals from Ivor Birch to under 18s, to which she received a gold medal game at every tournament. She's been a frequent flyer at the BNSW Senior Finals weekend, with her latest games officiating the 2023 NBL1 Men's Grand Final. She was selected for the WNBL panel in 2018, and she's still actively officiating. She was inducted into the NBL ERP, which is the Elite Referee Program. She also represented at multiple FIBA international tournaments, including the Under-16 Asia World Cup, which yet again she received the gold medal game. Her achievements don't end on the floor. Hayley has been one of my mentors. I remember my first interaction with her. She's had some really kind words that have stuck with me now. She's always the first person on Facebook that'll be like, "Great work, Sarah." So she's been a great advocate for me in my own pathway as well. She's everything I aspire to be on the floor and off the floor. So congratulations, Hayley.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, the day is drawing to a close right now. I want to initially I want to thank the 10 girls that have pulled the content together and the day. I think please join with me in thanking them and congratulating them. I also want to acknowledge the Office of Sport, New South Wales, who have, through the grant scheme and Her Sport, Her Way, have provided the funding for this today. So there's no representatives from the Office of Sport here, but we'll pass on. I will pass on our thank you and your thank you to them for that grant. To my boss, Jeff Tripp, the General Manager of Growth and Marketing, he's been a big support for us. I want to thank Leaf down the back, who's been live streaming today. Celine, who's been running around with her camera taking shots of everyone. And most importantly, I want to thank all of you for coming. It wouldn't have been a success today without you attending. I hope you got something out of it. I hope you enjoyed it. I've certainly enjoyed seeing everybody here, and if we can do this again someday, it'll be great. Obviously this was based on a grant, but I'd like moving forward to be able to do something with all of our female officials and keep going, celebrating what it is that we do as officials generally, but celebrating more particularly what our female officials do, because I'm the first to say you all contribute to our sport in a remarkable way, and you deserve every element of praise that you get and you rightly deserve. So thank you all to you. Now we're going to finish up now. The official program is finishing at 8 o'clock. So if you want to hang around for a while, just mingle and talk to any of the girls that have put this together, any of the speakers that are still here, please do so. So with that, thank you. And Merry Christmas to you. It seems a bit odd to be talking about that, but it's not far around the corner, and I'll see you all in the new year for next season. Thank you.
Sorry, I think just on behalf of the girls really quickly, I think that we're really grateful for Steve believing in us and giving us the opportunity to have this kind of grant and putting effort and time into us and being supported as a female official and really getting all of us here. We really appreciate your time. You always give us a call when we're down or we've had a bad day or you think something's wrong and having someone on our side that supports us like that really means the world to us, each and every one of us. So we're really grateful for you.